I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my demise, but lacking the help. I look them dead up in their eyes like what's happening, I'm here. And in my heart it's too cold, it's no passion in there. Yeah. Now it's back to my ways. They pick my feet up to the fire, now I'm catching the blaze. If they only knew the pain that I've been through, afraid they wouldn't try me, but beside me. Now it's obviously hate, so I gotta move smart and give them no chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standouts. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning. I'm coming, I promise I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all.
there, PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and Zip Lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these 2 mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated 1 new vehicle and 2 new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a 2-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. Milta Power has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of Milta Power to make this area more reachable so the players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, all eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas. But note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with mini banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
time. You decide what kind of day you want to have. It's a new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment of silence for everyone who woke up determined and vibrant. Experience is key, but it comes with some mileage. So have that mindset, if you want it, you got it. Cause even darkness breeds hardness. It might seem small, but it isn't harmless. So look into the light, this is why you sought this. At the end of the fight, you'll be glad you fought this. Every time they move left, then you move right. Every time they do wrong, then you do right. Anytime they want drama, don't do nice. Show them how you build and make sure that you strike first. Because it's worse if you don't. You get one chance, you will or you won't. You can take the easy path or the harder way. The choice is yours, but make sure you start today. Wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
You gotta shine. The time is right now. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. What are you made of?
I looked out the window, saw the sun shining, made me feel real hope that better days are coming for all my kinfolk. In the past, all the days where you been broke, been hurt, been scarred, been hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but get smart. When you focus on the good, it plays a big part to making sure that you headed to take a big start. Straight to the top, you got it or you don't. You can't fake what you not. You having a bad day, don't wait for it to stop. Take it into your own hands and change what you got. So I remain thankful. Felt the sunshine like I'm touched by an angel. And I feel it from all angles. Passion is in my blood from my head to my ankles. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not.
know where to find us.
Monkey still going for the squad, another nade around the side, puts another Game Lord down, and now for the challenge with the Death Machine now left with just the one. They spotted going into the doors, and TJB yet to move on through, but only takes shots towards MADBULLS, which will to the corner through the door, finds Bazzi, and Kapahama as well.
Hopefully you guys didn't miss us too much, because we're back now here for our second day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Regionals. At the end of our next 2 days of play, we'll have 3 teams playing in PMGC, qualified for the big event with millions of dollars on the line. And speaking of $1 million, we got 2 men joining me here on the desk who look like $1 million. We got Max, man, and we got Cars there on the end. Cars, you're in agreement.
I am indeed. You know, this jumper, it's actually the comfort jumper of Maxman when I'm usually reading him bedtime stories, because unbeknownst to everybody out there, he is actually quite young. You know, I have to read him his bedtime stories before he's done, and this is the jumper he loves me to wear.
Let me ask a follow-up question on that. What is his favorite bedtime story?
The Hungry Caterpillar, actually. He loves the Hungry Caterpillar.
I didn't know that you could read French, or do you do the English version?
English version, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Max, whenever this doesn't happen, when we're not at events all the time together, how do you sleep?
I just forget I exist, to be honest. I'm trying to forget about the bad day I just had.
Well, I think when it comes to events and he reads to you, sleep super well. Probably like FLUX did yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They topped the tables, destroying everyone out there. Probably because they have themselves a Monster Energy drink here, official energy drink partner here at PMPL. A fantastic job by them. And I am excited to see what Maxman does at the end of this event when it comes to Monster.
Am I doing something?
There's no way he has anything
Now
planned.
you
There's
are.
no way.
I received my cease and desist yesterday, actually.
Oh,
so
did you? Okay.
Can't make any cakes anymore, unfortunately. But
This is where we're going to find out in a few weeks' time. Monster's going to release their own monster cake, and hopefully they give you a little bit of credit, maybe some royalties.
There you go.
I would have took that, actually.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys have any ways you like to enjoy your monster, why don't you maybe check out social media channels? Maybe you can post with the hashtag PMPL EU Champs. Maybe we can see some of those on the show. Who knows? But make sure to get those in. Make sure to check all those out as well. But gentlemen, obviously going into yesterday, we really didn't know what to expect out of quite a few different teams. But we were met with some surprises, but also some feeling of joy that teams were able to carry over the performance from the finals of their respective regions. And we'll take a look at our overalls, give you guys an idea of what all did happen if you missed out on yesterday's show. But I know you out there, you were watching. You didn't miss anything. 113 points here for FLUX, absolutely blowing away all the competition.
It's not just one player too, right? It's the entire team has been doing so incredibly well on that first day of play. They won the previous championship, right? Ketch was the MVP. Sure, they struggled a little bit more in their regional tournament in Turkey, but on this stage, they've already proven that they can compete, take the first place, and just copy, paste, and repeat here.
Pretty unprecedented when you look at this. Yes, it's only 2 chicken dinners across the 6 games. Only.
Wow.
But the fact that they were able to almost get towards that kind of 20-point average in terms of those 6 games is nigh on unbelievable. The fact that, you know, even if they didn't get a decent game off the back of, you know, placement or things like that, they were still getting almost double digits in terms of the eliminations each and every game. And as you say, every member of that roster was stepping up around it. Very impressive for FLUX. I really hope we see it going into day 2 as well.
Yeah, well, the question, you hope you see it, but do you expect them to do it yet again?
Not to this extent. I think it would take an amazing effort to do that 2 days in a row. And it's Battleground, man. It's PUBG Battlegrounds. You can sometimes have these fall-offs.
Yeah, you can, and obviously we're going to find out if any of these teams will have fall-offs, but obviously we got to see FLUX do exceptionally well. But to be fair, MADBULLS, they kept up too. I mean, not quite the 113 points, but they're still a team that basically replicated that performance we saw over in the finals of Western Europe.
That was my favorite part of yesterday. You being proven wrong, Jason. You did not know if they were going to be able to replicate that coming into this championship.
I love to be proven wrong. It's hard being right all the time.
Yeah, I know, I understand that. But they were able to replicate that amount of success from the Western European region over here now in the championship. They did already good. You remember as another team, they had it still effect perform well. What was it? Spring of last year, I believe, right? And you already performed well on this exact stage versus Turkish teams and the original Western European teams. It's working out once again because they had a strategy of play that was just so efficient that could work in any scenario imaginable, and it's working out once again. And they're just not scared of the Turkish teams, which is what they needed to be successful in this event.
They're playing strong central play, and I think if they had more utility in some of the scenarios that they found themselves in, they could have converted even more points. But when you're playing central positions, a la the field ending that they had, sometimes it's difficult to be able to get anything from that when you get eliminations on other teams. So you you're kind of playing with nothing. You're playing
hard shift.
Yeah, hard shifts helped him.
Yeah, they helped indeed. But anyways, let's actually dive into these two teams in particular. Let's take a look maybe at their head-to-head stats here, because we obviously know Effect is a massive player when it comes to MADBULLS. We saw him have, what was it, 50 plus eliminations compared to anyone else when it came to Western Europe. When it comes to these two teams in a head-to-head, MADBULLS isn't really able to compete in eliminations.
10,000 damage across 6 games. Hello? That's kind of ridiculous here. Once again, though, I mean, we've mentioned it time and time again how impressive FLUX was in the previous day as a whole. But the fact that MADBULLS is able to put this up in a lobby where we brought light to it yesterday, you know, there aren't that many feeder teams. Every point you're going to be struggling for here in a lobby like this. Still very impressive, and I hope to see them continue that.
Max, the weird thing is, right, if we didn't look at the left-hand side of the screen, 33 eliminations in 6 matches.
That's a really good day.
Is still really good, right?
It is an incredible day. I think on overall in average is that around 12, which is very strong. Like if you got above a 10-point average per day, that is very, very strong. And FLUX today, 56, just blown it out of the water completely. And the most important thing we saw that yesterday, right, Kalaris? Even their bad games to get 8, 9 eliminations. Sure, the placement points are not there because they die early, but they still get points even in their bad games. I think their worst game was what, like an 8-pointer, 9-pointer, which is mental to think about. And if they can replicate it today, that's the big question. Who's going to compete against them? I don't even think MADBULLS really could.
Yeah, and that's, for me, one of the scary things that we've kind of already touched on quite a few times now, is that everyone was performing in FLUX. We don't typically see a team with 4 people who can be the star, who can frag out, who can do all the roles like they're currently doing within the roster, and perform like this. It's something I don't think I can think of any other team like that.
Felt like they came in really prepared as well. Like, it felt like they were not only taking fights well against the lobby, but they were also reading the lobby really well. Be it them taking out BEŞİKTAŞ in the first game, when I feel like they knew that eventually the teams were going to rotate across that path. Be it when they actually took the fight up against GOODGUYS here in this scenario on Erangel as well, where they'd fallen back to Primorsk because GOODGUYS had had a massive send through, which we can talk about a little later on. But then as they come up against this hill, kind of sowing the chaos against GOODGUYS and being able to take that fight and win things out on that artillery location was very impressive. So they're reading the lobby really well.
And it's from the get-go, too, that they perform extremely well. If they have a bad playing path, we saw first game on Erangel, bad playing path, southeastern side, and they have a drop towards Kameshki. If it's more to the western side, they drop Southern George. They've got so many drop locations on not only Erangel, also on Miramar, that they can just adapt from the get-go if the game is not going their way, which adaptability is the name of the game, and FLUX are the king of that aspect right now.
And the sad part for me is, which there shouldn't really be a sad part about these two teams performing so well, is that they kind of overshadowed every other team. For instance, S2G, that crash on Miramar, well, not even a crash, the play on Miramar they did at the very end up against MADBULLS on that cliffside, that was fantastic, and it shows how good of a team like S2G is. And there's still so many other teams making plays like this, but FLUX just took the entire viewpoint from everyone to focus on them.
Absolutely. S2G is a great example of a team that technically we should be focusing on, as you say, but FLUX just is completely overshadowing them. It wasn't even just that Miramar game. They also took another fight against MADBULLS on Erangel, and I think up in we're able to win that too. So the fact that they're able to take out a MADBULLS that we've been watching for weeks look amazing in team fights, and S2G is not schooling them, but able to take these fights confidently against them is extremely impressive, and unfortunately they're just overshadowed.
And two other teams that are overshadowed at the moment, as we've compared a Western European team up against a Turkish team, is PIONER and GOODGUYS. These two teams have been doing exceptionally well as well. They're currently in 3rd and 4th place respectively. They're fighting for that top 3. They're fighting for that chance to make it into PMGC. And again, they're playing well, but they're just being overshadowed at the moment. And if I'm not mistaken, PIONER have actually been able to step up quite a bit compared to the finals we got to see just a few weeks ago. Yeah,
actually, despite having a singular chicken dinner, which is still really good on a singular day of play, right? Second highest average survival time. They're just always into that late game. Sure, the amount of eliminations.
Highlight that. Second highest average survival time.
So yeah, MADBULLS got 2 also chicken dinners, right? But they're still able to outdo that. Is absolutely insane that PIONER can make it happen. And that was their speciality in Western Europe, right? I think you mentioned it earlier, Kalaris. They keep making it to the late game. The fact they can replicate that in this lobby, just a high level up compared to what we had in Western Europe, is very impressive. And I think it might be already between these two teams to maybe secure that 3rd place into PMGC, because MADBULLS and FLUX looking really good. 3rd place yet to be decided.
Aside from the finals in Western Europe, PIONER was looking great when it came to survivability. Like keeping all 4 alive towards the late game, but rounding out games got a little bit tricky, I think it's fair to say. For them in some instances, they were able to round out games, but just not as many as you would expect for a team that was able to get to those late game scenarios. Whereas GOODGUYS on the other side, actually, watching back some of their games from yesterday, they were able to thread the needle very precisely. Even the situation where they got taken out by FLUX over at the artillery position, before that circle goes down, they're on the absolute other side of the map, sending it through, being able to weave in between these teams, going through Longwoods and then dipping down, kind of almost colliding with MUERTE. But I think that they also understand the lay of the land pretty well, the GOODGUYS, and I'm impressed, because I didn't expect them to be in kind of a top 4 jostling position at the moment.
So the general consensus I'm getting out of you two is that basically every team came into this lobby prepared.
It seems that way, to a degree. Yeah, I think that they see this, as you say, as a prime opportunity to get to PMGC, where some of these teams previously would have not really had that chance, considering the points gained across all of the seasons, etc., and things like that. So this lobby right now, aside from maybe first place if FLUX keeps doing what they're doing, is wide open, and there's a great opportunity for these teams to get to PMGC.
And we even saw in the scrims, right, at the start of the scrims initially, when things were starting to kick off for the teams to try and get ready to get prepared for this tournament, there were a few hot drops happening, the rotations were a little bit all over the place, but as the days went on, they were just avoiding hot drops in particular, because they know it's a 4-day event. You have very small room for mistakes, right? You want to be good from the get-go, which is why you're seeing teams like MADBULLS, FLUX being so good out of the gates, because they know that one bad day can unfortunately spell your doom and you won't make it to PMGC then.
Yeah, and I know we have like the first match coming up shortly, but it kind of opens my mind to something interesting that we could discuss really fast, is that you have teams like S2G, BEŞİKTAŞ, already in PMGC. The question for them is, do they want to potentially focus on some teams to not have to play against potentially MADBULLS in PMGC, because the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know? Would they rather play against a team like FLUX in PMGC, or they rather play against a team like MADBULLS in PMGC? Will either of those teams focus on any team in particular to prevent them from trying to get into PMGC?
It's difficult to tell from the first day, right? Because when you look at S2G and BEŞİKTAŞ, they were complete polar opposites on the first day. Like, S2G was taking these big fights against these big names and winning them out and looking fantastic. BEŞİKTAŞ was almost not present yesterday, unfortunately, when I really like these guys from all the way back on World of Wonders, coming into BEŞİKTAŞ now and looking like a great team on home soil. But yesterday looked slow on rotations. They were constantly bleeding out on rotations towards a circle. I joked with Max earlier, I wonder how much time they've even spent in these circles, because it really feels like if you took the stats, it would be very low indeed, probably the lowest in the lobby at the moment.
Yeah, and I think it's very important, like the mentality for these top teams, FLUX, MADBULLS, incredible rise in this second season, right? Trying to potentially qualify directly through their regional PMPL to PMGC. Can't quite make it. They're a little bit rageful, a little bit annoyed, pissed off even, and they want to try and make it in there, right? Angry. They're extremely angry, I would say, but they want to try and make it in. This is their last chance, 3 days of play. It's do or die for these teams. So, as I said earlier, no room for mistakes. They need to be good from the very word go.
Well, with MADBULLS in particular, considering they almost qualified for PMGC through points from playing in one season, that shows you how badly they want it. And for them, it's about replicating the performance they put on all season long in Western Europe. And that's something we're actually going to take a look at here. Our top 4 teams, how do they perform when it came to average points per game in their respective finals versus now? And obviously, one of those is going to massively stand out.
That's a lot of points for MADBULLS. Not MADBULLS, sorry, FLUX.
That's a lot of points for MADBULLS, to be fair, too. 12 points per game is ridiculous.
Which is really good. Like, if you get anything above a 10, that is a solid average to have. Absolutely. The fact you almost have twice as many average points for FLUX, almost reaching out for the 20 points per game, is absolutely mental. But that's the adaptability of this team that we already mentioned. You give them a bad circle, bad playing path, they'll make it work in some way, shape, or form. They're not supposed to enter the circle, and there's a fight they should be losing, like Unicorns of Love fighting in Miramar. They win it out in some way, shape, or form. This team can make anything work, and even a bad game in the eyes of other teams is a good game, and that's why this team is so scary right now.
A terrifying momentum shift, I suppose, from days to days, if you think about Turkey coming into the finals here for FLUX. But it shows as well that MADBULLS, ever consistent. I don't think they'll trip up. I think they'll stay as consistent as this, and I think they'll continue to do it to the best of their ability. GOODGUYS, I'm happy to see how they're performing here so far. I would like to see that continue. And for PIONER, they had a bad finals over in Western Europe. It's good to see them kind of back on the horse.
That's the impressive thing for me, is actually, out of all of that, obviously FLUX, a massive points per game we saw yesterday, but for PIONER, who had such a strong season, then to fail in the finals a bit, then to come into this an even tougher lobby and basically double their points they had in the finals really is a testament, I think, for how strong of a team and how they can keep their mentality straight.
Yeah, good mental fortitude, right? I mean, if you think about the finals, I think all three of us would probably say, Pioneer, do you think that they're going to be able to get a top 3 when it comes to the championship? Probably not. You know, you'd think if your HVVPs, which is another story in itself, they could have maybe got going when it came to, you know, the previous day. But I feel like that was even a feeler day for them. And then that brings up the question, is a feeler day in a 4-day tournament good enough? Like, you know, they could have a bit of a hard time, but Pioneer wouldn't have been one of the ones I would have picked.
When you're looking at some of the individual prowess of the team too, like Izumitsu, I think is capable of playing on this type of playing field. Like he has been doing so well in Western Europe in particular, and he's been doing well here too for the team, and their rotations are great. We saw them on the stats right above, just barely above a 10-point average, which is really strong. It's going to be a close one. I think that MADBULLS, FLUX, 2 clear favorites to make into PMGC, but GOODGUYS or Pioneer, those 2 teams are currently in a race to secure potentially that last spot.
There's still a lot of other teams out there. HVVP, for instance, typically have that slow first day when it comes to events. They had a slow first week when it came to Western Europe. Can they bounce back here today? And we'll actually get into what's going to be coming up today for you guys at home. If you didn't tune in yesterday, it's going to be the exact same battlegrounds every single day. There's 6 matches. We're kicking things off on Erangel, then going over to Miramar. Back to Erangel. So we'll have 3 Erangels a day, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok. So teams, hope you're prepared for this. Hopefully Erangel is one of your strongest maps, because it's going to have to be, considering it's, well, 50% of the map pool.
Yeah, I want to see some Unicorns of Love on other maps done, Sanhok in particular, right? It is a strong battleground. They perform there quite well. We need to see some Erangel wins from them. We need to see some Miramar wins from them. I mean, they are a team that I thought did relatively good on Miramar, but they really didn't show up too much on that map yesterday.
Sure, so you're going to pick them on an Erangel or a Miramar, is that what you're saying?
Eventually. At one point. I would like to, if they're in a good spot, and because I would like to see them win, and I would like to see them potentially make it further up. And they got Crypto.
Best player in the game.
Well, I can't really knock you on your predictions because I already got roasted by the PUBG Mobile European account.
Oh, did you?
And I didn't get 0 predictions correct, which is true. You know what? I did say, though,
that's so mean.
You know what? You were always the loser. I'm just trying to be nice. Let you get a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I sent you that message, actually.
I know.
It was me all along.
The only time you can roast me is when you're not doing it to my face and you're on some other accounts. I think it's someone else.
I got 20 alt accounts.
Isn't that the point of the internet, to flame people anonymously?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? Who's not going to flame us? And we're not going to flame them. And we're not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. It's time to head into our first match of the day here. So let's send it on over to John Allen and Blink to kick off the day.
So then I said, James, that's the sort of jumper I would. Oh, hi, guys. We're going into game number 1, the first game of the day to kick off day number 2 here. It's exciting stuff, Blank.
It is, yeah. I mean, Daddy Longlegs and the French man on the desk, as well as Mr. Rogers over there, were breaking it all down for us over on the desk, which was fantastic stuff, to say the least. And I think that we got a lot of good information over from there, and we delved into some big things. And I think, you know, one of the interesting stuff there was the fact that BEŞİKTAŞ, do they target some of these teams? At this point in time, I would agree with Kalaris. I don't think they're any place to target anyone. I don't think they've got the crosshairs lined up correctly. I don't think they look good enough to make that happen in this lobby thus far, so a little bit scary for them. But again, as the boys were saying, they've already qualified for PMGC through their league points in Turkey, but this is a bad showing for them, considering they came 2nd place in the final, I think it was it 1st place in the league? It was indeed, with quite the fair lead on them as well, almost 40 points over S2G. So a little bit interesting at the moment for FLUX. Once again, we get the boys, not all the boys unfortunately, because we're only showing 3 of them in the most eliminations category for FLUX. Can they keep this up today though, John? That's what I'm worried about.
That's the big question, right? And to be fair, if you did extend that highest elimination to just 1 place further, you would see Solus from FLUX in 12 eliminations. It was 16 for Solk, 14 for Lutz, 14 for Ketch, 12 for Solus. So it is a top 4 on eliminations, which I think after a game, after 1 day's play, is unparalleled for performance. But as you say, there is still time to catch up. There are still things to change and to be decided. And with a circle like this, it could get a little bit crazy. Southeast shift.
Yeah, this is very far away from FLUX's original starting position. Also, similarly, HVVP. New Worlds, though, have themselves severity at the moment, so will be able to swing across over the top side of the map, maybe make their way down. Unicorns of Love heading over towards Lipovka. I remember back in the day, I think it was last year, in fact, the Unicorns of Love used to drop here all the time, John, over in Lipovka, though this is a very different team indeed. And this is one of the free spots on the map, but it does give them a massive amount of room to play in now and actually able to get into a strong spot. You know, top side of Prison, heading over towards the rocky outcrops in that area is a great landing point, and with this circle, you know, it would be a fantastic place to maybe even get some scouting done early on in the game, as well as maybe a finishing point if we head up towards that north side. So Sosnovka is still in though, so still a potential drop spot, and also where the circle could land at the end of the day. Good Guys currently getting harried and hunted down by MUERTE.
Good Guys, bad start. One down and they are on the trail. There's no way that you get away with this. You just get shot out the parachute, surely. How does he manage to find cover there? You'd think they would have just kept going, but they go for the rundown. Pistol in hand for Zedwolf. Shotgun found on the upper floor. 4 players, though, running in on the underneath. A VSS to lead the charge, a pistol and a crossbow. With a shotgun, this is doable, but there's a micro Uzi up the stairs, and Striker actually nails it with the pistol himself. 2 eliminations for MUERTE, and Good Guys. That was not the greatest of starts.
Not the greatest of starts, no, not at all. They did actually do fairly well, though, yesterday, John. Not bad at all, currently. I think they're sat down in 3rd place at the moment with 70 points. So surprisingly doing very, very well for themselves. I don't think we've touched on them too much, but they were one of the teams that was making their way into the final zones a fair few times there. And I think that is what we had to consider, is that they weren't exactly the most flashy or finishing anything out with any kind of explosions, but they were certainly getting themselves a bunch of points in terms of placements and a few eliminations as they go. 28 eliminations so far, but it's those 42 placement points which are currently carrying them along.
Oh, we spotted round. Good Guys really having a bad time now. Again, against TJB. This is the 2nd team that they've come up against. You know, 2-2 split. I mean, one of them wasn't even on the floor before getting hunted down. Not good news at all. Lin in the compound. Oh, Volky gets the drop, but a nice hop back there from Lin keeps him nice and safe.
Could have taken a lot more damage. TJB continued to just circle this one. They have no idea the amount of players that are currently holding this, so it could be 4, to be honest. Yao just swings past, so does another one, but that gives the information through the smoke to just make that spray confidently.
GK first, lands the shot. Only Volky remaining for Good Guys. And in comes the push. 1 found for TJB. A little angle found there for Volky. Gets 1, waits for the close push. Shower around the side, has the shotgun, pushes through, and gunned down again with the AKM, and a 3rd as well for Volky, but not quite able to find the 4th. GK first keeps them alive. TJB, you can't be letting it slip like that against 1.
Yeah, kind of terrifying there, actually. The fact that 3 of them go down to 1 solo and TJB has to rely on GK first to make the flank, the sneaky player, the assassin in the back there to finish out the fight is worrisome, right? That is not something that you expected to happen. Good Guys, though, dropping very far, and MUERTE just spotted 2 of them. AKM as well. AKM coming in handy a lot of times at the beginning of the game for Matic yesterday, now for Flyke, as well as Volky there inside the mansion itself. Great weapon to be using at the beginning of the game. It really doesn't need a lot to get going right. You know, extended mag, a sight is ideal, but not really necessary for it to start working wonders. It's one of those weapons that is fantastic in the early game, kind of drops off a little bit later on when you have the attachments available for the M4, maybe even wanting to pick up a Scar these days. But yeah, it's a great weapon in the early game, and I implore all of you at home to pick one up if you find yourself out in the open like this team from GG did.
I mean, if you're going to get those eliminations as well towards that early mid game, you can just pick the M4 up off whoever you eliminate, right? So it's nice.
Hand delivered.
It's nice as well. Exactly. They can gear it all up. They can put all those attachments on for you. Leave it lying on a bed of flowers as a little tribute to their conqueror.
That's right. I mean, the M4 has a bit of a power spike towards that mid-game once you've got everything on it, but AKM, very, very useful indeed. TJB, though, that's kind of a classic position for them to drop down here towards shelter. I think that it was almost definitely going to happen. This is where most teams, specifically TJB, would find a lot of their success over in Western Europe, is when this circle started moving off towards this eastern side, in which case TJB make a quick exit from most of their original drop spots and just head instantly towards shelter in the center. Gives them a great base of operations. They can move around here. Obviously, Mansion's another fantastic position to move back towards, and they can start to control a lot of these entrances towards the underpass and shelter. Get some angles. Most teams might be unaware that TJB is holding so split at the moment. BEŞİKTAŞ, though, in Yasnaya, might have a better game here, John.
The old Turkish tower coming on through there, Blank. Added to the game, kept in. We thought it was just for the Turkish tournaments, but seems to be making an appearance here, and why not? It's a really solid area for scouting as well.
100%. Galata Tower, famous monument over in Turkey. I got that information from Max, man. I told him yesterday that I would bring it up on the broadcast, and I have delivered, you know.
Right.
I think it was meant to be a little bit something for the Turkey PMPL, but we've moved it through to most of the tournaments now, including Erangel itself. You know, it's a great position for you to scout from. It gives you a fairly decent base of operations as well. I think that's one of the biggest things, especially on this coastal side, which is mostly barren apart from one of the sheds that is down towards Sharkfin. HVVP lose a player as BEŞİKTAŞ send back up towards that north side and hold them out on the Yasnaya crossing. HVVP down to 3, but when is that not an occurrence?
Wildcats spinning out Skillses, but there is a little bit of cover there. Reverses it behind. Very nice control there from Skillses. The rest of the MADBULLS as well, moving past this blockade. And the DENİZBANK Wildcats can't seem to stymie it. In the meantime as well, Pioneer are moving on this south side. So the Wildcats actually getting penned in just a little bit. They will have to move east in due course, and it seems like they are going to start to do that now. MADBULLS have some sanctuary, but not in the next circle.
I mean, Pioneer already set up towards those yellows on the coastal side, so they should be nice and good to go. For MADBULLS, though, I mean, that was pretty fun to watch from Skillses. I mean, the vehicle gets sent out of control, or at least we thought it did, but that was all part of the plan, all part of the bigger picture for MADBULLS. He reverses it into the compound. But you are right, they are outside the circle currently. This next zone will show us where we need to go from there. And I mean, Pioneer still holding on that bridge side on the western side does cause some problems for these teams, because if you're Wildcats, you're more than likely wanting to move through down towards Sosnovka and even just take position up towards that south side towards Novolepnoye. Gives you some great safety. And honestly, at this point in the game, John, I wouldn't want to rotate over towards Potato Hill down towards Milte. It's going to get very hectic very quickly.
It's a long path, and it funnels you into all of the teams who you know are already going to be there. MADBULLS are going to have to make that choice, though. Both the Wildcats and Pioneer trying to move across this bridge. Black-White knocked in the water underneath, and the rest of Pioneer are moving in to try and secure a res here. Boran, though, has other ideas. Spots it out in the water, gets a spray. That's going to be it. Yep, Black-White falls. Boran picks up the point. And the DENİZBANK Wildcats slow Pioneer's retreat over the bridge. A nice start for them, and they're playing into that Novo position that you were talking about.
I mean, it's very interesting for me, though, this play from Wildcats, because Pioneer were actually in a position to get ahead of the Wildcats in this situation, but they were very quick with it, very slick, able to get in front and take those shots, and now Pioneer's left in a bad spot, honestly. FLUX over towards that northwest side, starting to move in through farm. Yesterday, they threw a grand total of, I believe it was 139 smokes total, which is quite unbelievable. And I think that kind of speaks to the way that they're moving into these circles. It's not a case they're getting a lot of luck these times. They are just brunt forcing their way in, and that requires smokes a lot of times to provide that cover that you need to get past a lot of these defenses that these teams are setting up within the circle. So it's quite a positive result there for FLUX, and it's something that I was worried about yesterday was, is that just circle luck? Are they able to just get it easily? But a lot of the times I was watching it back on the VODs as well, on the map feed, FLUX is just getting in somehow, pushing their way through and wading through a lot of these teams to get towards where they want to be.
Of course, they are the team with the highest average survival time, so they do have more time to use those nades, and with the eliminations that they're getting, they can pick more up off their enemies, right? So they do have some reason to have more smokes than anyone else by quite a margin compared to their survival time, but still, it is a very impressive statistic that they have there. I mean, I think they have the highest frag grenade eliminations as well, which means for probably similar reasons they're able to use those very effectively, and they use far more than anyone else as well in the lobby. So the utility right now for FLUX potentially pivotal.
Yeah, very, very well done. And if you look at a team like MADBULLS, who has like a minute average survival time less than the guys from FLUX, I think they're on like 82 smokes thrown in the meantime. BEŞİKTAŞ get themselves into a little bit of worry here, but are able to pick up some more eliminations.
Okay. New Worlds, who are currently beating them on the standings at the start of the game, lose one and take a second knock as well. Peace holding out by the buggy. Zessi moving across open ground. BEŞİKTAŞ looking to prove something here, but Rookie slows that down, and Sun HP's taken out in the meantime. Up the top, Enjoy has already been knocked, and Unicorns of Love can have a little side swipe onto this one. BEŞİKTAŞ, they were trying to hold out the team on the north. It just hasn't gone well for them.
I mean, he took the time to play towards Yasnaya crossing on that bridge side. Took down one player from HVVP, but from there onwards, they've been a bit slow to this rotate. Next circle, horrific, as you were just exclaiming, John. A lot of water in this one, almost a crescent moon of water here, and I think that for a lot of these teams, they're a bit worried, and it is actually getting quite dark on this side of the map, because at this point in time, there's not a lot of space to play in.
Really, really isn't. It's probably about, I would say 30 to 40% of the circle is land right now, and in Phase 4, that is not a lot of space, especially on this coast side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
probably looking about 15% playable terrain.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't be even as generous as 40%. I think that's 30% playable area that you're looking at. So very, very difficult indeed. And most of this is just the coastal side of MUERTE Power. Most players don't want to be heading down here. So very few areas that you can hold. And you can see MADBULLS looking to remove QODEX. But this isn't inside the circle. This is just a team that they have to pass, decide that it's not worth it with this circle. If they can send the grenades in, leave them feeling a little bit scared for their position, perhaps MADBULLS can get forward, get crossed.
That was very, very bold from Vito there, but doesn't get punished for it, fortunately. For QODEX, playing on the mouth of the bridge, but will have to leave, as the MADBULLS were well aware. Still, no eliminations there. Fairly quiet. BEŞİKTAŞ actually leading the elimination count on 3 that are able to pick up so far in the game. The first one, obviously, onto Tixi. BEŞİKTAŞ roll on up onto Rollkiss. 1, 2, full, and Gonzo's there on the off angle. They do manage to find the flush, but Peace looking to take shots back on over towards Gonzo. The rest of the Unicorns of Love as well going to be looking this way. You could see Crypto now repositioning. This is on the north side of the circle, moving up to this fight, to this engagement. Crypto moving into a high ground position right next to those smokes. And looking to put those nades,
see him,
get the range down. Absolutely. They just weren't covering that angle. They saw him there. He was completely blind to it for some reason. And BEŞİKTAŞ go down. 15th position.
Yeah, it's a good roll up there from Unicorns of Love. I think that the reason you see Rollkiss move over towards that is because they just flushed out a lot of the members from New World. There's only one player left for that team, and they were assuming that was all that there was left. So when BEŞİKTAŞ started coming down, it somewhat caught Rollkiss off guard. Luckily, he's able to put up the fisticuffs almost immediately, get 2 knocks, and then Crypto finishes the job. Does leave Unicorns of Love at 3 players. Not to worry, though, they control most of this northern edge now.
A nice split, but they are on 3, so a little bit harder potentially to make that one come back under control. MADBULLS, who split north, have gone better than both Pioneer and the DENİZBANK Wildcats, who tried to go south right now. MADBULLS still alive with 4. You can see them on the northwestern side, just to the east of MUERTE. Next circle does shrink landward, but it still keeps a little bit in there. Fortunately for a lot of these teams, they were already holding positions there. It's teams on the north, Unicorns of Love, TJB, and teams out on the west, VIRTUS.PRO and MADBULLS, who are going to struggle to find a footing.
Yeah, really unlikely it was going to go anywhere else other than here. S2G very, very pleased with the result that they found here. And it was a much-needed result, getting this central position with them slipping down the rankings yesterday. I think they finished at 55, which wasn't ideal considering the performance they were putting up yesterday. HVVP looking to get themselves up some free points, some free eliminations. They take down the Wildcats on this side. QODEX also looking this way. Could even seal out some of these points. But either way, no matter where the Wildcats go, there are shots coming towards them.
DENİZBANK Wildcats suffering to the zone. Defo X into the water. Stays safe from the spray. VIRTUS.PRO and MADBULLS are coming into conflict, but the MADBULLS are sending it very, very central. PNL hops out the boat very fast. As soon as that fire comes there, you do not want to be caught out in the open. A nice heads-up drop there. MADBULLS crashing on. FLUX, the challenger. Soulcake falls at the moment. The MADBULLS are going to be able to claim that position. Zerich. Rezable in this position as well. Soulless wants to put the bullets back on down, but Virtus.PRO are going to push in the meantime. The MADBULLS given that opening to get these reses. Stay up as 3. Virtus.PRO skating underneath on that coastal side. Zerich healing now. Lutz not in a position to slow this down, and the MADBULLS can move a little bit closer to the circle. Virtus.PRO, though, a threat. An Effect will move out to handle it. Lutz in the face of it. As FLUX play split and get punished.
Try and drop a smoke here. Nade goes through, but quickly repositions as Effect. Zerich going down. Now just Monkey alive. This guy is a god with the grenades, though. Let's see if he can find one with it. Does a load of damage over towards Tulika. Corkus moving up as well, but this is almost a 1v4 now.
Oh, a little bit too big for your boots there, unfortunately. Stomped back by the Virtus.PRO squad as they continue to roll along this coastal side. 4 players alive for Virtus.PRO, 2 players from the actually 3 players from the MADBULLS down as fast. FLUX as well. Going to be losing only the 1, but they are still quite split. And there's a player out on the coast. That'll be Ketch for FLUX. Kind of out of the way in this scenario. Solus ducks behind the headland. Virtus.PRO control the western side.
With Effect being so close to VP, I mean, he had the guys from... Oh, FLUX in his sights. That's a great nade. Over towards Scrim. Opens it up well. Another smoke laid down. Trying to keep his position unknown. Corker managed to get up in the buggy. Drops out. Another one goes over the top. Looking for the flush there, but Scrim, a little bit too wise of it, moves back down to go for the res.
Scrim, a substitution coming in for Mur in this roster. Seemingly Virtus.PRO have got a little bit of power behind them right now. As they push through both MADBULLS and FLUX, the 2 tournament leaders. That takes some confidence and some power, but Ketch on the underneath spots a player from Virtus.PRO. Tulika snuck away there. As the DENİZBANK WILDCATS eliminated on the swim.
Effect is in such a horrible spot at the moment, and I think Lutz is trying to finish the job, but these smokes are going to fade, and Effect has to make quite the mad dash up towards the little hillside, towards the top. Solus looking now to put some nades in. Has 2 in the back pocket, has to make them count. 1 goes wide, doesn't do any damage, unfortunately.
But it does push Virtus.PRO back. It forces them a little bit closer together and wants to land this second nade as well. Solus takes some damage there, but continues putting pressure down. Smokes are out as well. HVVP, not a non-issue in this fight with the circle closing as well. It's going to force them out into the open.
Yeah, Effect's just looking for survival time here. If he can get closer towards the top of the rankings as teams start to fall, and they will fall shortly, John, with this kind of circle. Especially these guys on the western side. Looking at the map, though, you know, there's a lot of 4-man teams here who've managed to edge their way in towards Mill to Power early and then just remain out of sight for a long, long while.
Far from out of mind, though, for these teams on the edge. They're going to be thinking about how can they push on through. FLUX Ketch finally handled by Virtus.PRO. Actually, seems like HVVP spotted that one. Amatic and Meku still going. Strong duo for the squad, but the last 2 alive for them. 5 eliminations for HVVP. And that's good news. 4 players all going for Virtus.PRO as they start to scout out with Tulika.
You imagine HVVP was able to pick up so many of those eliminations off the back of QODEX, as well as the Wildcats swimming out in the water. And they were, as a tactical play with 2 players, they realized their best hope is to just try and pick up some of the stragglers coming from Sosnovka. Lin goes down. Unicorns of Love, a little bit of a tumble over on this side versus TJB, but the tables have turned now.
Once again, reliant on GK first in the fight, but it's not going to be enough to hold off the duo from Unicorns of Love. Gonzo and Crypto flank around, don't take too much damage, gives them a little bit more mobility and speed into this next engagement. Speaking of, though, Virtus.PRO still holding out as MADBULLS, their lone player Effect, struggling to move in. FLUX as well behind them. The 2 tournament leaders getting guarded out by Virtus.PRO.
He's been stuck in this position for so long, and there's really nowhere for him to go either. Opts to send his attention towards the guys from FLUX. Still a 1v2, very difficult to win, especially with a team that is so on fire. First initial shots come out. That's 1 knock there, John.
Effect on the challenge now with the spray against Lutz. Needs to get it, and he does. A 1v2 for Effect. Stand tall, my friend, taking out all 4 of the top frags of the tournament. Effect wants to add to his totals. Now another challenge, and this one is proving to be just a bit too much. VIRTUS.PRO finish what they started, and both of the tournament leaders out to their barrels.
Really fantastic play there from VIRTUS.PRO, actually. They immediately hear the fighting and want to conclude that engagement on that edge, understanding that, you know, FLUX were a little bit low on members, so whatever's happening over there, maybe they can capitalize on the top of it. Instead, they finish off Effect, and now that clears out the entirety of the western side for them. So VP now looking in a very strong position, John.
SURREAL was the prediction coming through from Kylaris, and that hard shift might have just ruined his prediction. S2G was the prediction from the other two analysts, and they have a little bit of a track ahead of them as well, with a number of 4-player squads still going, currently at 4. It's not be out of the question, but MUERTE currently hold the corner compound.
So MUERTE really wasn't all that hot yesterday. English able to once again keep things going. Razy, though, instantly spots that one. Some great shots so far coming through, but can't quite weather the storm here, with MUERTE also taking shots, and OZAROX with oversight towards their compound. Split a little bit with Razy all on his lonesome now. If he goes down, impossible to get him back up again. So S2G running a little bit on fumes now, John.
They're really struggling to move through, but Razy's not done just yet. Storm weathered by the DP there from range. Wants to put more lead out, but Razy can't quite find the angle. S2G have to make their move, and in fact, the move they're going to make is right up into the maw of OZAROX Esports on that south side, trying to sweep on through. Remember, you've got New World's Lone Ranger actually at the back, proving to be a real difficult problem to solve, and it will be impossible for S2G as they go down to a 1-2 pinch. Unfortunate there with the thorn in their back. They just split their attention too much and will fall to it.
VP making the decision to keep themselves safe on that coastal side and slowly but surely bleed out the teams around them has worked out fantastically for them. Noxbomb moves up, doesn't quite get the rundown, and a nade comes over the top as well. VP looking great in this scenario.
All 4 of their players are alive, looking pretty healthy as well. Only Discrim low. I mean, I say low with a tick of HP to get healed on up. That nade over the top backs Old Boy off just that little bit. There is a tree to play around. There are buggies there as well. OZAROX will have to move on in, as currently VIRTUS.PRO, the only team really holding strong in this circle. All 4 of their members are in it to win it.
HVVP, though, got a long way in this game. 5 eliminations just off the back of their coastal defense, but still going very well for them. They can continue to ladder up here. I mean, already a 5th place finish is decent from the beginning of the game that they actually had, and he has himself a loot crate to play around, which means also level 3s available to him. So he's fairly strong, fairly resilient, but he still is just the solo.
Pioneer have had a tough time of it as well. They went down to Sosnovka Military Island, had to come back in, and now to make it into top 5. Solid effort, but no eliminations means that their potential gain on the MADBULLS in 2nd place might be stripped a little bit short as they get eliminated there. VIRTUS.PRO still holding out against OZAROX. The smokes have bloomed. This is the only chance that OZAROX are really going to get. They need to try and seize it both hands.
Yeah, just looking for any kind of elimination here. They're just spraying through the smoke, hoping that some damage comes their way. MUERTE also struggling, but English finds himself an angle.
Nice spray down there. Storm not flushed, but on the back of the buggy, that's not going to prove to be too safe, as English still has that same angle. They are just not dealing with it. OZAROX having to push through VIRTUS.PRO, proving to be too much, but Nox from the grass does stand up. Corker puts him back in his place. Sprayed down, though, and it's MUERTE to play spoiler to the VIRTUS.PRO defense. 2 players now, and MUERTE might be able to roll on in. In the meantime, Meku just head down, surviving next to the crate. Smoke blooms from Tulika, wants to keep themselves safe. OZAROX yet to make that push now. 1 player left standing for the squad. Last player, but that res came through, and now they start to regroup.
8 eliminations so far, but you're right, Meku has the circle and opts to not do the thing that most players would head for there, is dropping a smoke on top of the loot crate, so he doesn't reveal his position whatsoever. Still lying down, should be spotted shortly by perhaps one of the MUERTE players if they get that angle on towards his side, but still a very good result for him. OZAROX stands up, finds Flikey though.
English really caught out in the open, but there's a trade-off coming through. VIRTUS.PRO stopping OZAROX in their tracks, and they leave OZAROX down and out as well. It's HVVP into 2nd place off the back of Meku's position, off the play. Burns himself, denies the point. Meku will be going up in flames, and that's the end of the game. VIRTUS.PRO take the chicken dinner. HVVP survive, and it's a 1-2-3 at the top of the tables for Western Europe.
A tactical play there. He goes up in smoke, but gave a lot of these other teams something to think about. I mean, Sanhok, yeah, that's a game where you would heal out and play the snake play. Not exactly something you'd see at Erangel, but HVVP make it happen. I think that's off the back of a game that maybe looks a little bit difficult for yourself. One of those games where you're struggling almost to try and find some of these points, find some of these eliminations, but, you know, you make do with the tools that you have, and Meku gets very, very far into the game there, which is great news for his team, considering they were middle of the pack. And we were talking at the beginning of the day, John, that, you know, HVVP, all things considered, although it wasn't a massive pop-off day yesterday, they're still putting up those points. And this game with the 5 eliminations and the 12 points off the back of second place, 17 points is definitely nothing to scoff at.
Those gaps can be closed. I mean, it is early doors, only FLUX really, with a seemingly unassailable gap. But HVVP giving it a good go. Taking the chicken dinner, though, it's VIRTUS.PRO.
Well, you know what? It is great to see VIRTUS.PRO step up here and have a great match, because we didn't really get to talk about them much yesterday because, well, they didn't really have much to be talked about, unfortunately, for them. So a fantastic start as well. Discrim coming in for the team, obviously filled in the shoes here. A fantastic job by him to kind of step up in the moment. And Max, you already mentioned before while we were watching, I mean, he dates back to Alliance, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. Alliance in the CIS region, and he has been a player that's been doing really good in that region. There was some like huge teams like, you know, your ex-Navis now, such as HVVP, etc. So he's been able to perform. I think he's been a really good pickup for this event, and I'm hyped to see what he can do. I mean, clearly it worked out here, right? Get himself that 25-point performance. But yeah, VP and HVVP were two teams that yesterday were a little bit lackluster. Didn't talk about them too much, mainly because FLUX did so well. But it's good to see a comeback, because these are also two other teams that are fighting for spot in PMGC. So they need a redemption here.
And every point will count. So that's why I like HVVP towards the end, mollying himself and denying a potential point going your opponent's way, because it will be tight towards the top, I think, as we kind of get towards those 3 that are eventually going to qualify. And I think both of these teams know that in this kind of scenario, they will be in the running in 4 days' time. So yeah, very, very important, even if it's minor.
You know what's interesting to me about HVVP? I talked to Kitsune after they got second place in the Western European Finals, and I asked him about, obviously you guys were with Navi, what's going to happen for the future of you guys? Are you going to be picking up or being picked up by an organization or whatnot? And he said, we're not going to do any of that. We're going to focus on that only after we qualify for PMGC. Right, Their eyes are on the prize right now. They want to qualify. They want to make a name for themselves yet again and potentially find themselves under another banner. And to be fair, there are quite a few organizations already hitting them up. I'm not going to name anyone in particular, but they don't care about that right now. They care about winning.
I mean, you can name one, right? When they put the tweet out looking for, hey, we're looking for an org, there's like Stalwart, like, interesting. I like what's happening over here. Maybe an entry point
for Stalwart as well, Max.
Yes, exactly. Oh, okay. Never know what's going to be happening there. It is definitely an interesting team to pick up if you want to get involved in Europe, right? Of course, focus on PMGC. I like that. It's respectable. And so far, if they get results like this would be enough to get closer to top 3. But I want to see them actually get a win. If they get a win, that would be a good step up.
We have talked about them being slow starters to events. We've seen it for years now, it feels like.
True, yeah.
But when a 4-day event closes, you can't have a slow start. And I guess VIRTUS.PRO had a little bit of a slow start, but they're starting to look much better. A fantastic game by them. And we're going to take a look actually at their player stats here so we can break this down for you guys. Though I will say this. I want to say they got a little bit lucky that Effect just destroyed FLUX and saved VIRTUS.PRO a bit.
I mean, there were multiple moments where I feel like a little bit of luck was on their side to a degree. I mean, this circle shifting as hard south as it did really helps, but they did play it out, the situation on the west side of these cliffs very well. When you take a cliff position like this, usually I see it and I think to myself, okay, it's kind of like a salvage position situation. You haven't got some of the priority compounds, so you're taking these spots to try and mess around. A lot of teams can co-inhabit the rocks around these cliff edges. So it gets a bit messy, a bit dicey, it's fair to say, but VIRTUS.PRO handled it well. And as you say, the kind of joker in the room with being Effect suddenly causes other teams problems around them, which did help them to a degree.
I was a little bit scared too by VIRTUS.PRO at one point towards the late game. They really went for a wide split. I think it was 2-2. They kept 2 players on the backside, 2 players pushing towards S2G and OZAROX. That almost did cause their demise because they started losing players relatively quickly, but luckily enough, they finish off the fight, get back as a full team, then can start pushing for the win. But at least they tried to make control, and I think a team that is willing to take control like that in the late game is a team that can close off games like they did there and can potentially do it more in the future.
On that note about taking control, one thing I was kind of confused by was that originally MADBULLS were playing towards like the northwestern position of VIRTUS.PRO towards, I think, the second to last zone. And MADBULLS were able to send it in towards the zone, and VIRTUS.PRO had to play from outside of the zone, and yet we're able to get in relatively cleanly. I was worried seeing, MADBULLS leapfrog them and then still not really go head-to-head.
I think when you're late to a circle like that, again, there are very few options for you to play. So from MADBULLS to try go for the leapfrog and then use strength alone, brawn alone to try and carve themselves a position, even for MADBULLS, sometimes that doesn't work, even though they're such a strong fighting force. For VIRTUS.PRO, kind of coming in from the backside, having a little bit of extra cover with all of those rocks on the cliffside really did help them in those scenarios.
Seems to me then they were just kind of waiting. You guys fight it out, and we'll just clean up the scraps and take whatever position.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep. Okay, well, another team we didn't really talk much about so far yet. OZAROX coming in at the very end there as well, surviving extremely long. One of the first times I think we've seen them get this far within the match, and we want to take a look at their player stats here just to kind of get your eyes and your attention over towards them. Swain and Storm, I mean, they didn't play in the spring season, at least under those names from what I could tell, and yet they come in as the top 2 for the team here.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. I mean, for PMPL Turkey, I've been managing social medias in the background for that tournament, and every time I had to do a graphic about one team that's been doing really good, and especially individual players, Nox has been up there very, very consistently. He is definitely the big standout player, especially next to Swain. Like, Swain also did really good, but Nox is like a top potential fragger for the team. Sure, here, 0 eliminations. Doesn't look great on paper, but he's a player that, when he needs to, can step up. And they got himself some decent points here, and it can initiate that comeback we need to see on day 2.
I mean, Klaus, I'm going to need your help on this because I can never say their team name correctly, and I was looking at OZAROX as well. 3rd place overall in the event, but the interesting thing about them is if you look at where their roots were from the spring season, you have Sephir coming from, I can never say the name correctly,
Galatasaray.
Galatasaray,
yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. You have Nox, and they finished 17th in PMPL Spring. Then you have Nox coming in from Footballs, who placed 13th, Hardcore from Deep Esports placing 20th, and Swain and Storm, as I mentioned, not playing. For them to come together, again, as we talked about how deep the talent pool is in Turkey, you just need to mix and match those Lego pieces. For them to finish 3rd in the finals is a fantastic sign.
This comes back to what you were saying yesterday with, as you say, like a lot of these players all play with each other, even if they're not necessarily playing on the same team at that particular time. And also, in PUBG Mobile, you can actually have 4 great players on the same team, but it not work out. Because
that's why
chemistry doesn't work out too much. But you can then have 4 great players join another team, and all of a sudden it work out, even though 2 of those players were the same ones that weren't working out on the previous team. It's a lot about chemistry, a lot about being on the same wavelength about how you're going to send to a certain location, how you're going to approach each fight and things like that, and it can just work out.
Yeah, sometimes it's the synergy between the players, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But it does work, the synergy between our commentators, because they're going to bring us into match 2.
There you go. That's a nice little pick-me-up compliment there from Jason. Much appreciated. Loving the synergy on the desk as well. We're going into game number 2, blank of our 6 games that we have on the cards today. You won't have been able to hear me, but the stream will. There we go.
Yes. That is correct. I don't know what you said. I'm assuming it was magical, informative.
Inspirational.
There's a lot of wisdom been thrown out there, but I don't know what you said, unfortunately. So I'm going to head into the game just knowing that you were saying something amazing.
It's true. It's true. That's right. But, I mean, I was just complimenting the desk, saying thank you very much for giving us that synergy heads up. But we're going into the second match of our 6 today.
Second match here on Miramar, heading over towards this one. Obviously, we saw a little bit of interesting things happen yesterday in Miramar. A lot of strange circles, some more rough than others. But again, this is what PUBG Mobile is all about. You've got to be able to get into these circles when they're tough. The actual terrain is very, very tough, and sometimes that means, forcing your way in like fire flux, finding yourselves a little bit of those sneaky areas around the map that are unguarded, and that's what MADBULLS like to do, getting into the game quite quietly and then starting to get a little bit more louder towards the end, notch the volume up towards the 11 and then start working on it. S2G though, I was very sad about that last game because they had a hugely good position, and I think that they'd just taken a little too many shots towards these other teams within the lobby, in which case by the time that they had to move, there were a lot of eyes on them, so their exit from that building was quite difficult indeed. HVVP after that last game though do send themselves up towards that 4th place, and MADBULLS towards 80 points now, still behind FireFlux by 30, but still very doable to catch up.
I mean, especially if FireFlux have another bad game. That was the first 1-point game that they've had there coming through in that. They started 113 today, they're now up 114 after 7 games, which is still an incredible average, it can't be denied, but they did have that low-scoring game, as did the MADBULLS. There is that gap to be closed for Pioneer, HVVP, and GOODGUYS.
Circle off towards that eastern side, well, Azahar. Haven't really seen many circles like this in some time, actually. Most of the time we're seeing, you know, El Pozo, Valle de Mar, or Los Leones circles. So this is a nice breath of fresh air for us. Towards Cruz de Valle and El Azahar itself. Unicorns love, very familiar with Torre Armada, as well as Campo Militar, considering that was their drop spot over in Western Europe. Dropping down towards Minas Gerais, though, keep themselves nice and fixated on that open ground around that area. In the meantime, BEŞİKTAŞ losing another player early on in the game. Things are just not working out for them. Something was not quite right in the breakfast this morning.
GOODGUYS, though, getting traded off, and BEŞİKTAŞ pick up another point to add to their tally. A little bit too hot on the drop, potentially, there near Hacienda del Patron, in the warehouses nearby, splitting around that sort of area. Currently, GOODGUYS holding the main villa. Should be getting away with that. No other big hot drops on the map at the moment. OZAROX Esports a little bit further north of this area, but not in conflict at all, really. It is kind of only these two teams that are close by to one another. RIP7 taking a spray over towards some of the BEŞİKTAŞ players over the way. And actually, BEŞİKTAŞ have a little bit of a flank onto the GOODGUYS' central position.
Ram getting very up and personal now. The guys from BEŞİKTAŞ. Doesn't quite spot Peace there. Who's behind? Let's take some shots. Peace is supposed to wriggle a little bit, but not to move too much. Just to stay silent. Make sure they don't think he's in that position. Their shots aren't hitting. Now Falky, though.
With the Tommy gun. Raum as well from the top can start to put pressure on. Peace is running for any sort of cover. Zessi trying to suppress the ridgeline, but Peace is found out in the open. Unlikely that you can get back to this. You just won't have the utility to get there. Vehicles also unlikely to have been acquired at this point. You can see Enjoy moving north to the crossroads, leaving this engagement entirely. Zessi wants to try and challenge out RIP7, who is peeking and should be known here. Raum, though, rotating through. Zessi in trouble.
Yeah, GG starting to move up. No support here now for BEŞİKTAŞ just yet. Using the truck as cover here. Zessi reveals his position. Now they can start to circle him just a little bit. Try to isolate these 1v1s. Raum steps up first, takes a lick of damage.
Takes a tick, but Zessi not going to find the knock, not going to find the opening. Falky pushes the damage back his way. Raum gets knocked and actually flushed on out by Zessi, who turns around for a second, and Zessi's holding strong. RIP7's in. There is the DBS in play as well. Hits the deck behind the bricks and looks for a third, but RIP7 finally finds what they're looking for. Falky's going to bleed out, and it's just RIP7 for GOODGUYS. Another bad start for the team that was in the contest for one of those qualification spots at the start of the day.
Terrifying stuff. And I think for GG, that is just a complete misplay on their half. I mean, you have one player at that point in time. As soon as you hear him pull out the UMP and start taking shots that way, you know he doesn't have a shotgun, so you just swarm him. You swarm him as 3. The fact they were able to just give him those 1v1s over and over again instead of addressing the problem and just going as a 3, you know, that really does spark a little bit of, you know, problematic nature in their mind there. So I think for them, next time, at least they'll have learnt their lesson against a player like that all on their lonesome. But Zessi doesn't quite get away with it entirely. Losing his life, but finding 2 eliminations, plus the one earlier on from GG for his troubles, so it's not a complete loss on the game.
Although RIP7 is in danger right now. FLUX giving it topsy-turvy, and instead it's now RIP7 who has to hold off on the push. They definitely know someone's there after the nade came through. Solke scouting it out. RIP7 wants to find the flank. Solus is rolling up on the off angle. Thinks better of hopping out on that little ridgeline and drives on.
This is very classic FLUX. When they get into a position like this, they're very happy to take a massive split in terms of their players and just isolate angles from long range. And this early on in the game, in 6 minutes, with FLUX feeling very comfortable. Understand there's a fight going on over here means more than likely this team does not have the availability of long range. Looking for RIP7, he does have that M4, quickly takes another spray, but things are getting dire.
Ooh, just able to make the cross there for Solkay. Ketch not in a position to get the broadside spray. Rip7 repositioned, Soulless moving in as well. Up close to the building now, Rip7. Last player standing for GG against 4 of FLUX, the tournament leaders. Will not last long. Solkay drops down, and that's all she wrote.
Good play there from FLUX. Again, that's what you want to see. Quickly restabilizing, find themselves a position where they can isolate the target, move them into a position that he wasn't too comfortable in which case Solkay drops down after the Molotov. Really, really well done. Again, it's 4v1. You can't say too much for it, but again, we just saw a almost 1v3 coming through from Zessi versus GG. So there is something to be said there.
And that's, again, GG taking an early dip on the game blank. I mean, got 3 points here again, sure, but this is not the performance that you expect from a team who was looking to compete for one of those qualification spots for PMGC. We're looking probably at this stage to be playing around 4th place if you want one of those spots, but S2G at the moment in 6th means that that could bump up to 3rd, so you definitely cannot afford to be having these games in these short trades.
And there's a real availability here for S2G to start pumping up those points, especially on Miramar. I think one thing that I've definitely noticed about S2G, just watching their gameplay over in Turkey and here, is just that they are very good when it comes to these long-range engagements so far. Extremely strong when it comes to just finding those pickoffs, finding those sight lines, and then taking them quickly and effectively. I think that's what makes them quite a deadly team. But also does run back against them sometimes because they can take those shots. It does mean that sometimes they will take those shots when it would be probably more advised to stay silent some of those times. Just because you can do it doesn't mean necessarily you should.
QODEX. Split south side, southeast of Junkyard. Towards the coast, but you've got the DENİZBANK Wildcats a little bit further towards the coast now on their northern route from Impala. Moving on up to potentially join in towards SURREAL. Maniken, the scout for QODEX, is ahead of them as well. You can see this on the eastern side as they move on up there. Seems like Maniken might be in a little bit of danger here as the DENİZBANK Wildcats move into position on that east side. Swinging on the north, HVVP, MADBULLS following it up.
Thinking this is more than likely going to be one of the less contested areas, and with that kind of shift as well, with MADBULLS now swinging down, you can quickly head towards water treatment or even a compound in that area, and it'll give them some significant cover from a lot of these teams. HVVP's moment's already passed there as they swing past it over towards Torre Armada. Still, not a bad decision from them. It's a position they like to play. We've seen them play from that ridge side on that side. They will have to deal with OZAROX at some point with them being so close to them on that east. But this is a strong position for them, and a terrain play for HVVP has always been very strong. And you know what? We're 9 minutes into the game. HVVP have yet to lose one of their members, which is always a very, very good sign.
Pioneer rolling up with the muscle for Havlik. To the top of the hillside, Unicorns of Love. Icy on a wide split from this very heavy damage poured on into Black-White, the aggressor here in the scenario. Havlik not able to get that trade, so Crypto finds one, but it is traded off over towards... Actually, it's not even going to find a knock in response. Crypto goes a little bit low. Izumitsu on the swivel. Needs to be a little bit quicker than that, but doesn't get punished for it, luckily. Flush should be good, but there's backup. Gonzo repositions for the fight, but Crypto, not long for this game, will fall out of the match. Res potential coming in for Pioneer, but Gonzo's repositioning all the while, and Icy yet to budge.
Yeah, some really slow reaction time here from Unicorns of Love, not able to support Crypto when he was in fairly good position. It's unfortunate he's not able to finish that spray onto Black-White almost immediately as he heads down the hill, and in fact has to move down a bit further to finish him off, understanding, you know, if he gets in the warehouse, that's cover for him. They can start taking shots up towards me, and that's a pinch coming through. But the fact that the rest of the Unicorns of Love weren't there to pick off Izumitsu as he makes the wild Spider-Man jump down is a little bit unfortunate.
Does manage to stick the hero landing though, so no knee damage there, fortunately. Pioneer up at 4 after the res, looking healthy, looking healed. And a very strong central position for them.
And I mean, that play from Crypto is kind of all for naught now as he catches Black-White as he comes over the top, isn't able to finish off the target, in fact, and the res comes through, and instead of Unicorns of Love being up in position, there are now 3 players alive and Pioneer ahead with 4. So bit weird for me. I think they were fairly split off from a lot of the other players, and I think that's something you probably should have expected. Either that or Crypto's playing too far away from the rest of his team.
Moneyken puts the nade in over towards GK first. Seems like they know where he is. Vito on the charge. GK first, holding his own for now, but does finally go down. QODEX able to win the first, but hang on a minute, there's a trade. Tingsker has managed to find a little bit of an opening to come for some backup. The rest of the team a little bit further away, but they are rolling through to use that GK first bait, forcing QODEX to make a misstep. Vito is already down, and Michi actually taking a bit of damage as well. Tingsker rolls on forwards. Moneyken close by, will take the challenge. Spray good from Tingsker, finds another one. And actually, QODEX struggling to even find GK first in the first place. Will finally get that flush, but Vito's the one to find it after the bleed out. Nice push coming through from TJB, an answer to QODEX's aggression.
Yeah, a huge amount of damage coming through at the moment. Michi able to get that first aid kit off. But Xiao has an aid in hand, and Michi's just sticking this res. Nade goes a little bit wide and won't go as far as he would have liked. Xiao immediately locks another one in. That one goes too far.
Vito low. It's a really difficult nade to land here. You need to get it just right. Try and get an airburst on it if you can, but always hard to do in these scenarios. Long range, PNL has the off angle. Xiao has some windows in front of him. Does need to be careful. Hops out of the way just in time. Xiao low ground now. Swung around the side. Will be able to cover the QODEX back off. The retreat not going to be super easy. And there is cover there. Does get moved a little bit by the nade, but doesn't do damage.
PNL, I think, is spotted there by Tingsker. Sees him peeking the arm out of the window as he takes more grenades over towards their position. So QODEX getting into somewhat more of a defensible spot. And now for TJB, getting across the open junkyard there to over towards that building. It's a little bit difficult. Even with Michu here, holding the front guard, I think TJB may be a bit off, a little bit more than they can chew. Trying to rescue GK first.
Do you even want to go for this now? Get that shift away. You just want to disengage potentially. If you can find a knock, excellent. Slow things down, but time is not on your side, especially with teams moving in ahead of you now. Tingsker kind of trapped now. Vito,
great shots.
Really, really good opening there. And allowing Tingsker to reposition could allow TJB to fully just disengage now, Blank.
I mean, for Vito, that is quite bold. He's been doing that for quite some time, him and PNL. So it's only a matter of time before Tingsker gets a little bit wise. Lin flies over the top.
And actually is outright in the wall. Nade's being cooked now as Lin's progression wants to be slowed. Xiao making up the second of this fire team. Tingsker up the top, has a good angle onto the egress from the garage. So if they step out, could prove to be difficult to move through the underside. DJB have a nice two-player push on the cards. PNL, here's that door open. Lin drops down. Xiao and Lin, close range right now. Lin up the top, maybe looking for the top floor route. Vito has a nade, but backs off the corner.
Lin gets some high ground, but Xiao now in the blue. Third zone. Doesn't hurt too much, but definitely something to be aware of. Stimming will be required. Vito drops out, but there is a player there to respond. Immediately has to dip back off the balconies. He takes a huge amount of damage. Will the blue finish him off, in fact?
That gives Lin the chance to peek from these upper floor windows. It gives them a chance to move in as well. TJB finding Vito has been the story of this push for them and this engagement. PNL, Michiu on the ground floor now, trapped. Tingsker wants the challenge, pushes in, finds one. Has the shells to cover him off. The machine there going well, but it is going to be the last of the trades that he's able to win out as he does fall. Fortunately, the rest of the team is there, and TJB hold it out.
Timer on this one, though. We'll have to get this res almost immediately whilst the zone is still in third. I mean, we're about to pop fourth zone, in which case it becomes very difficult to heal that outside the blue. Hits now, but Tingsker, there you go. Fortunate stuff, gets picked up, but immediately knocked by the blue itself. MADBULLS taking shots, do find one onto OZAROX. In the meantime, we're seeing this circle move up towards that northwest side and a huge amount of open ground, unplayable area on this western edge. It's going to be difficult, and HVVP have a strong compound that they've already moved into.
They have got options from there as well for these next circles. MUERTE on the far side of the road. MADBULLS in a fight with OZAROX right now. The duo on that face on the eastern side. Very, very split from the rest of the team, so no real backup to be found. They're going to need to hold off. At the moment, it's just Monkey and disengages. Leaves effect alone. They're not even going to try and challenge that. They will regroup. Play as a 3.
It's a 3-player MADBULLS buff, but losing effect is never a good thing. We know how good of a player this guy is. Moves down towards S2G though. Team that desperately wants to get some good points over on this map to bring themselves back into a position, a post where they can send for those top spots in the rankings, earn themselves some big dollar. HVP predicted for both Maxman and Kalaris. Fire Flux there for Jason over on that southern edge.
Solke, you can see him moving up in the middle there on that roadside. Actually, the scout Solke giving the potential foothold. Pioneer dispatching TJB on the southeast side. They had a real tough time of it and just couldn't quite disengage in time from that engagement with QODEX on the southeast. Pioneer picked those points up. 5 eliminations now on the game for them. They're going to have to push in towards the back of Unicorns. You can see them in the compound on the southeast side. Treacherous route, but the circle will force Unicorns to move as well.
They just want to remain here for a little bit longer, see if they can pick off any teams that do want to come through this location. Archons does go down. Solke moves back off that position, gets some scouting done, but again, the rest of the team for Fireflux desperately on the edge here. Do have some vehicles to play with, but I might just need to make a heavy send. Solke scouted out that position, that post though, so we'll be able to pick up some teammates and send them across as well as almost like an anchor for the rest of the team to swing their lasso around and pull themselves closer towards it. Pioneer losing 2 though.
Ooh, that's not good on the rise. Unicorns of Love do have some shots sent back their way. Crypto down, Icy knocked. Gotto having to reposition. Slow now. Pioneer look to put the shots in, but Rolkis handles Havlik on the back and leaves Pioneer with just the one angle now. They were looking good. 2 players are standing. The res needs to come through for Izumitsu. We'll be able to find it. Fash, low, healing up. Unicorns of Love looking to be guarded out now.
Yeah, it's a big issue there that they actually lose the player in the back buildings, and that kind of spray will spell death for them. Izumitsu, strong player on the side of Pioneer, and Unicorns of Love were a little bit looking for a little bit of retribution. The Crypto went down to this team, and now it's just Rolkis who has to kind of pick up the pieces now.
You can't be doing that out in the open for the Unicorns of Love. Now Rolkis' position is known. Nade over the top is good, but it is traded off. Fash doesn't have the time to stop and pick Izumitsu up, and with VIRTUS.PRO knocking on the door, you're going to have an answer.
Discrim looking over towards this position. They've heard the grenades, they've heard the shooting. It's as simple as just sending a grenade over the top, and Fash currently crawling away as fast as he can. Does not want to give him the game away here.
Swings out wide. Discrim not even going to have to touch the blue to find that. Pioneer eliminated southeast side. VIRTUS.PRO continue a good, solid set of performances, but the Road Cross will be their next challenge. Nades around the side for the MUERTE, close to the DENİZBANK Wildcats. DENİZBANK Wildcats, 3 players. MUERTE on all 4. No elimination so far. Lux has the M249 and is good for 1. Plenty more bullets left, but that's not going to matter as it's taken down. Out. Nice flood through from the MUERTE to be able to handle the DENİZBANK Wildcats defense. On the outside, Doran not able to have a shout into the engagement.
They know that they've got to get moving quickly, though. It's unlikely they'll be able to bring Striker back up. Perhaps they have time to do it, but it's going to be difficult indeed. Circle moves in. I think this is just a case of leaving that boy behind. Foran, last player alive. For Turkey, this guy is kind of the clutch maestro, but we have not seen too much from him as of recent. Kalsi, though, finds the grenade of what skills is, and Zerich also falling as well, as there's a full-on push over towards MADBULLS' position.
HVVP chime into the engagement. Everybody making MADBULLS' day a little bit worse now. No eliminations on the game, going down fairly early. That second place marker certainly assailable now for the 3 teams in the conversation. Unfortunately, not going to be the case for GOODGUYS who are there. HVVP, however, have a chance to wrest that second spot.
We'll have to move down soon, though. Find themselves a bit more of a position to play in. Luckily, their side of the map is a bit more free, a bit more accessible. S2G, though, weathering grenades coming over their side. Luckily, they're on a hill, so these nades are rolling down, but Storm finds 1.
S2G, 1 knock on the back, knocks. Felled. Silas low on the front for S2G. Razy and Kalsi not quite close enough, but they are going to start to cook up these nades. Another one finds Silas. And now S2G down to just the 2. Kalsi and Razy HVVP looking to potentially guard this one out. New World's occupying center circle. Virtus.PRO yet to cross fully, yet to commit. Swain on through and actually just completely bamboozles Kelsey somehow. Gets the spray down, finds the knock, and S2G are coming apart here, but Razy's not done just yet. One more to deal with for OZAROX. Low HP means that it's difficult to commit to this push. HVVP really want to slow things down, but with Meku getting knocked, they might have to think once or twice.
TXC now starting to throw some grenades over towards OZAROX's position. S2G will be completely laid bare there underneath, and HVVP might be able to get some shots down towards them in this shot. HP though, one player down, as you said, John. TXC still searching out for these remaining members, and S2G surprisingly safe here. Smoke goes up, which gives away the game, and TXC now locks a grenade in.
A little bit to the left there, and shots coming through from across the way. Third Silas, and the nade from Silas actually gets the knock over onto HVVP. Tixi kind of split from the rest of the roster, cannot get rezzed in this spot. Matic just needs to suppress the ridgeline, needs to control it from the outside. S2G will struggle to move, but HVVP have a gauntlet ahead of them. Virtus.PRO holding on the south side, hard shift. It's good news once again for the CIS team.
Yeah, they'll hold on to that. That's a very difficult position to assail for anyone else in the lobby. Tixi desperately crawling back towards his teammates, but once again, the circle starts to enclose. They're on the slow side, though, so it might be a possibility to pick Tixi back up. But S2G watching this position, how likely is it that they'll be able to get 4 members down towards the side of the circle, and in time, no less?
With all of those teams fighting off against one another, Virtus.PRO just have to play that backstop, and they will play fairly effectively on it. Ingush, first to go down. New World's suppressed right now by Old Boy on the DMR. MUERTE coming apart at the seams. HVVP leaving a trail of knocks behind them. And playing fairly spread out. S2G surviving somehow, but Silas falling yet again leaves Razy alone. Into the buggy, wants to push through, but New Worlds are in the way. Has to swing low, has to swing wide, and all the while Virtus.PRO putting lead. Moving forwards with Tulika and Discrim as well means that they have even more presence into this circle. HVVP mounting up, trying to move forwards, but with the 3 of them now alive, Kitsune takes a tumble. The roll over the hill not going well. New Worlds finally getting taken down, but Tixi suppressed on the ridge.
Kitsune popped out the vehicle. Great shots from Tixi, though. We'll take down one more, and another. VP barely misses the knock there onto Tixi and gets back into place. HVVP have certainly taken a beating getting into this circle. Razy steps up, but the shot's coming down towards him. Can he survive this? I didn't think so.
Excellent shots coming through from Old Boy. Leave S2G out of it. Virtus.PRO challenging up towards that top peloton. There were 2 teams that went down early, GOODGUYS and PIONER. Well, PIONER didn't go down super early, but it means that these late play teams are very much within reach of Virtus.PRO. HVVP as well, absolutely looking to take this one away from MADBULLS off the back of the place in the last game. Matic wants to stand up, gets these shots, opens the door as Corker falls.
The K9 barking down the throats of VP. Their headshot comes through on that side towards Korku, who's holding the off angle. Tixi unfortunately falls. Matic very low also. Meku just out in the open, trying to make the run for it, but it's not likely he'll make it happen. Now it's a 2v3 here with Korka out of the game, but Kitsune so low goes down to the blue.
Matic, lone operator, solo ranger, second place not achieved yet as related for New Worlds is still in operation. Third team still alive. Discrim, forward push, will be the first to face. Can Matic hold? No, he can't. Virtus.PRO roll through, and they want to get a back-to-back chicken dinner here. Related for New Worlds, 4 eliminations, playing up into second place, guaranteed 16 points. For a team that didn't look super strong so far, it's a really good result, but Virtus.PRO, the headlines right now. A spray over towards Tulika, doesn't quite get the knock. Position given away, and now related, work cut out for him on the back of the blue. Old Boy rolls on up, Discrim in the backup, and the nade is the final nail in the coffin.
Drops a slow one on him as well as it rolls behind him, wondering why he's not exploded yet. Finally gets up, but only for it to blow up in his face. Really good game there to finish it off. Not exactly easy, but definitely gifted there, John, towards VP with that hard shift going down towards the south side. VP capitalized on it though nicely. That's just the way of things. But getting into this position in the first place, good stuff. Kept themselves nice and silent. MADBULLS, on the other hand, I don't think they're used to getting rolled up like this, to be honest with you, John. S2G just flying over towards their position they took up early, and I think S2G had all the oversight in the world to make it happen. think for HVVP though, strong game. Could have definitely gone differently there, John, honestly, if the shifts didn't come through the way they did. Initially getting that knock onto Corker, though, with the K9 was just superb from Matic, but they were unable, with the terrain in front of them, to finish that one out.
Yeah, with the side swipe potential as well from the New Worlds players over on that side, they couldn't really go down into that valley to push up towards the VIRTUS.PRO position. It was tricky. Tixi falling was kind of the moment where it all fell apart for them. But they get late into the game, yet again. So an excellent result in terms of their chase for MADBULLS.
It's almost like, you know, Two Faces coin, right? With HVVP being all the burnt and scarred side and VP being nice and clean, because honestly, HVVP went through an absolute bloodbath on that side of the map where VP was just kind of having a D party down towards that south side. And it works out for them either way. They clean it out, finish up the game, and, you know, VP does have it in them to finish these games. And I think that's the most important thing to consider here.
They are in the running. It's still not over yet. We're not even halfway through the tournament, but we're going to go to a short break. We head back to the studio.
Well, boy, that was a short break as we're back here on the desk as we're going to break down that last match. And as the casters were alluding to, it was a bloodbath on that northern side. And VIRTUS.PRO, all they really had to do was just wait. Wait, and that chicken dinner that's in the oven for you is going to ding, and it'll be done, ready for you to consume.
Well cooked. Kind of undercooked anyways. But yeah, anyways, in a really good position. They had a strong ridge line. You can't escape them at that point. The moment MUERTE goes down, no one can contest your angle. You can't get backstabbed, you can't get shot into an angle, right? You just got to focus on the teams north of you, and with that third-person perspective, it's made even easier at the end. So yeah, I mean, VIRTUS.PRO, 2 chicken dinners. They started off on 11th position at the start of the day. 30 points on this game. Man, they're catching up to compete for the top.
Yeah, they definitely are. If conflicts resolve earlier in the north, then maybe VIRTUS.PRO could have had a problem. But because it was so strenuous up at the top between all of these teams, none of those were able to actually get themselves to the right spot they needed to be in the circle against a VIRTUS.PRO that had so much room in the south. And they really kind of capitalized on the fact that that was their bread and butter. 15 eliminations off the back of that as well here. It's very, very good here for VIRTUS.PRO.
And Caloris, I think you and Max were talking about this, even the casters, that S2G just don't really seem afraid to fight MADBULLS. they're not afraid. And again, why would they be? They have nothing to lose. Either they're getting a lot of experience against a team that they'll eventually compete in PMGC, or they prevent them from getting to PMGC. We all know how strong MADBULLS can be.
I think really, really good teams in PUBG Mobile oftentimes rotate down the same paths, understand where the best little divots are in these hills and stuff like that, especially on Miramar. And I feel like that's the case for S2G as well as MADBULLS. They keep running into each other because they're both really good teams, and that's what good teams do.
We're seeing here some of our highlights as well. I mean, HVVP, we're talking about VIRTUS.PRO quite a bit, but their counterparts here, they've had a second place finish, well, I guess really high placing finishes the 2 matches we've had today. So we talk about VIRTUS.PRO stepping up today, but so has HVVP, but not necessarily in the way that maybe we're expecting so, Max.
I would still like a conversion into a chicken dinner, right? I think that is something we would like to see from HVVP, and it's still the slow start we mentioned a few times here. We would like to see them actually get himself a win, right? But if they get points like this, HVVP and also VP have been able to, make that kickstart, start racing towards the top. We saw like MADBULLS, FLUX looking already really good. They are currently trying to race for that top 3, potentially higher if they keep these type of results rolling in. So it's been looking great so far. I still think HVVP have been a little bit slow. I think we talked about it a little bit, right, Kalaris, that they were in a strong position, but if they were a little bit faster, maybe they are where VP were, or they have a potential to fight against them, but the slowness made it a bit hard.
I think the choking team that they didn't really expect was kind of New Worlds coming in from the west side. You don't really have eyes on that position, so for a team to come across that direction makes things more problematic. You're kind of anticipating the teams around you having to be in that fight, but then New Worlds appears and that slows things down up in that north side, and then it does cause problems.
Okay, well, let's actually take a look at the other counterparts here for HVVP. Let's take a look back at VIRTUS.PRO and see their player stats. Now, I know we've done this back-to-back. We got to see some standouts out of, well, Discrim in particular. He's able to do it yet again here. Him and Old Boy. Wow. Seems like Old Boy doesn't need a wall buff here to really perform.
I'm going to say for VIRTUS.PRO, they're a little fortunate. We said they were fortunate in the previous game, but they were a little fortunate that FLUX chose the
wrong compound.
Eventually incorrect compound, right? So FLUX had this 1-1-2 split going on, and they had a choice to go to Ketch or Seoul-K. Seoul-K was in the compound, which Virtus.PRO eventually staged their, aggressions from, and were able to get the win. But they went over to Ketch, which was in the warehouse side. Now, the warehouse side provides great angles on a lot of people if they're rotating across the fields, but it doesn't provide you that transitionary method up onto these high grounds and hills to play from. Virtus.PRO gets that compound, which Seoul-K had to abandon, and then they're able to mount quite a steady progression up these high grounds and hills to be able to make this victory work. If Fireflux, I mean, you picked them. If Fireflux had actually taken that compound, we could have been sitting here with Jason with a point on the board.
Yeah, I don't need one.
Okay, that's fine.
It's nice for me to be humbled sometimes by realizing what it's like for other analysts who do predictions and they don't score anything. Don't know who it's going to be. But let's take a look at our total damage really quickly. We don't have too much time before the next game, and we do want to see overalls at some point. So we'll just pop this up on your screen to get an idea. And I mean, yeah, Virtus.PRO having clearly the most eliminations in the game when we looked at the match results, but the damage obviously going to support it as well.
Yeah, guns blazing this entire game, right? And once again, Discrew has been such a big pickup. A player that I did not expect to come in because he did not play with them during the PMPL Western European region. He did really good, as we mentioned earlier, with Alliance in the CIS region in the past, and seen him here with his team and with Oldboy in particular. Like, this is a great fragging duo that can really pop off on the bigger stage, and this is the type of results we needed to see, right? They had not the best first day, but these results have definitely put them high up there. And as you said, if we're looking at the rankings, I think they should be extremely high now.
Well, Max, you can host right now. Go ahead.
I just said.
No, go ahead. Call for it.
Go the leaderboards. Leaderboards time.
Thank you, production, for messing with this camera. I guess I'll call for it then because you didn't do it officially.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a look at our overall leaderboards now. Get an idea of where our teams do stand. Okay, production. Let's see how it is. How much did you pay them, Max?
Oh, it's my turn. Leaderboards. Yeah.
He won. Amazing.
Funny enough, though, HVVP, with the performance, the top 3 placings they've had in our game so far, they're actually in 2nd place ahead of Virtus.PRO.
Oh, yeah, I mean, MADBULLS, PIONER, GOODGUYS have not been making it to the late game, so there's an opportunity for
neither has Fireflux, let's be honest. They were at 113 at the start of the day.
True. So even then, they've not been really... I mean, they had that cushion at the start of the day, right? So it's been hard to catch up to them, but seeing how consistent HVVP and Virtus.PRO have been to make it on those podium finishes, they are competing potentially for that first place. Another game like that, and Fireflux, they're not safe anymore.
I think the important thing for HVVP is that whilst I still do believe that yesterday was kind of a feeler day, it's not like they were bombing out by any stretch of the imagination. They were still having some decent points here and there with HVVP to be able to kind of, to steal your phrase just for a moment, have the cushion of the feeler day and then be able to actually come in here and get themselves, what, almost back-to-back seconds. I think they got 3rd place because New World's got 2nd in this previous one. So, yeah, they're blasting.
I feel bad for SURREAL. I really expected SURREAL to do so much better. They had that opportunity. You were talking about it many times in that first game. They had such a good compound. They're like, we're not going to take the easy mode. We're going to go in a really bad spot.
I will say that compound on that first game, I have seen so many teams not only win from there, but almost get 3 wins from that compound. So that's why I picked them. Circles go away from them. It's blah, blah, blah. Anyway.
See, that's why I just picked based off of team, not based off of position. But you know what? We don't need to talk about that anymore because I also have 0 points so far in our prediction game. So I'm failing, but you know who isn't failing? These 2 gentlemen. But back to failing, John Allen and Blake.
What is this, 2008? Are we doing epic win fails compilations?
I know. I don't really understand it, but, you know, epic fail from Jason on the leaderboards, but an epic win from Maxman indeed. But yeah, big thumbs up, 100%. But yeah, so an interesting start to the day, honestly, especially Fireflux. And I think that, you know, we brought this up at the start of the day, is that can they continue with this kind of pace? And I think this is one of the things that made MADBULLS so unbelievably terrifying over in Western Europe, was the fact that, you know, they had some great games and they put up some big numbers, but even when it was a quote-unquote bad game, it was still, you know, 7-6 points coming through, so it's difficult to continue to catch up to them. Here, Fireflux completely have dropped the ball currently with some decent compounds, you know, and they've made some decent rotations as well, but unable to translate that into any kind of good points. Weirdly enough, HVVP sat here, I think that was 57 placement points to Fireflux's 60, considering Fireflux have 2 chicken dinners and HVVP have none. It's a little bit wild here, John.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's kind of nuts. And the fact that the entire points difference basically comes from eliminations says something about HVVP, right? Their big placement point scoring games have been placement heavy. They haven't been that sort of pressure and aggression. FLUX, they have faltered, but they still sit head and shoulders above pretty much everybody else. I think the big falter for me is the MADBULLS. I mean, you said how back in Western Europe, they kept that pace up. They just have not here. They do not have that same quality with this readjusted lobby.
I think that just comes into the idea of some of these plays where they'll take these positions, and like Clara said, good teams will often take the same positions because they know that they are fantastic and trustworthy positions on the map. And I think for MADBULLS in previous Western Europe, PMPL, they were able to take these spots and then fend off any teams that tried to get too close to them. Here it's not the same kind of playing field, in which case they really do have to fight tooth and nail to actually hold on to these spots. And I think for S2G, they are really the kryptonite to their Superman at the moment, where they cannot seem to catch a break from this team when they come over towards where they're playing. But taking a look at these teams that are on the top, which is probably more important at the moment, you know, we're looking at VIRTUS.PRO and HVVP, which is great news, you know, for everyone involved in Western Europe. You've got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place all hailing, and 5th, in fact, hailing from Western Europe, with Turkey, we're fielding FLUX Esports, the top with 118 points currently still. So it's still good stuff. It's still a great performance, but we want to see some of these other teams from Turkey actually, you know, bring up the pace a little bit. We know how good they are, how good they can be, but you know, BEŞİKTAŞ is a very, very real reminder that sometimes things can just backfire massively for you.
They're just not playing up to the standard that they should be right now. They are disappointing in terms of their expectations, but there is still time to turn it around. Despite 8 matches being played, we're not at that halfway mark, so things can still, as we've said time and time again, change. But as it stands, they're sat almost 90 points behind FLUX. You don't imagine they're going to be able to contest there. It would be really, really hard for someone from the bottom of the tables to really stand up to it at all. So we will be looking at the teams a little bit further up, potentially S2G, to turn it up again.
I think if we take a quick gander back towards HVVP as we're getting this game slightly started, round peeking out, and English sending some shots down, letting him know that, you know, he has been spotted, he has been seen, and we have seen the way that HVVP have been playing, specifically in Western Europe, towards those final phases, the final itself, because I think there was an interesting change they made, is that over on Sanhok, you know, they were playing for a lot of the wins over in phase 1 and phase 2, trying to pump up and get as many of those bonus points coming into the finals as possible. But you saw a definite change of pace over in Erangel, over in Sanhok, where they were looking at grabbing those placement points, grabbing those consistent and reliable points over in Sanhok, whether it was a healing start on Erangel, taking it a little bit slower. And I think that, you know, if you take a look at the way they're playing this as well, it feels all very quite calculated, that maybe, you know, this is not the kind of performance that would see you into a first place and grabbing all the money at the top of the prize pool, but it's certainly a playstyle that right now should sit you into a PMGC placement point.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that trade-off between variance and consistency, right? You have potentially plays that are riskier, but in the long run, net you higher average points. But it seems like HVVP have scaled back on that. I think that's sort of what you're getting at. And in these shorter form tournaments, it's reasonable because those longer form tournaments kind of allow you that leeway to make those coin flip decisions sometimes. Maybe it's a little bit more in your favor than that, but it allows you to make that choice, and you know you're going to have that chance to make that choice again. And on average, you do well out of those. So it's good to see that in the longer form tournaments. But when you come into these shorter form sprint tournaments over 4 days, I mean, it's 24 games, sure, but that's not that many when you consider the number of maps you play on each map.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at even other teams like VIRTUS.PRO as well as Pioneer, you know, they had a hiatus between this and the Western European tournament. And I think it says a lot for these teams where they want to go. You know, they come back in, HVP makes an outstanding performance, gets a 2nd place over in the finals for Western Europe, then comes into this, you know, they lose that banner of title and fame of Na'Vi, but they're still looking to, you know, send themselves to the highest echelons they can within PUBG Mobile, even after such a long break, getting stuck right into it. And I think that, you know, we do see these teams that have huge pop-offs and look extremely strong. But I think for HVVP, Virtus.Pro, Pioneer, there's a lot more on the line for them here. You know, this is about pride. This is about taking this as far as they can possibly go. And I think PMGC definitely on the mind for all these teams, if that means getting more placement points and holding off on those eliminations, because, you know, VP as well as HVVP, if you were to go back on all 8 of these matches, I could guarantee you that if one of those teams loses a player early, there is a massive shift in playstyle that happens, in which case it's a lot more cautious. I think the only time we've seen HVVP, you know, go for these big endings where it looks spectacular, it looks flashy, is when they have 4 players.
And they have been getting caught, you're right, a lot of times been getting caught, and therefore that's where their elimination count is suffering. They could potentially step that up a little bit if they can stay together. TJB backed off the VP compound. Moving into the same rotation path now as SURREAL. This is fairly central on this. This is just south of Yasnaya, across the fields on the other side. To the south side, TJB in the mansion.
As per usual. You know, for TJB, an odd team to say the least, and I think that they could potentially go far, but again, we talk about variance for some of these teams where, you know, MADBULLS is very consistent. They continue to have that same kind of average coming from Western Europe into the championships here. But for TJB, they have always been a volatile team that doesn't really benefit you, because you get some teams which are volatile. Well, they get, you know, 3 points one game and then 30 points the next game, and then that 30 points comes back out again towards the end of the day. For TJB, you know, you'll see these bad games, then you'll see suddenly a fantastic game and you're unsure what to think about them. And that at this point, I would quite confidently say that, you know, sometimes they can be great, and that is a fantastic thing. Unfortunately, they are just not great enough, and that is quite sad to see, really. So I think I've kind of pushed TJB away at the moment just a little bit, and we're taking a bit more focus on these other teams, although they can be still quite exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. They have their moments, but so far, not yet. In the European Championship. South side, they will try and occupy a south-central area. New Worlds all the way up in Stalba. Again, a team that kind of really hasn't been in that conversation. 48 points total. 10th place on the overall standings. It's nothing special, really. I mean, they made that 2nd place in the last game, but even then, it felt like that was the result of other teams just not being able to fight them.
Yeah, I think they were able to slither and snake their way into a position that worked out well for them, but yeah, not able to quite find themselves in a position where they look dominant in those final zones, and, you know, Related just kind of falls at a grenade at his feet. BEŞİKTAŞ finally, though, get a circle that favors them somewhat over towards Yasnaya. They have left a little bit, circling in and around the areas towards that south side, just on the east of the field, so remaining out of that area for the time being. HVVP have made their way across the top, deciding instead to go underneath Stalba as opposed to over the Yasnaya bridge. And that is a good change. You know, that's a smart change. They realized BEŞİKTAŞ were holding them out on that side last Erangel. This time they go over the lake instead, and it works out well for them. This is a position HVVP is very comfortable with. They will need to be a little bit concerned about New Worlds coming in from the north side, but this is a good start for them.
Hopefully they can stay all together. Survive a little bit longer as a 4. Get that first chicken dinner, find that conversion. Because at the moment they don't have any, and those tiebreakers could prove to be all important with the field so tightly packed. For those 2nd and 3rd places, those all important PMGC qualifying spots.
It really could, and I think that you might just see HVVP be determined to continue with this playstyle of prioritizing those placement points and getting those reliable points on board, as opposed to kind of trying to push for those chicken dinners. Although you're 100% right, John, that maybe they need to stick together a little bit more. Maybe they need to put up those elimination points. But what's working right now is still working. But I am worried a little bit for the same reasons you are. I mean, just head back to Western Europe. Bonus points in terms of their final Livic, you know, they opted to go go for the heal strat instead of trying to take the chicken dinner when there was a possibility to get more bonus points in that final.
Oniken, under pressure, will falter. Moving through. That's an easy flush coming through for SURREAL, but there's a trade-off there as Michiu finally finds the crossfire. PNL up the top for QODEX. We're going to hold off the rest of the players from SURREAL. The spray is not going to land just yet. Timber is felled. Archon up the top floor now for SURREAL. Drops down into the gap there. Michiu on the outside. Doesn't quite land the spray. And actually, Archon onto the ground will be able to find the one. Get that spray. Get that knock. QODEX down to 2. And SURREAL piecing this fight together bit by bit.
Shots coming from all over the moment, though, and HVVP even getting stuck into this one from their 2 angles that they're currently holding over in those buildings on the north side of the map. Jetgill does get knocked. Archon's left remaining now for them. Drops a grenade in, but still, there's more shots peppering down towards position. You can only imagine those are coming from HVVP every time he stands up. So have to remain crouched, prone is not ideal when you realistically need to be moving around a lot. Again, more shots coming through. HVVP are not letting up here.
Archon just gets on out of there. Do you know a fun fact, Blank? An Archon was an elected leader in ancient Greece. That's what they called it. Every year they'd have one. And a year without an Archon was called an anarchic year, which is where we get the word anarchy.
Ah, that is a great fact. I like that fact. That has brought me great joy.
There you go.
I doubt this next circle will bring me great joy either, and it does not. Heads all the way up towards that northwest side, towards Stalba. So we're getting those stages of Stalba in play, the deadly steps as you make your way up the mountain. And again, towards that north side fielded area, not an enjoyable place to be in either, John. I mean, me and you, we've played those positions over in PUBG Mobile. You get a little bit stuck. It's a little bit treacherous moving through those zones. And a lot of teams, if you play Yaz, will be able to spot as you move through. BEŞİKTAŞ, though, in a position to move back up again. I have high hopes for them here, hoping this is the game where they turn it all around. But again, those performances from the last 8 games just don't really speak of it.
There's one smoky car for X-Ray there. OZAROX moving up on the east coast behind the Unicorns of Love. Shots being fired by quite a few teams. HVVP holding off against SURREAL, in fact taking the rest of the players down of the squad. The final player falls. And HVVP now have 2 eliminations, playing northeast of Yasnaya, across the way of the fields, and playing in a solid hill.
FLUX in the meantime send their way all the way up to the top of Stalba. We'll hold on the high ground instead, looking down towards these teams. To get that northern shift, I mean, it's a very good position to be in. Very difficult to actually attack, to find any kind of ingress inwards. GG, though, come against TJB, and it's looking good for TJB.
Oh, they're lighting the touch paper, sure. GG will lose Rip 7, but Tinsker falls, and it's another knock over towards Folky, trading fairly evenly. Vehicles going up in flames, difficult to deal with that explosion damage. That Wolf, hang on, one spray, holding in the bathroom, gets one, but Lin now last standing for TJB. It's going back and forth, but GG are still standing as well, and MUERTE are chiming into the fight. They have oversight on it, and Realm rolls in. TJB fall. Folky is still down, but can be res now.
Messy. That is exactly how I'd describe TJB there as they move in. Looks good, but can't quite find those finishing touches over towards GG, and the cake's left uniced as GG remains up with 2 players. VP, on the other hand, looking still strong after their back-to-back so far. Looking for another good game on the card, which should send them flying up towards the top of the rankings. Currently already doing very good for themselves considering yesterday's performance.
DENİZBANK Wildcats on the eastern coast will need to push through the stretched out line of OZAROX Esports, who have not really provided much in the way of obstacles for many teams at this stage in the tournament. Kind of need to pull themselves together, metaphorically and literally in this scenario, as the DENİZBANK Wildcats will try and exploit their open line to move straight on through, seemingly successfully.
Looking up towards Unicorns Love. Rolkis pulls the pin. Reznov, though, spotted to get subbed in for this match. That's hit a good one, but already X-rays around the side.
And Rolkis is found. 2 players fall for the Unicorns of Love. And a quick 1-2 punch. DENİZBANK Wildcats on the eastern side, giving themselves a launching platform for the next circle. Resnov flushed. X-Ray picks it up. And the Wildcats can keep on going, but just Icy and Crypto left as the last duo for the Unicorns.
Unicorns love looking very fragile in that position, though. 2 players fall immediately, and instantly the boys just have to leave, send away. Icy now left remaining. Last one alive for Unicorns of Love. Feels like they've done absolutely nothing in this game other than find that position and then fall quickly to the DENİZBANK Wildcats as soon as they sent up. Circle heads back down, though.
Just playing on the peak of Yasnaya. They dropped here. They've had a strong position. VIRTUS.PRO have tried to move up. The remaining player for Unicorns of Love, rebuffed, being picked up there. PIONER playing deeper into Yasnaya out on the west side. This is a difficult push for a lot of teams.
100%, and with a lot of fielded areas still within this one. New Worlds is sat somewhat happy up towards the compound on that north side. Don't have to move anytime soon, but HVVP have to pull out the broom and start sweeping on this eastern side.
Try and hold these teams out potentially as well, because otherwise the teams are going to try and push on forwards. HVVP, it feels like they're trying to play edge here. They're trying to slow things down for them. They know all the teams that try and crash in first are going to have to take the brunt of the damage from BEŞİKTAŞ, from those players in Yasnaya.
Your FLUX, Istanbul Wildcats, DENİZBANK Wildcats, and also OZAROX on this side. The 3 ugly sisters looking to take it to Cinderella with the broom over towards HVP. Wildcats, though, taking a lot of damage here, though, John.
FLUX, the spray downs, getting 1, but not going to be able to trade it off. Solke knocked their Lutz down in the back line, so only 2 active right now on the roster for FLUX. Spray down is good onto X-Ray, and Ketch can potentially even look to heal here as Boran repositions around the side. Pilson on the nade. Ketch has one of his own, putting it over the top. That could be good. It looks like it's on the mark. Ketch doesn't go down to it. Traded off Boran low. The spray around the side. Oh dear. The bumper just saving the spray. And in comes back up on wide. Ketch now with a challenge against Lux. Dips out behind the tree, and FLUX fall.
The Wildcats able to get back up to 3 players. Sad news there. HVP lose 1 player in Meku, holding a little bit too close there to OZAROX as they moved up. BEŞİKTAŞ still in a fantastic position over towards Yasnaya. However, PIONER have been able to stealthily sneak their way in towards that western side. New World staying stalwart towards that northern side. Don't want to move anytime soon. QODEX underneath them, hiding.
Next circle coming through soon will really dictate the pace. Tixi being left as a backstop for HVVP on their edge bid. They want to move a little bit further central for this next pop. Looks like they're playing on the edge of the white circles as the general strategy this game. QODEX a little bit further north of them. They're scouting out. That is a good shift for the teams outside of Yasnaya. PIONER, BEŞİKTAŞ, MADBULLS, all going to have to leave their strongholds.
I mean, HVP instantly know that now they have to deal with OZAROX because they're one of the other teams that has a great position to get into this one. Matic sends wide over towards some cover to potentially even take out some of these players from OZAROX as they make their way into the circle. It's a smart move, one that I like as well, because they instantly identify the team that's going to be the most threat to them in this circle, and finding 1 knock already here.
Matic nades over the top, rolling it down.
That's great.
Wayne. Oh, it's just long, but at that range, that is a really solid cook. The spray down is good, covers the cross. Matic not able to get the knock and can reposition. They know exactly where this team is. They know where everyone's playing from. That nade on the ridge side will alert them as to the position that OZAROX are playing, and they know that they've already taken a player down. Really, really solid stuff coming through. In the meantime, Matic looking to scout in towards the circle, backed off by the DENİZBANK Wildcats, but information gathered. Out into the smoke, plays the tree.
Bit of an awkward push there for Matic, honestly. Doesn't want to move down towards OZAROX, keeps their sightlines at bay from him, but it is these players from DENİZBANK Wildcats which is causing him the most issues. New World's now starting to move down. PIONER instantly tried to leave Yasnaya there, but took heavy casualties on their side. Matic falling to one of the players from OZAROX, and now Tixi maybe even has to come help, but bleeding out fast here, John.
There's no way you can really go out for that help. You need to maintain position in the center if you want to get late into these circles. And in terms of point scoring, that's going to be the more consistent result. So leaving HVVP down to 2 could be a choice, but Is Tixi actually going for the save here? I don't even think there's a player left for him to save. No, instead, he's just going to have to face off against 3 from OZAROX on that flank. In the meantime, everyone on that northern side's pushing, everyone on the south too.
Dear me, even spotted by Striker there from MUERTE, and Tixi falls. MADBULLS having a hell of a time of it over on that south side as well, losing many players over and over. Striker finishes off Tixi. And after HVVP had one of the stronger positions, they just weren't able to deal with OZAROX on that side. Got a great initial first knock, but let themselves a little bit too thin there. Skillsers flies through. The last hope for MADBULLS as he moves towards the center, but is spotted by Türkiye.
Monkey on the south side now has a chance for them. New neighbors for Kitsune. The shots from MUERTE on the mark for Skillsers as well. So definitely an exposed position. BEŞİKTAŞ moving forwards, but taking knocks. VIRTUS.PRO the ones to slow them down a little bit further out north, but it's going both ways. It's really tricky to make these pushes. That northwest clump starting to pop as well as we're on board with them. New Worlds really suffering. Goodness me, everybody down in this ditch right now. VIRTUS.PRO, Discrim on the off angle. BEŞİKTAŞ with Zessi and Peace active.
Kitsune actually in a good spot at the moment to get into the circle with the amount of action that's going on all around the map and the amount of eyes looking down towards BEŞİKTAŞ. You know, there's potential that Kitsune might be able to live out this game once again, put up those big numbers in terms of placements. That all rests on the fact that he's not spotted too soon. Gets in the vehicle, tries to roll it just a little bit.
There is no team at full force right now. Hamzy, fairly difficult to res. I think New Worlds might be the only team to be able to get back to 4. Up on the top, they have managed to get that res through, but the flush onto Hamzy leaves them as the only 4-player team now left in this circle. OZAROX turning their attention over towards New Worlds as well. BEŞİKTAŞ trying to leave. They are back up to 3 after their terrible time in the ditch.
And for New Worlds, it was going to be a horrible and a miserable time for them to move off this mountainside once the circle started moving in. So opt to instead leave those players over on that side and move on the east. Kitsune dangerously close to a lot of players from S2G.
That danger does burn him up. Will fall to S2G's tally as they make their way forwards. New World's position, they moved fast, they moved into a nice ridgeline, and they do have a lot of control now.
Yeah, with 4 players alive, somewhat control over this map. Again, there's really so much open ground. These pylons tend to be one of the areas that most teams would like to favor in this circle. Keep them alive, but really still not a lot of cover available to you. Teams can flank you easily.
Around the base of that pylon, suffering heavily. Everyone on that south side struggled to leave Yasnaya, and that's the danger of holding a city position blank.
It looked like it was going that way. BEŞİKTAŞ, by the skin of the teeth, were able to get out, but again, you saw how dire that was earlier on. Whilst they're in the ditch, assailed by grenades and everything. BEŞİKTAŞ still going though, with 6 eliminations, but down to 2 players. MUERTE still in the game, 5 eliminations, but right on the edge of the blue. And they will have to leave that pylon. Rookie, though, spot Striker instantly.
Oh, English hits the deck before the magazine can burn him down. He forces the reload. Unfortunately, there's a second magazine to be pumped out that way. MUERTE struggling, suffering. A crate might give them some cover, but that AF is low. BEŞİKTAŞ is right there as well. S2G firing out fast across the way. New Worlds suffering. They're taking heavy casualties, and OZAROX on the eastern side actually proving to be really difficult to deal with.
An absolute arena at the moment of action going on. S2G getting themselves fairly far with the circle favouring them. They've gone a long way here, but unfortunately OZAROX will spot them. HVVP realise that this is going to be one of the more difficult teams to dismount on that eastern edge, and they were right. Luckily for them, OZAROX has really put up a good fight this game, kept themselves safe from a lot of different teams in that area, including FLUX themselves and the DENİZBANK WILDCATS. This time, though, with the high ground, they're looking to take shots down towards everyone.
I mean, this game, in general, seems like it's the battle from the bottom of the tables to try and get back into this one. Highest placement still left in the game, 8th position S2G. Sure, they're on 2 players there, but BEŞİKTAŞ we haven't really seen anything from. New Worlds, they got into 2nd in that last game. Trying to stand up here. OZAROX as well. Quiet so far, but now have control.
Zessi steps up, but misses his chance here. Won't find another one like that. Calci even finds one from OZAROX. So S2G standing strong. 8 eliminations make that 9.
Oh, turning their attention over towards New Worlds as well. Rookie on the hillside, not flushed out. Silas knocked down. BEŞİKTAŞ moving through. Zessi, last standing active for the team as well. New Worlds looking to get these reses, as are pretty much everybody else in the lobby.
Both teams opting for a ceasefire, whilst they both go for the reses, realising that they'll need all the members possible to deal with the threat that's coming from the east in New Worlds. Played a fantastic game, but Zessi's got 2 nades, and
good.
They're on target.
Oh, Calci somehow dodges that. So does Silas, not even getting a re-knock there. A little bit further out. That's backed up and out of range of Silas. Silas now can focus on getting some healing done. A nade forwards from Calci doesn't find Zessi. They know he's going to be crawling out to the right now. They should be aware of that potential threat. A nade in from Peace stays safe from New Worlds and finds a little tag onto the backline, but New Worlds are moving forwards, putting pressure in. Calci simmed up, bandaging through. No first aids.
Yeah, all he's got left is stims, energy drinks, pills, all that's available to him. New Worlds, in the meantime, have been crawling across. A pretty slow game for them, in fact. 3 eliminations so far, despite all the advantages thrown in their favour. But nades, though, that's the key. You wonder how many of these guys have got left. That's 2 of them already expended. Oh. But Silas is the one to find it.
Dunks down, 2 for the price of 1 on the nade. Silas for S2G keeps them into second place. New Worlds now, 3 players alive. It's a 2v3 with the majority of the zone held by New Worlds. They need to use these nades, but it doesn't look they have too many left. Rookie has the Molotov there. Could potentially burn someone out. Silas is spotted, and it's the crosshairs that do the damage this time. Calci position known, a second challenge, and it's good. Rookie takes down S2G, and New Worlds claim a chicken dinner.
It would have been a miracle if we'd seen the guys from S2G there take the chicken dinner home, but instead, it's your boys from New World. They had a great position up on high, able to play around with it, and they dipped early, and I think that was the key factor there, is them getting out of that situation, realizing that, you know what, there is some open area down towards the center of the map. Maybe that's the position we take. We leave all this behind, and these teams in the dust, in which case BEŞİKTAŞ and S2G are the ones to fight off against one another. I think either way you look at S2G, that's a fantastic game for them, and BEŞİKTAŞ get a lot further this time. Again, it's one we expected. It was up towards Yasnaya, and I think if BEŞİKTAŞ could do something now, then they would have been 100% DOA come on tomorrow.
Potentially, yeah. But they have managed to get, I think it was 18 points on the game for BEŞİKTAŞ in that one, which is a good result, sure, but it is the first step on a long road for them, as well as S2G putting themselves back in that conversation after coming in at that second place. But New Worlds, they were, as I said at the start of the game, 10th place. They haven't really been in the conversation, but I really liked that push down from the north side to take position on the ridge.
Yeah, it was good. I think even for HVVP, there was a potential there for them to hit some big numbers, and I think it's smart for them to actually head back over towards OZAROX's way. Kitsune was remaining as anchor. Unfortunately, that doesn't work out in their favor, and they were looking for him to get some more placement points. But I do think they spread themselves a little thin at times looking for these placement points, and it doesn't necessarily always come back to favor them. Again, though, this is just the way PUBG Mobile works. Like, some games your strategy will work, other games it won't. The key factor is finding the strategy that works 90% of the time.
That's it. Well, if you can win 90% of the time, you may as well be winning all the time, because nobody's going to be able to take you down. But New Worlds turn the world on its head and take the chicken dinner.
Well, you know, I am right 0% of the time, every time in my predictions. But to be fair, Kolaris, you did want to go with New World, but a part of you went against them.
But you didn't.
But I didn't. I'm so stupid. I don't understand. Like, you see these circles, you see that they have the warehouse compound, and I'm thinking to myself, this is a great opportunity for them to capitalize on a great position that they had. But I mean, it wasn't even just the warehouse compound. It was the send into that kind of small, like, dip area that they made as well. Even though they don't get #1 in the overall lobby because S2G is blasting. But New Worlds, it's a great win for them here, Jason, considering that they had a good spot to play it from.
I mean, let's be fair, right? We were talking, watching that zone where you had like half it over towards Strawberry and half it over in Yasnaya. It's like,
yeah.
It's almost like a 50-50. It's a crapshoot.
It's rough, but I mean, Max, and you may empathize with this as well. I'd rather be coming off the high ground than coming out of Yasnaya.
Exactly. Because you have the information, right, from the warehouses that you mentioned many times, where New Worlds, where it's a great position if the circle center's up there. If you have to move, at least you have information. A lot of things that teams lower down in that position in the circle did not have. So they were like, okay, we know that dip is there, no team's in that position. Sure, the circle's not great, but we can make something work.
Exactly.
Somewhat. And we can get in that dip. If we clear OZAROX, then potentially closed off into a win, which is what they did. And it's a team that were, I think they were in 12th at the start of the day. They desperately needed a good game. It's going to finally kickstart, you know, potentially a comeback for them.
Well, not only them needed a good game, BEŞİKTAŞ. They finally get a decent result here when we haven't seen it, I want to say, a single time this entire event. So they finally have a decent step up here at a time that they kind of desperately need to. But S2G, as you pointed out, Kolaris, they came out with the leaders in points in this match.
They were playing it safe as well. I mean, there was going to be always a bunch of teams over towards the east side. But S2G not only went west, they went way
around
west,
the lake,
around Yasnaya Pond, all the way across the bridge and up and around to actually find themselves this angle. So it did work out for them in terms of the points gain overall. Maybe even a little bit too cautious, but cautious enough to be able to get yourself to a late game, which is totally fine.
Yeah. And very important to also hold on to your utility, right? Silas,
Absolutely.
1 nade, double elimination on BEŞİKTAŞ. You get rid of those angles, then potentially you have a living chance. But I mean, that split from New Worlds was just too good. You have players on the high ground, players on the low ground. You can't escape from them. And the moment you have, like, you're just spotted out by one player, you're pretty much done. So yeah, really good control from New Worlds. And sure, SGG had the good rotate, but it's just too much control that made it hard for them to secure it.
Yeah, and in the case of New Worlds, we haven't really been able to see their players. We haven't really been able to see anyone stand out within the team. But luckily for us, with that victory, it allows us to look at their player stats here and get an idea who really was the standout for their roster. Because again, you need to have those star individual players. And you know, I was mentioning something when we were watching the game when we had New Worlds on the high ground. I was saying, like, why is Lord Cedric sending it so early? And you pointed out that little bowl, that little dip he was going into. Kind of gave him that real estate to play from, and then have those 2 anchor points to protect him to get into that position.
As Max mentioned, it's not easy for any other team to understand that that is free and has decent cover across against all the other teams around them, unless you had the previous spot that New Worlds had. So them identifying that relatively early in this game, sometimes there are precarious moments where you send it a little bit too early and then another team rocks up on you and takes you out. But the way in which the rest of the lobby is holding each other to allow New Worlds to get in there, it was the perfect timing from them. So they may not convert too many points off of this game, but a win's a win, even if you don't get that many eliminations.
It's not only just the fact that they knew that that spot was free, is that they also instantly acted upon that, right? They're like, okay, circle shifted away. We don't want to give an opportunity to other teams to get that spot. If we get there first, we still have 4 players because we've been there pretty much the entire game.
Yes.
And we have a chance to just overwhelm the other teams with numbers, which is what they did. And they're actually able to secure the win. So good for New Worlds.
A major rule about that circle is there's really not much to play, Jason.
Pretty much.
Yeah. it's very barren. So I felt bad for a lot of the teams, unless you take what is quite a sketchy location. It looks like it, but they knew the terrain well.
You have a rock, take it or leave it. Pretty much.
Well, what I liked about seeing that rotation, though, out of New Worlds is in these lobbies I think we're seeing in this event, and we've already talked about the level of competition really rising, is this like decisiveness to just go for it, right? They saw the play, they made the play happen. We already talked about HVVP in particular. They were a little bit slow to rotate in one of our earlier matches. If we look at Western Europe as a whole, we do see a lot of teams struggle, and teams that do make those decisions, like your MADBULLS, are the teams that normally capitalize off of that and make the big point gains. So for me, it's a real, like, wake-up call that, like, you have to be quick, you have to be decisive, and you have to make the right play if you want to come out on top.
Especially in circles like this where, as we said, you have nothing to play from. You've got a few decent positions to hold on to. If you're there first, you have such a big advantage on all the other teams that are going to just rock up on you later on in the game. So, yeah, it's good they sent it so quickly, because if they didn't, I think 10 more seconds, another team gets there. Maybe OZAROX get there, maybe even BEŞİKTAŞ if they go for the wide rotate. So, once again, the speed at which you do these rotations is key, and why will sometimes enable you to get the win.
Yeah, and the big thing for me today is that we've not had a repeat performance out of MADBULLS, out of FLUX. We're seeing new teams rise up, and BEŞİKTAŞ might be one of those teams here, as we did see a very good placing out of them. Yeah. Take a look at their player stats here so you guys get an idea of who was really able to help them step up here within that team.
A game where they're present, I'm happy to see it. And usually I would say, whilst we take a look at their numbers, that you go into a city, you better be sure as anything that that circle's going to end in that city. But the fact that BEŞİKTAŞ was able to make a game of it after coming out of Yasnaya as well, which isn't exactly the easiest thing to do, shows that, once again, this is a team that is technically extremely classy. They're a good team, but they've just not really had the favor in the previous games.
They can be really scary. If Enjoy rocked up on me at the club, he went after my girl, be like, all right, you have her, man. Look at those arms, he's ripped. But again, I mean, you don't really see a lot of damage coming out of this roster, but you see enough damage. You see good eliminations, and for me, it's like it's a little bit of a pebble. It's a little bit of like a peak of what they can do. Like, we know, like an iceberg, there's a lot yet to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, this team also popped off in the spring season for this team. Like, Peace was the MVP of the finals, did really good. I think he was the MVP of the entire event, actually, Peace, in the spring season. He was just a top performer. Enjoy 7 has risen up pretty significantly in the full season of PMPL Turkey, which is always good. So you got 2-team fragging duo for the team, it does seem like right now. And it was still hard, as you said. Making that rotation was always going to be complicated. They had, like, I think 3 players knocked at one point, but luckily enough were able to heal off a little bit. But they made the most out of a bad situation. I think they got, what, 8 limbs in that game? That is pretty huge for what is, I would say, one of the toughest rotations in that game.
Yeah, and after the timeout situation where everybody decided to res each other.
my teammate, come on.
All right, guys, stop fighting. After that, me and Max are looking at each other like, yeah, it's great that everybody is able to get the reses and stuff, but ultimately, there was almost no way BEŞİKTAŞ was going to win out that situation in the 3-way fight that was going on. There was too much of the pinch that was going to happen from S2G, from New Worlds, and then New Worlds flexed out brilliantly to finish off S2G.
I mean, one thing we did mention was a lack of utility for BEŞİKTAŞ. Do you think in that situation they're like, we're most likely not going to win this, let's expend everything to just try to get as many points as we possibly can? Or do you think it's just a result of we have to invest everything in this fight no matter what?
I think the only thing that could have potentially saved you is offensive utility. Even smokes, I think, in that position probably end you, because you throw down a smoke there, again, not much room to play with, you're probably going to get naded on that location anyway and eliminated through the smokes. So yeah, you'd have to go on the offense.
Okay. All right. Well, cool. Well, you know what? Speaking about going on the offense, we're going to go on the offense to get into this game. I don't know what it means, but I don't need to know what it means, because John Allen and Blank are going to explain it to you at home.
They're on the offense, Blank. We've got to defend. Come on, guard up, guard up. They're coming for... Okay, you're not going to help me, are you?
No, I'm going to
feed me to the wolves.
Yeah. I mean, if I feed you to the wolves, then I can get away, can't I? That's the way of things. In the wild, you know, you do what you have to do. Unfortunately, I think they probably go for me. Wow. I've got a bit more meat on me, so yeah.
It's true. You're a tastier morsel. I feel like I could get up the trees faster.
That's right. They'd take one look at you and be like, "That's not worth it."
I don't think they have wolves in Sanhok anyway.
That was really mean.
What are you doing that for? What are you like?
That's fine. I mean, that's a good thing, right? You'd survive a wolf attack if someone else was there with you.
Don't try and make it better.
Look, all right. This is about survival. So is Sanhok.
Oh, yeah.
This is all about
survival. You need a new shovel to keep digging, or?
No, I actually have myself a big yellow digger, and I'm using that currently. So I'm good. I'm good, man. Don't worry. I invested early.
You're in the quarry.
Capabilities. Yeah, I'm in the quarry right now. But yes, here we are back on Sanhok. 4th game of the day, so halfway through now. So 9 matches played so far. Again, at the end of the day, we'll be halfway through the entirety of the tournament. A little bit worrying for some teams, but I think with the way that we've seen some of these players been able to bring themselves back into the action. I mean, just for one, S2G has done remarkably well. In fact, S2G up to 91 points after 9 games played, so on almost a 10-point average there, which is fantastic news for them. Tied in place with HVVP. Considering S2G were quite far down the rankings today, this is great news for them, and also a big spark of confidence their way. We knew they could always do it. We saw how good they were in the finals and over in the Turkish PMPL, and they are certainly not out just yet.
QODEX running off a duel. I say a duel, it's seemingly a 1v4 from a wild wide split coming through from SURREAL, and a hot drop coming through as well for OZAROX and MUERTE. This is in Camp Charlie, south side of the map. Neither team taking a knock just yet, but damage sent in towards Nox. Storm around the window frame. Backed off, stopped from nading. Pulls the pin again, wants to go for round 2. That they have close by on the wall, potentially the main target of this if spotted out. But Nox being low, and OZAROX just backing off, seemingly MUERTE winning the pressure game.
Yeah, push them into an awkward scenario. We've seen this hot drop a few times so far, with GG getting the better of it, heading down towards Sami, picking themselves up a fair amount of loot, which is nice, which is good news. Nox bomb down to 70%, but MUERTE looking to put their stamp on this one. Usually do very well on Sanhok. I think this is their favoured map, honestly. Striker still stepping just a little bit further back towards his windows, knowing that if he steps a little bit too far forward, he'll be spotted, but at least can provide some information towards the rest of this team, and whilst there's a lull in the combat, can loot up some.
Striker playing slow. Feels like OZAROX know there's someone in here. They certainly do now. Spray around the corner, good for some damage, but Striker gets the knock and backs it off. Ingush rolls on in with the DBS, brings the thunder, and it's just Storm left on the outside. Needing to put an aid in, needing to do some damage, but it's all come crumbling down for OZAROX. Ingush is finally dealt with, and Dadaev is traded off. Storm not done just yet. Striker around the corner, can't quite get that refrag. Flaky moving on through as well. A 2-player push, the Vector around the door frame, not going to hold it out. Ingush Rezable, Dadaev falls, but OZAROX gets rolled.
Pressing in there for MUERTE after what a storming performance there from Ingush coming on the backside with the DBS. I didn't even see that guy coming, and neither did OZAROX. Just came through with the DBS and sent them back to the lobby with that one, with a thunderous applause from the rest of his team. So very, very well done. Obviously, losing one player never ideal from what seemed to be quite a confident and dominant start to that fight for MUERTE.
MADBULLS over in Painan.
Down bad at the moment.
We'll be kind of probably holding out some of these rotations from the southwest. You've got to imagine MUERTE off the back of that will move over the Camp Charlie bridge, though, to get to the mainland.
Camp Bravo for QODEX, surrounded by SURREAL. QODEX usually playing up towards the hills, just the north side of Painan, opting to take Camp Bravo, seeing that it was free. Gives them a fair amount of options as well with this kind of circle. That eastern side of the map always quite enjoyable to rotate through, gives you a lot of areas to move.
Pioneer sending over the top of the hill with the bike towards the quarry compounds. Getting position, getting footholds, gone. No teams too close to one another at the moment. QODEX moving away from the wide split from SURREAL towards the south. HVVP regrouping over towards the northwest around the south side of Camp Alpha. DENİZBANK WILDCATS over in Hatin, yet to cross over to the mainland. Probably will have to do so against the Unicorns of Love split hold.
TJP's already lost a member. A little bit unfortunate for them. Looking to take control of this side of the map. Had some good games on Sanhok. Used to be the kings of this one in terms of healing strat, but certainly changed up their playstyle as of recently. Have a lot of teams challenging them out for Sami, realizing the blessings it can provide you in terms of the loot and the first aid kits down that side. What I will say, though, is, you know, for MADBULLS, 6th place, although it looks pretty bad at the moment, there is quite tightly packed in terms of the point scoring around this area, with Pioneer 84 ahead of them, and then VIRTUS.PRO 88, 91 for S2G, tying 2nd place with HVVP. So there is a potential of one good game. MADBULLS could really slingshot themselves upwards. On the other hand of things, FLUX remains steadfast with 120 points in 1st place, but that kind of average performance from yesterday, which looked ridiculous and quite honestly monstrous, has really dipped. I think that's 7 points on the day so far.
Not ideal, I think, to put it lightly. You don't want to be having that sort of performance on a day. Not in the European Championship, anyway. We'll have to see if they can step it up just that little bit. Next circle soon to come through. GG on the split Sami drop. Seems they'll be going for heal. The MUERTE on 3. Likely that they're going to leave the player down south as well to go for the heal strat there. And it seems we're going to have at least 4 teams going for it.
As per usual, nothing changes here, especially in a tournament like this where everything hangs on the edge of certain points. Just a few points could be the difference between 1st and 2nd place. Speaking of 1st place, though, has been now opened up by the point scoring potential from FLUX, and it is somewhat sad because with the amount of fluctuations in terms of the point score or gain from a lot of these teams below them, no one's really been able to have many consecutive games over the VIRTUS.PRO, but that was from a lower standpoint in the lobby, which did get them into a good position, but nowhere in range to combat against FLUX Esports. But because so many different teams have been putting up these numbers, FLUX, if they had some decent games a day, just some strong performances here and there with 10 points, 7 points, they would be in a position where tomorrow there would be a really hard catch-up on the line for them. So FLUX letting things slip now could be the difference between them and $40,000 at the end of the tournament.
They still do have that buffer, though, almost 30 points. And they're seemingly quite fortunate that MADBULLS haven't pushed in to that. There's plenty of other teams looking to do so now. Central positions in this circle held currently by S2G on the north side of it, TJB on the south, Pioneer a little bit to the west of TJB. BEŞİKTAŞ trying to strike out towards the middle. MADBULLS moving to the east hills of Boot Camp.
Corker spotting our Michu there, takes some good shots. I think that when you look towards Barn and this compound on the north side, for VP, it's a pretty obvious position that people will be checking from now on. Muddyken tries to get an angle on it. On the other side of things of his teammate. Fortunately not able to take too many shots, though. VP is scattering, scrambling around inside the compound, thinking they're being assailed by several different teams.
Trying to pick up the pieces there. Central on the hillside, TJB fighting for the hills. Pioneer want the holdout. MADBULLS potential to third party in this engagement. Fash, no util, no nades, so would just have to go bare into it with the guns. See if you can let them ablaze. And there is backup as well right next to him, just on the north side of that. Havlik pretty close by, so GK First would have quite a tough time to push on forwards. TJB likely just posturing for a position to potentially move for the next circles.
Yeah, it's fairly central right now. And holding down this spot, you know there's going to be a fair few teams around them that will be moving in shortly. Getting that initial knock and a flush over towards Pioneer early on is great news for them, though, because it cements that territory that they're currently holding. Pioneer thinks twice about challenging TJB on it. QODEX still assaulting the guys from VP, not letting up whatsoever.
Unicorns of Love on the north side of the compound from BEŞİKTAŞ, who have moved out to this junction compound. With Peace stanchion up top. Enjoy trades off with Icy and wins it out. Not taking a single point of damage either back his way. A nice clean flush as Sun HP is there for the backup. The team shot is good. And Rockis now taking damage from MADBULLS across the way, trying to hide on out.
Unicorns of Love would look paper thin today as the knife of the lobby kind of slides through them. not able to quite find much, and honestly, quite a lot of times with their engagements, been quite poor. It's been an unfortunate turn of events today, and I really felt like Unicorns of Love were starting to find their rhythm towards the end of the Western Europe finals. Coming to this one again, it's different beasts to play with though at this point in time. There were some very strong teams in Western Europe, and now add a few more of those to the mix here. Over in the championships, things are always going to be more difficult, but I don't think Unicorns of Love were at all prepared for how difficult it was going to be. Circle up towards that northeast side, and we have that clump of teams that, and I think it's fair as well that you take all these compounds towards the south side of boot camp. They're very strong. You don't want to allow them to come into the hands of anyone else should you have gone down towards that southwest side. But it does create this clump now where teams are going to find themselves in close quarters with one another. Skillsers takes shots.
S2G in a pivotal compound, really, on these rotational paths for all the south teams. Pioneer suffering to the sprays from S2G. Silas gets the flush after the knock from Kalsi. Isumitsu in through the window. Last player standing for Pioneer. Silas knows exactly where he is as well. Going to be very difficult to get out of this pinch, but can you just stay in cover and weather that storm? Nade over the top. BEŞİKTAŞ onto MADBULLS. Not going to go well on the close range engagement. Peace knocked and flushed. Monkey able to pick up that loot as well. Get them a little bit resupplied. Regroup and try and keep control on that western side.
Yeah, leaving Peace behind, I don't think it was much of an option for them with how close MADBULLS were on their tail. They will be able to get their player back up in action though. MADBULLS having a fair amount of success actually on Sanhok with some very interesting movements and bold plays to hold out several teams at once. Again though, it's a bit hard to do that when there's heavyweights here in the lobby, and holding two of them back at the same time. Very, very difficult. It'll be quite strong to do that, and I think MADBULLS are feeling the heat a little bit now.
They are due a strong performance though today, as are FLUX, who are currently biding their time in the south shallows on the east side of Quarry. Basking in their potential performance in this game. We'll need to push in behind VIRTUS.PRO and everyone else on that south side. Unicorns of Love taking shots from Zerich, but nothing really to be found just yet. Posturing, mostly.
It's going to be difficult, though, for FLUX. I think the last of the circle here is really rough if you're not a healer team. GG, though, as well as MUERTE. Looking to fight off against one another. Whichever team wins this gets the majority share of the first stage, in which case MUERTE is going to go very far. Nice nades over the top, though, through the trees. Like you're looking for one of his own.
They are really trying to put them back well. GG. I wonder who's holding all the meds here, because it's not Zedwolf, who does go down, get knocked there. English 10 first aids for MUERTE. Imagine that's the bulk of it. Potentially looking for more. It's like he managed to find a heal. Folky backed off and actually up in smoke. Goes down. So GG, left low, Rip7 sent away really quite far. You can see him on the east side there, near cave. Only the one first aid, so this is just purely for this off angle. But the reposition, the time it's taken, has given MUERTE an opening to take down Folky. Are the rest of the team holding all the meds? I mean, it must be a really, really solid spot now for MUERTE just to be able to roll through, pick up everything that they've worked for, and play it as their own.
Yeah, losing Darev early was a bit unfortunate, but because it was so early, a lot of these meds can suddenly be sent across to the rest of the guys here. Rip7 with absolutely nothing. I wonder how many Wolf had on board. Again, though, 7 can be a bit of a nuisance, and with the circle ticking as hard as it is, for MUERTE, they need to consolidate their resources onto one of these players, and Rip7, if you can find one of them with this high ground, it could spell absolute doom there for MUERTE.
Potentially could. I mean, it's a good angle. There's tree cover going right now, and look at those smokes coming through. His teammate is down. If they don't go for that crate, they're potentially going to lose out on those meds. Maybe they're theorizing that Rip7 has the ball and potential for Rip7 to pick them all back up if he just rolls down to where his teammate died. MADBULLS under pressure now from HVVP, who have yet to convert on a chicken dinner. They've been backed off multiple times. MADBULLS on 2. This is their chance to move in on the southwest, but they're at the back of the queue. And with Tixi going down, it's going to slow them just a little bit. S2G chime on into the fight. Skillsers knocked. flushed out rather. Zerich, nade forwards, but Monkey gets the nade onto Kitsune instead. A nade goes further for Zerich and pushes them into the engagement. Matic up the top, wants the challenge, and will be able to win it with the help of Meku. Monkey around the side, potential to flush Kitsune now. There's Monkey last standing.
And Kitsune is holding all the meds, but provides all the information. Looking over the top, it's a good nade, will re-knock Tixie there. But with only one player from MADBULLS. Still decent here for HVVP, but still more bullets sent through. Matic doesn't want to let up though. Still sends these over the top for a bit more damage and will not find it. Great nade from Monkey once again. This guy is the master of the HE.
I mean, it is absolutely huge. It brings HVVP and potentially coming up full force to down to one active.
Give me your first aid kits.
Swings down, and absolutely, that's a full transfer of first aid kits if Monkey wants to stay out here. Has 4 already. Zerich is down, close to S2G. You've got to think, this is absolutely the play that you make if you're in that spot.
Circle's coming in though. 4th zone, it's going to hurt, but if you can get out there, maybe you can pick them up and get MADBULLS a good game.
Ooh. Old boy dances around the corners there, gets a spray, but is traded off. Fire Flux with Solke down, are going to play as 3, and will have to move forwards. The zone won't allow them to get these reses out in the circle, which means that they're going to have to play a little bit more carefully. Lutz, last first aid being rolled on by now, and will have to push forwards to the circle. Discrim, 4 first aids, popping that adrenaline syringe first, give themselves full stims. Should be able to heal for a little bit longer. Flush over onto Old Boy. Solke, I don't think you can get him up here, so perhaps just waiting for those meds to be dropped on over, pick him up, and on the bike. So transfer some, not too many by the looks of it though.
It seems that Monkey did head out towards those loot crates, and goodness me, what a sad time for HVVP, taking all this time carefully maneuvering their way in, and then versus just a few players able to get the full squad wipe again off the back of some incredible arcs there from Monkey, who just tosses them like no tomorrow.
QODEX playing on the south side, predicted by Jason Kaplan here, holding out well against TJB, who have yet to really light the fire in themselves so far. Moneyken, really difficult character to deal with. Can't exactly just write him out. The burn, actually, team knock there. Team flush coming through for TJB. S2G were being predicted as well, I think by Kylaris over on the west side there. But taking a little bit of damage, taking a knock or two. Struggling potentially with BEŞİKTAŞ coming up behind.
They went to clear Izumitsu out of this building, but Zesty with the nade here, they have to get out the shack. More shots come through from Son HP, and that nade should finish them off.
Ooh.
Now just Silas on the barest amount of HP. Razy also inside there. You wonder where the final player is. Kelsey on the side.
Gets a second, looks for the lineup. Son HP low, out in the zone, gets knocked. Enjoy up the top for BEŞİKTAŞ. How many first aids do you have? Probably not that many, only the 2 in the vehicle. Try and get closer. Just try and get a position in this next circle, because S2G4, Kelsey couldn't hold on out, and Joy's allowed to move in.
GK first actually picking up that knock onto Kelsey and the flush onto S2G. Real unfortunate stuff, and now Max's prediction of New Worlds looks a little bit more cleaner. We're looking for a back-to-back, but Archon's nade comes down towards Rookie, and they're stuck on the edge of the blue here. Backs against the wall, and Archon continues to send these nades downwards.
Sowing disarray. New Worlds will have to figure out how to leave this compound. A pretty open exit, but at the moment, now might be the best time to try and go for it. No one really pushing in that pressure. QODEX yet to really flood this circle. SURREAL, only the 1 player up top. But if he can keep the suppression going, it might be really, really valuable. Maybe not for SURREAL, but for QODEX on the south side.
And Monkey just took down GK first, and final player from TJB did leave the lobby as well. He's still going as well. I wonder how many more meds he has left off the back of Kitsune's supply drop, let's say.
Well, that's TJB's meds over into the hands of Monkey, if he can make it, if he can pick that one up.
A true scavenger.
Keep going for a long, long time here. I don't know how many meds Monkey has, but still potential. Enjoy trying to take shots over towards New Worlds, who have still yet to really fully leave this compound. Archon has just been solo holding them at this stage. Enjoy does fall, and now New Worlds don't have that other angle to worry about, but still, Archon being able to solo hold a 4-man squad should not be able to be happening right now. Archon steps up on the hillside, final player falls, and now New Worlds can move south.
QODEX moving in. Bit of a gritty game for these guys, but have made it into now the circle. New Worlds would like to move forward. Related, left behind. Reznov healing out in the blue, but quickly put down there. The rest of the boys from Unicorns are Love right on the barest edge of the circle. We'll have to move in. They do have the advantage on it, but losing Reznov, a little bit unfortunate. You can see Monkey off in the distance. 5 first aid kits still left for him as well. I mean, he has really been scavenging this entire game. Unlikely he'll make it all the way into the circle, but he sees those loot boxes, those death crates. Might actually be able to pick up some more meds. Goodness me, he really has been scavenging. The Monkey, call him a coyote.
He's been picking it apart at the moment. Still, not many first aids left this late in the circle. Aren't going to last you too long. Soulless also healing out in the blue for FLUX. The MUERTE have someone somewhere. I don't even know how far out they are, but they, of course, managed to pick up all of the meds from GG if they were able to pick up all of those crates. Although they did disengage, so potentially fairly low on supplies. Monkey still going, managed to pop another first aid. Moneyken moving in for QODEX into the valley, and that should be broadside on New World's position. Unfortunately, Michiu has Rookie in his sights. Will be able to do the job. A lot of damage sent on in. Out in the grass, Kamikaze moves forward for New World. One knock towards the edge of the zone. Crypto spotted, and Unicorns are Love dispatched. It looks good for New Worlds right now, Blank. They're picking it up. 3 players still going. Moneyken down, and QODEX down to the last as well. Sprays are good, and New Worlds are standing up today. They have one more player from QODEX to deal with. It's Michiu. Low HP, sure, but can get these heals through. Stimming on in as well. We'll try and heal on up. It looks like no first aids left. They probably dropped those over to one of the other players. So instead, it's just bandages to be seen. And it's all going to be on the heels as QODEX finally fall. New Worlds, good to claim yet another chicken dinner on a back-to-back from a team that nobody saw coming.
He's found even more.
Oh,
I don't believe what I'm seeing here. 7 first aid kits. He must have had like a grand total of 40 as he's made his way into the circle. Monkey has done absolute work to get this far, but the question is, how many does MUERTE have left? How many does Soulless have left over there? I mean, that was off the back of VP also falling. So he's got a big resupply, but it looks like it will be Flyke going down first here. Gets this first aid kit off. Interested to see how many Soulless have left. If Monkey gets a second place, that will be the most incredible look I'll have seen on any player, but just the determination, the sheer dogged nature of this man to get this far, continuing to find death crates where he can, and taking down GK first in the process, he will get the second place.
Oh, we should have another first aid. There are bandages still going. If he misses a tick, if Soulless is there, it's really down to the wire now. But with 3 teams remaining, New Worlds will be taking this one down. Soulless falls, and it is Monkey in second place for MADBULLS, a game that they have been looking for so long. But FLUX are in late as well, picking up 13 points on the game. MADBULLS finish down in second place, and New Worlds back-to-back on the chicken dinner.
Surprising stuff. It's great to see New World step up. I'm happy for them. Well done to them. But I cannot get Monkey's play out of my head. Like, what an unreal run from him. I mean, all looked dire towards the end of that one. Zerich going down, S2G taking shots over towards them. They find HVP, take the 2v4, make it happen with some unbelievable grenades coming through from him. Finds a ton of first aid kits and thinks to himself, you know what? Maybe we can be the healer team. Finds some more death crates, takes down GK first, realizes that TJB are healing, takes that down, heads over to where Reznov fell, picks up more first aid kits from him. It was just a domino effect for Monkey, and what a game from him. I mean, I think a lot of other players might have given up before him, but he was desperate and determined to pick up big points for his team.
And it works, right? Like, absolutely. And in a position where MADBULLS did need to put up a solid result today. What a way to be able to find that. I mean, it is the Sanhok heal strat, right? It's very simplistic in its ideology, but difficult to execute to such great effect. From the position that MADBULLS were playing as well, it looks like it could have been very difficult.
I mean, to shift your your gameplay as well. To shift your playstyle on a dime like that and make it work. I mean, it still felt very MADBULLS in the sense that they were still fragging out whilst they were doing the heal strat. Like, where would I find the next healer? And you could see he was not moving directly towards a circle. He was moving towards those compounds, towards those buildings where he assumed players might be holding in, spots out GK first in one of them, and then heads to the next likely bet. So he has all this going inside his head, and he knows the exact route to take within the circle where he's most likely to find more of these death traits, to find more of these first aid kits. It is a wonderful game, but again, the back-to-back is the real king of this match, and a very big well done to New Worlds because they're stepping it up right now.
They absolutely are. They're trying to ladder up on those tables, put themselves in the conversation in a way that we haven't seen from this roster before, so it's great to see new entrants into the fray.
PUBG Mobile players, PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time!
Yekta görüldü. Yekta açıkta. Bir çıkma sıkmadı. Tay da gördü. O skorları Gazi'ni çekmek isteyebilir Sefer ama. Getson'u almak isteyecek mi? Bir de Getson şöyle bir sıkıntısı var. Adana girdiklerinde Boran... Evet.
Aslındaki bütün buzlar eridi. Çok sıcak bir ortam var buraya.
Değil. Bu da tabii onun yaşadığı anlamına gelecek. Sefir açık koşu yapıyor. Beşiktaş'ın da artık zamanı.
Oh, Monkey! He's healing! He's a scavenger! I've never heard Blank so excited about anything in my life as he was about Monkey healing off in the blue there.
It was something, wasn't it?
It was something.
Yeah.
The way he pressed that button was out of this world. It was wow.
Unbelievable scenes.
I can just imagine Blake now just really upset at us. But you know, we need to talk about...
He's got a med kit back!
We don't need to talk about Monkey. We can talk about his New Worlds. Back-to-back chicken dinners on the day. This team, non-existent yesterday. It was all FLUX, all MADBULLS, S2G in there as well. And we're still seeing these teams be able to put up their own version of domination here.
Not an easy finish too for them. Like, they had to actually actively push uphill. There was SURREAL in a good position. I think you had QODEX also in a really good spot. Like, they had to take fight after fight, pushing uphill outside of their trifecta on the road position, which not an easy rotate. 24 eliminations on the game on a Sanhok. And I mean, I think it's mostly down to the fact they had still 4 players alive. A lot of the teams had 2, 3, maybe 1 for some of them, and a lot of them were healing outside in the blue. So yeah, they gave themselves another win here.
Those are all the options.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Some had 2.
Maybe they spawned in as 5. I don't know.
Some teams were completely eliminated. But anyway, yes, New Worlds, indeed, the back-to-back, good for them here. Sanhok is obviously a cruel mistress. It's a difficult beast to kind of contend with as a whole. They did have a decent compound to be able to capitalize off the back of this, and they're able to do so well. I did think that maybe Unicorns of Loves was going to slip on in there and get a cheeky one off the back of the previous Sanhok.
Transition, yeah.
Not to be. They had a little bit too little to work with.
Yeah, you even said they're going to take out my team, but that never happened, luckily. But we did see them center up there towards the very end as well. We can see VIRTUS.PRO coming in 12th place, though, at 2 points. So the first 2 games of domination they had, winning back-to-backs, going a little bit short here in match number 4, but still has been able to shoot them up the leaderboards quite a bit. And, well, QODEX, I mean, We talk about their players, Moneyken, typically the star we saw on the team, very prevalent within the roster, within the overall lobbies when it came to that first week of Western Europe. Then he kind of fell off after the first day or two. And then when it came to the finals, eventually able to come back. I think that's the linchpin of QODEX at the moment, is if Moneyken can perform, we can see them qualify top 3.
Yeah, one of the main issues that I did have with the team is that if Moneyken was not there, they tend to not perform that well. Yeah. And if the team was still alive in the late game, sometimes it would be Moneyken still alive as a solo. So we still wanted to see that step up of the team around him. We haven't seen it in the finals. We haven't seen it much yet, unfortunately, in this tournament. It is a team that can close off games. You have seen that in the past, but in this tournament, it is a bit more complicated. And they had a great position. I thought if there's a team that could get himself a win, QODEX have that spot. But unfortunately, as you said, Moneyken tends to perform as a solo, and it's tough to take control as a solo there.
I love how you didn't even predict them. You picked New Worlds. And you're like, QODEX, they could have won. They had in the right position. But Max, in the first time, I want to say almost ever, on a PUBG Mobile show, when we started doing predictions, you were actually winning.
I don't know the word.
This dates back
what's going on?
2 years, I feel like.
It started since, like, I remember the exact time it started. It started with RRQ with Miramar.
Even production had this ready and good to go for this moment. There you go.
Let's get the confetti guns production. Can we get cameraman? Can we get that? No, we don't have it right now.
No budget.
I think you have 4 points. Kalaris has 3, and I have a whopping goose egg.
It's not infinity here. No, I'll give you that. They'll come eventually.
It's only up from here for me because it can't go any farther down. Let's be honest.
I don't know. You got -1 in the previous season.
That is also true. I have been -1 before. And funny enough, now that I think about that, I would have probably tied you then last season. But that doesn't matter. We're going to talk about this season. We're going to talk about New Worlds. We're going to take a look at their player stats here and get an idea of how many points, or not how many points, but more importantly, who was performing within that team yet again, because it is important to see who's the stars in the rosters. We saw previously, I think we had pretty much like an even split across the board, right? No one's really standing out from each other, but I'm curious, has it happened yet again?
I think it's Kamikaze this game. Like, I think he got 5 eliminations this game. He was just on a tear this entire time. And yeah, 5 eliminations. And actually was Lord Cedric. Oh, very distinguished and in this game and able to get himself some good presence. But once again, non-easy push-up, right? It was having to go uphill against all these teams, against SURREAL, against QODEX. And it's not an easy rotate, but Kamikaze, every time he had an angle, he took the shot instantly.
Yes, you're right. Quite the nobleman, Lord Cedric, you know, from his high horse. But the thing is that this being Sanhok the way it is, you're usually not going to be able to get huge amounts off the back of it unless it is a very heavy anomaly of a game.
I mean, you look at the damage received as well, by the way, for New Worlds. I mean, 17 for Kamikaze, 73 for Lord Cedric. They just didn't really deal with much.
Rookie's a tank.
They had the perfect compound to play this from. And quite honestly, no teams from the north or west could really threaten the compound that they were in when they were making their transitions down towards the circle as time went on. So, yeah, this was the win they had to get, in my mind, from the position that they had.
Well, they had to get it, and they got it indeed. And that's the important part here, as we now take a look at the overalls and see if they've been able to move up the standings just a little bit, which I would assume with 2 wins, you definitely should be able to. Ooh. But even with those 2 wins, they're still not top 3, but they are within 7 points.
I mean, it started off in 12th, right? Which is, that is a big step up. Now they're back in the competition. No, that's only 7-point difference between them and second place. I'm surprised they did that math so quickly, actually, but...
I think I just said that.
Did you just say it? Yeah. Oh, wow, okay. It's just numbers. I just, like, completely take them out of my brain. I just ignore them. But, yeah, they are back in the race currently to put themselves back in top 3. I mean, currently, because S2G is up there, they're actually even closer to make it up there.
Like, for me, when you look at the top spots at the moment, if I'm all the other teams with 2 chicken dinners, I'm terrified of when S2G or HVVP starts getting chicken dinners on the board, because they're so consistent without any chicken dinners. Once they do get themselves at least 1 on the board, they're challenging for second and then going to be looking to try and eventually hit that first place that FLUX is so strongly in right now.
Well, I mean, the difference between like 2nd and even 9th is like 20 points. Like it's really reachable for any of these teams to push up into top 2 or top 3. And I'm actually really happy to see this, because it is a little bit sad to go into these events and have like the top 3 just kind of separate themselves. Like in Western Europe, right? We had MADBULLS so far ahead of everyone. And then at some points we have like the top 2 teams like 30, 40 points ahead of everyone. But it is good to see there's really good competition between these teams, and we can't end the day, I don't think, in any way, even potentially tomorrow, saying that these 2 or 3 teams are going to get through.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some teams willing to make adaptations qualifications heading into today. We still got a lot of room for improvement for some of these teams, and we're not even at the halfway point, right? So anything can still change up for these teams. Even teams towards the bottom of the rankings can initiate a comeback. It's just if they have the will and the strength to make it happen. But seeing how good the entirety of this lobby is, I think there's a chance that's going to happen. So it's not as free as some teams at the top expected.
Yeah, and that's great to see. That means competition all across the world is improving, well, in these two regions in particular, but we know what's happening across the world. Let's send it on back over to John and Blank, though, to kick off our 5th and penultimate match of the day.
It's me in the first aid kit's biggest fan here for game number 5 on the day. They were pretty mean. It was an exciting climax there towards the end in terms of Monkey being able to just leapfrog those loot boxes, right, Blank?
Yeah, I mean, woe is me. I find PUBG Mobile exciting. Apparently that's not acceptable in our neck of the woods. But I'm going to do it anyway, because I do find it exciting. I do find it fun. And honestly, I thought that was a great way to finish off that map there with Monkey being able to get as many first aid kits as he did. And I think that it was less about the amount of first aid kits that he had, the fact that he went for the heal off, more about the things that had to happen to get him to that stage, to get to that second place. I mean, it required the 2v4 versus HVVP, it required the spotting of GK first, it required the knowledge of where these guys would go and then hunting them down and their first aid kits alike. I'm digging myself a hole again with that big yellow digger, but I'm look, man,
2 in a row.
It was fun. I enjoyed it, all right? I enjoyed the domino effect. Unfortunately, effect wasn't there. Looking at this game, though, very southern playing path coming through on this map. Bit scary for some of these teams to get towards that top side. I mean, New World in particular, I mean, they've got that back-to-back, but now they need to think about where they're going to go on this map because Severny is quite clearly out of action unless they can find some vehicles early. But who will they take those vehicles from? Because there is a large amount of teams that like to take space across this middle island.
That heavy southern playing path is going to prove to be troublesome. I mean, looking at the overalls, the impact that New World's 2 games have had, they've put themselves in the conversation for qualification, which is kind of nuts, considering where they started today, considering the amount of attention that had really been put their way as well. It's kind of crazy, and it gives hope to teams like BEŞİKTAŞ, right? Like, that there is that chance to step up and be once again in that conversation just off a couple of really hot games. That is a difficult circle, most likely military base.
Very difficult circle, in fact, and less difficult so because of the playing path and that teams have decided to head up towards some of these alternate drop spots for themselves. OZAROX towards Nova Noya, but the Wildcats pleased with this one. This is their home turf, this is their home ground. Hopefully they can make something of it in this area. MADBULLS will have to face off against the Pioneers. And Wildcats will not be there to challenge against Pioneers on their crossing on the western side unless they opt to try and go do some gatekeeping in the meantime. But I don't think they will. I think it's much more reliable, much more effective for themselves to actually pick up a strong position towards the center there should it shift down towards Sosnovka military base. GK first inside the Wizard Tower. And BEŞİKTAŞ moving through, rotating on the top side around TJB, who like to hold this shelter position. Already, though, SURREAL found by one of the players from Pioneer and quickly flushed as well.
I mean, they were caught on that Sanhok as well on quite a wide split drop. This time around, they're going to lose another one to a similar split. I mean, they're trying to play for that western bridge, get across early, but Pioneer, as you highlighted, they have beat them to the punch there. The bowl is already full. HVVP not going to go out towards North Georgia. Imagine they're just going to split Gatka, head south. Same story for S2G.
S2G over towards Ruins. Played up towards that north side a few times now, but instead opt to send a little earlier. Down towards HVVP. Meku a bit behind at the moment, John, so he needs to regroup with the rest of his team, but ahead of S2G, and I think that they've seen this kind of circle before. They've seen what S2G has sent, and I think they have taken casualties from this kind of position from S2G. So for HVP, they certainly need to be making sure they're spinning, rotating, making sure all angles are clear.
Jet kill makes it. No, hang on a minute, doesn't make it, sorry. I thought they were leaving the bridge after the crossing, but no, they've stayed on that northern side. Pioneer across nice and safely. MADBULLS swinging out from Primorsk on the boat. Will dock on the south side of Sosnovka military base. BEŞİKTAŞ looking out towards Stalber. I mean, they know that New Worlds drop out there, so, I mean, fair enough. They're going to try and scout that rotation. Peace currently on the eastern point of Yasnaya, looking out for it, as most likely that's the path that New Worlds will be looking to go. You want to stop them in their tracks on that back-to-back, especially if you're BEŞİKTAŞ, wanting to try and chase for one of those top spots. Fortunately for BEŞİKTAŞ, they've already qualified.
Yeah, and I think that is the saving grace for them at the moment. It would be nice to see them back on form, though, in this tournament, at least towards the end. It seems that they're bringing things a bit back up to speed. Caught a bit off guard at the start of the day, surprised by the performance of a lot of these teams. Having to reel things back in just a little bit. HVVP allow Kalsi to get past them. That's towards Gatka Fields. And most teams now actually deciding to head down towards Sosnovka. There is still a fair amount of the middle island still in play here, John, so I think that, yes, it's a good idea to head down towards Sosnovka early, considering there's less positions to take up, and there's more compounds towards the north, which can quickly and easily hold a lot of these teams already in Sosnovka. So taking those priority compounds, priority positions on Sosnovka early, not the worst thing in the world to do, honestly. Probably one of the smart things to do here, as opposed to heading up towards that north side on the island and picking some compounds there, just in case it does move north.
MUERTE. Nice little leisure boat cruise there. On that south side, we'll be able to get towards the coast. OZAROX and Novo, GG making their way across that eastern bridge now. New Worlds split further apart from Stalber, up in Severny, wide split with Kameshki, 2-2 on that northern side. They still have a little bit of time. FLUX, South Georgia to leave as well. Lipovka, Unicorns of Love, they have a little bit closer to the circle. Could potentially even get a boat and go down to that south side. And Central, SURREAL, who took a dip early, backed up to Pachinki and have stayed there ever since.
I don't want to move too much. I think a lot of these teams are keeping it fairly calm until this next boost does come in. I think that's very fair. I think there's with this kind of circle, and the amount of teams that they already know will have most likely moved down towards Sosnovka. There's teams that play down towards MUERTE. It is a fair play indeed. OZAROX, who started in Novorabnoye, already spotted one of the TJB players and will put them to bed there.
Nothing doing about that, unfortunately. MADBULLS spot another of the TJB players. Effect against GK first, and Effect wins it out in the open. Couple of more shots on in, and that should be unresable. Is that Monkey on a push bike?
That's correct, yeah. Monkey finds himself a little bike there, one of the mountain bikes, and quickly zooms into position. Almost fearsome of vehicles, but you won't want to get tangled up in it either way. Even tangled up with MADBULLS is a bad idea. Likely to get stomped to death, but I think for MADBULLS, you are right. You were saying this earlier, that they're due a chicken dinner today. And not finding it as of yet is a little bit off colour for them, honestly. So I'm waiting to see that happen. Waiting to see that chicken dinner come through for themselves. They've already sent nice and early down towards Sosnovka on the south side, hoping to play this one out. That silent gameplay from early on in the game that they tend to drag out until they are fully ready to start decimating the rest of the teams around them seems to be less and less effective, though, recently, with teams often pushing them on those spots when they're not quite ready to take on the world as of yet. So I think they do need to start getting a little bit more prepared to welcome those teams with open hands.
Spotted on the hillside. Izumitsu backed up off the ridgeline, and in comes X-Ray. Defo X gets the knock. And now Izumitsu gonna be flushed, and fortunately it's under the wheels of the X-Ray mobile. As he rolls down over the ridgeline, Fash wants some trade-off, and Oran will be the price.
That's the boys, though, quickly hurtling towards them. Next circle soon to pass, though. And I think this is where we're going to see a lot of these teams make the decisions where they want to play. where exactly in the circle they'd like to be. In the meantime, you can't quite see them on your screen there, but all the way on that western side, HVVP have picked themselves up a boat and will be moving over towards Sanhok military base on that western side. Good to do it now, get it over with early, should it shift down towards Sanhok, which it doesn't as of yet, but getting onto that side of the map this early on means that there's less teams that are likely to be holding you out on that side as you break onto the rocks.
The MADBULLS, they're also... Well, their nameplates are off screen on the bottom there, but they are that grey-coloured team on the south side near Sanhok military base, which means that there's a lot of position on that side. Is HVVP moving back up?
Yeah, I think they are, and I don't blame them for it either. With this circle that now encompasses a little bit of the actual island in as well, sending so early on down towards the south side of military base doesn't seem so good of an idea anymore. If they can send over the side of quarry towards one of the yellow compounds on the coastal side towards the cliff face, it's not a bad idea whatsoever. I think this is one of the things that they could do. I think you kind of box yourself in, wall yourself in when you go down to the south side of Sanhok in the vehicles. That's where you stay if you make that boat rotation. So a little bit less reliability to get back up to that middle side of the island. So picking up the vehicles instead, moving across that way. They will come into contact with S2G though, and that is something that they'll have to deal with.
That Galata tower that QODEX currently hold is going to be really quite valuable now on this circle. So we'll see how that impacts this lobby. Obviously a bit of a change up for some of the Western Europe teams. Not so much for the Turkey squads. They'll be a little bit more used to dealing with it. But QODEX can try and leverage that, and they are a Western Europe team, right? So they might not know the full extent of power that they can extract from the structure.
OZAROX looking to maybe send a grenade in over towards RIP 7. He's got a grenade of his own out. Lots of smokes in the building too to deny any sightlines onto him early on. He's quaking at his boots, but he has a really good position there, honestly. Behind that bar side makes things a bit easier for yourself, but Nate goes in like that, it's going to take you down. There's one step back, and maybe Storm steps forward just a little bit too early, but GG is not there to return fire.
And the rest of the team are good to get suppressing on the rest of the GG positions. There's the flush on RIP 7. As they continue to move on forwards, nades being cooked yet again for both teams at this point. Folky puts one into the side there. The shack will go up, but no one's inside to bear the brunt of the damage. Sefer for OZAROX close by. Smoke blooms on the bonnet of the car as well. See repositioned slightly. Folky on the outside of the building. Realm up the top. A little bit of a high ground there. Potential to put it all the way through and nade out the alley, but nothing found.
Just we catch off one of the players moving through that alley side, but GG is reluctant to step out of place. Wolf incredibly low, as a nade must have just caught him barely. Glancing blow on him. Still does a load of damage.
There is a lot more teams on the Northern Shore than I would have expected at this stage, Blank. I feel like not a lot of teams have made that commitment to go south on a circle that most likely will be a military finish. I mean, certainly will be now, and I imagine we'll have to see that migration at this stage, but it's interesting that not many teams made that choice.
I mean, it actually wasn't certainly towards Sanhok. There was a real chance this could have shifted up towards that northern side. I think that's why you see so many teams kind of go back on their decision to actually head towards Sanhok early on, because you want to find presence on that side. And I think for HVVP, it definitely makes sense because they don't want to swing all the way down towards that south and get themselves into a situation where, you know, they are now just the back of the queue getting back towards that northern side. At least this way, you know, there was a chance that if it headed over towards that northern side, they might have some presence. But with this heading further up towards the north, they can take the bridge crossing, maybe do something with that. Somehow, S2G swarm past Wildcats during their fight with SURREAL.
Somehow, some way, 2 players left for SURREAL, 1 elimination on the cards. No teams going down fully just yet. TJB, SURREAL, DENİZBANK Wildcats, all on 2 players. But they have been able to keep on going. Teams now looking to cross. HVVP next up on the Western Bridge. FLUX at their back, though, is going to make it really tricky.
I mean, it will accelerate with the speed at which they need to make this crossing. And I think for S2G, they somewhat identified that the moment Wildcats are currently in an engagement between them and SURREAL, so use the opportunity to just instantly cross. I think HVVP slowly figuring this out as well on their own, as there's not really anyone holding this crossing. Moving through now, though, DEFOX might be able to take some shots, but currently desperately trying to get away. Archons does take some shots, but can't find anything.
He's on the bridge, but yeah, you're right. He's not going to really be able to get too much. Stumbles a little bit on the hold, and HVVP have been allowed to get away clean and free. Archon still looking for the spray, but Matic around the headland. The DENİZBANK Wildcats don't control it, and that is a miracle for HVVP that they've managed to pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, it was good stuff from them. I think they also realized the exact same thing with S2G, that, you know, no one's holding this. That or two teams are currently fighting over it. With it being a 2v2 versus Archons versus SURREAL and Wildcats, they made the crossing at the right time. I think for HVVP, it was slightly bad timing because Wildcats did start to disengage and gave SURREAL a bit more time to fully identify and start putting their focus over towards the bridge crossing. Pioneer, though, now the issue in front of HVVP. Black White gets in the vehicle, might take some shots from S2G if he's not careful.
I mean, it is a better position to handle an issue from, though, for HVVP. They've managed to play on that northern coast now. QODEX probably going to have to cross the water behind them onto the beach land. A reposition comes through for Kitsune, who's out wide. Black White moves on through. Havlik falls in the meantime as well, playing off one another nicely. They receive both of those Pioneer players graciously and pick up the points for them. Fash now last standing.
Tries to get away, but so many bullets going towards him. The reload comes through. Fash somehow living through this, and Matic has to go for the reload at the worst time possible. But most likely Fash is going to be crashing into one of these positions that is not enjoyable. That is a nasty... What is that circle? What is that circle?
I know, it's absolutely brutal. And in fact, HVVP in a phenomenal position for it, with OZAROX moving into another place as well. S2G with a really strong compound. I mean, a long time ago, we called this the Loops compound that they won, a circle that hard shifted towards the military island. It is so easy to hold off teams trying to move into this area. If S2G can keep control, they're onto a winner.
Even Team Doom, who was kind of a non-starter over on the side of Western Europe, if they got this compound on Sosnovka, they were likely to win most of the times. SURREAL, Jet Gill managed to get just past S2G, but you're right, this is a fantastic position, so much open ground around them, and really amazing sightlines to play from. I think if anyone wants to assault this, they have to use smokes and clear off the angles from those windows. SURREAL, in the meantime, sends for the water. Goodness me, it's a circle. Grasping Hands wanted to end on the middle island, but was told no, so tried to get as far as possible towards it as it could.
That's really brutal. I mean, luckily, for people who don't want to see S2G win, you've got two very strong teams, actually three very strong teams playing at full force on the flanking sides of them. HVVP on the west, MADBULLS on the east. FLUX, though, could once again prove to be a problem behind HVVP in the queue, but Solus has been spotted. They've been out in the blue for a long time, so they are hurting just a little bit on the health bars.
Yeah, and the blue will push them even further in. HVVP doing their desperate job to hold on this western side. Again, similar situation to what they had last match, last Erangel, where they were trying to hold off OZAROX. Lutz does go down, so a good start to the party here for HVVP. Luckily for FLUX, for the time being, they have a compound to play around the backside of.
They've been flowed south just a little bit by the positions that HVVP are holding, as they're reluctant to go too close towards S2G. They are allowing that south gate open. But where do FLUX go from there? I mean, it's difficult to find a direction to go, especially with S2G in the best spot.
I mean, for FLUX, it's almost undoubtable for them at this point in time that S2G hold that position with that compound. So perhaps heading down towards the south side and trying to swing in towards the compounds that TJB are currently holding. That might be an idea for them. Stay clear of this entire engagement on the western side and give yourself a less favorable position, but in the favor of living.
That's my general preferred option, blank. I'd like to think living. Sometimes it's just not possible in PUBG Mobile, though. You've got to play your hearts out. MUERTE handling good guys on the southeast side, but not without the danger that it brings. Fortunately for them, they have managed to stay alive for just a little bit longer. The DENİZBANK Wildcats finally eliminated the duo on the south. Not going so well. Solus knocked again. FLUX struggling to move on through, but they've been at the back of the queue for such a long time. But they are all alive, and they do have some cover, Blank.
Yeah, some smokes to play around with. The next circle moves away from them further towards that eastern side, and BEŞİKTAŞ slowly swimming across, and for S2G this puts them out slightly, even for HVVP who are all the way on the west. Now they have to move through. OZAROX though started in over at Neuer, took up this compound on the north side. Happy days for them. So many good teams to keep track of here, and MADBULLS, even with 4 eliminations down towards that south side, now have a position to play from.
FLUX continue to take punishment. S2G, as you say, will have to leave. Unicorns are love potential to hold nicely, but they're only at 3. Striker, with the rest of his team close by, holding on out as best they can. Just inside the circle, FLUX now suffering as heavily as can be expected from this position, but OZAROX holding out HVVP fairly effectively there, actually getting a knock and a flush to come on through. On the western side, S2G will have to move out as well.
I mean, Tixie's eyes just flashed before his eyes, honestly, so I do worry for HVVP on this side of the map, because they step over. OZAROX has instant views over towards them, instant sight lines. It's going to be difficult for them to leave, and I think for HVVP, they have to get a move on soon, and they're sort of relying on S2G moving out of their compound, and OZAROX's eyes being on them.
Look at all those teams in the water as well. VIRTUS.PRO, QODEX, swimming in concert with one another. BEŞİKTAŞ out in the water as well. New Worlds taking a dip after their back-to-back, chilling. Solkate knocked as S2G turn their attention their way on the south end. And Matic now joins the swimmers. Dons the cap, snaps it on, the goggles as well, into the water.
Yeah, OZAROX have got unbelievable control over this lobby from this position. Sightlines everywhere. Not to mention those insane shots. It must have been some great sprays coming through from the team to take the players out from the vehicle, from HVVP, from what game that looked like it could be very strong for them. Now S2G have to leave from what is a very, very strong position. It used to be at least, and take the fight to OZAROX.
There is one thing that can change this though. The MADBULLS position on the southeast side. If they can transition into a better spot for this next circle, absolutely can control the ground between them and OZAROX. Nobody currently in the middle. With all this fighting popping off on the western side, there is a chance. Everybody in the water is making up the bulk of these lobby numbers. So at the moment, it's really only 4 or 5 teams.
Swain taking some good shots here. I mean, I feel bad for S2G because Hamzy just put on a clinic there, solo holding off FLUX whilst they're taking that fight versus OZAROX. Razy will go down, Hamzy falls as well, and that will be S2G out. And OZAROX bringing up their total count to 10 eliminations this game. And now there is a clump of teams all trying to get in through the water. You wonder how many will breach the actual beach itself.
It's QODEX, VP, HVVP, and New World still out in the water. All having that swim time. Pool's open. Someone needs to go and close it. Look at that. BEŞİKTAŞ, all 4 of them are there.
Oh yeah, they started swimming from shark fin a long, long time ago, hoping to sneak into this circle, but as soon as it headed up towards that water side, it gave so much more time for these teams to solidify their position in this side of the circle. I think Matic might actually have to go share position with the guys from VP soon enough.
All sprays from the land side now as Unicorns of Love and OZAROX both turn their attention out to the water. Swimmers looking to be in danger now. MADBULLS potential to move on through, and OZAROX, it might be tempting to pick up these points in the water, but you're giving up time to position into this next zone.
Yeah, Matic needs to start making his way towards the beach, but really he's just looking for placement right now, and there's a lot of placement points currently as the fish in the barrel get sprayed upon.
Unicorns of Love probably in prime position to be able to take this one. Look at this. Icy has such a solid lineup on the side. Is he rocking double micro Uzis? I think he is. Okay, that's interesting. Certainly a choice. Either way, MADBULLS moving on through to try and challenge out the south side, and finally we'll be able to get an opening onto MUERTE, who are now down to just the one player, getting felled fairly quickly. South side will be open now as they go down all the way. OZAROX trying to move on in to control the beachhead. You've got a feel for MUERTE. Going down an 8th does not beget that position.
It really doesn't. 24 minutes into the game as well. There is a lot of players surviving here, John. Matic knows that he needs to start making his way in as the rest of the team start to suffer. They send Swain up towards that north side to deal with the players in the water. Finally, HVVP go down. I don't know if that was in 5th place or not, but regardless, still points on the game, which is fantastic to say the least. 16 eliminations now for OZAROX, and they're looking to put even more on the cards.
What is going on? But the MADBULLS are there as well. You have to be worried about them moving on over this ridgeline. OZAROX, they've picked up so many points for it. You've got to think it's just worth at this stage. Even going down in 3rd position there, they will have got a huge number of points, 28 on the game. And in fact, you won't be able to beat it either. It's all over. VIRTUS.PRO, last team remaining. MADBULLS take a chicken dinner in match number 5. And we'll be able to turn that one into a little bit of a bite into the FLUX lead, who went down a lot earlier that game.
I mean, you look at that one and it certainly felt like, you know, the entire lobby was sharing an oxygen tank, and as soon as it ran low and then there was none left, it is just a very, very short matter of time before everyone falls in that lobby almost instantaneously. Old Boy, surprisingly able to get out of the water like the baby turtle he is and grow fairly quickly into a large menacing turtle, was able to take down most of OZAROX and get himself a fair few more points. And for VP, that's actually extremely important for that team, getting so far into the game, which means his points for his team will be extended. Swain also just being absolutely perfect on this game. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the chicken dinner. I think it was 18 eliminations by the end of it, which is one hell of a game from OZAROX, but they also did have one hell of a position.
They really, really did. I mean, those coastal northern side of the military island positions are really, really difficult for so many teams to play unless you find yourselves in one of those good spots. It was a blessing that S2G didn't get shifted towards, because that compound, if it's in the circle, wins. Like, there's no two ways about it. Unless you've got 3 teams all crashing you all at once, you're basically going to be able to hold that every single time.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a tough game. It's a tough game for a lot of these teams, and the way that circle was moving, just it wasn't right. It was wrong. It didn't feel good for anyone. I didn't envy anyone in that lobby other than OZAROX at one point, but even they had to taste some of the poison that was just flowing out from that circle itself. But MADBULLS, we said they were due on for a chicken dinner, and there it is.
Absolutely. They were due their performance, and they will take their due as well and put a massive dent into the gap between them and FLUX with the chicken dinner.
Hey everyone! In this video, we'll be introducing the vehicle airdrop skill. When this skill is used, a beacon will be thrown, a vehicle airdrop will be summoned. Not only is there a limit on using the skill, it takes a bit of time for the vehicle to be airdropped. Hence, players will have to ensure the use of this skill at opportune moments and take their team to a suitable location. As for slow-paced matches held on large-scale maps, players tend to take a longer time to get equipped, and it can be difficult to move about. With this skill, it can help save a massive amount of travel time to get to safety, as well as search for advantageous spots. On top of that, there are few vehicles found in the rural areas. When equipped with this skill, it's more feasible to parachute to more remote regions, and highly contested advanced supply zones can be avoided. Once you've thoroughly looted an area, you can use the skill to get your team to the next resource point. But keep in mind that when the vehicle airdrop skill is in use, it is easy for your location to get exposed, so be sure to keep an eye out for enemies. This skill is most suitable for large-scale maps, and for players that prefer a slow and steady approach. What's more, the skill also safeguards your chance of entering the play zone. The skill will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Man, I wish I had friends to play PUBG Mobile with. I just have these guys, and they have to carry my slacker butt around.
It's true, we do. It's a tough life.
You know, it's also a tough life. Victor here for MADBULLS. Of course, you were saying as we were watching almost the freest of wins for MADBULLS.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of strolled into this one towards the end of the game. I mean, for all of the teams, swimming, trying to make things work. It's a salvage play. I mean, a lot of those teams kind of headed to the mainland, considering it was kind of that 50-50 circle. And what can you do at that point? But OZAROX, man, damn.
Old Boy literally eliminates the only opposition MADBULLS could have had in their game after coming out of the waters. Like, they had one competition, OZAROX eliminated by Old Boy. MADBULLS like, well, so it's only Old Boy now. and he's got no walls in there, okay? He's got definitely nothing to fight from. So, yeah, I mean, OZAROX has been popping off in these last few days, and well, last 2 days in particular. He got himself a few decent points here today in particular. Yeah, but MADBULLS, another chicken dinner, their third so far in the tournament. It's really good for them to get it because FLUX has been relatively silent today, and then being able to get themselves a win, boom, bumper back in the leaderboards. This is a big win for them.
Yeah, and also, if we add on to that, VIRTUS.PRO getting 15 points. I mean, they were in contention for top 3. They breached top 3 at some point today when they had their back-to-back victories, then slowly have fallen off a little bit. Looking down the rest of the list here, right, you have S2G. I think that was your both predictions, not working out too well. You had HVVP in there as well, getting some points, and even BEŞİKTAŞ yet again. But we are seeing a couple of familiar names here on the second page. Unfortunately, I have to call them out here. TJB and SURREAL Esports haven't done much of anything so far in this event.
No, indeed. It's difficult to, I guess, find yourself in that kind of spot when not really anything's going your way, to be honest. I mean, even on Sanhok didn't really go their way.
I thought it was a little too late in the year to have a big pool party or a party at the beach, but we're seeing it.
It's getting cold.
It's open, yeah.
It was -1 degrees here today.
My favorite bit was VIRTUS.PRO trying to synchronize swim across with the other team that was next to them. That was
QODEX.
With QODEX and VP.
Brilliant.
They were doing
jump from Galata Tower, just like
100-meter race, but I think Michael Phelps just passed them too easily.
There is a diving board at the top of that tower, actually. So.
Oh, is there?
Well, it kind of looks like it. It's not really a
Oh,
diving
yeah, you got a
board.
little extension, yeah. I could potentially reach it, yeah.
Anything's a diving board if you're brave enough. Looking down here, you can see Old Boy just come in last second as well, punishing quite a few teams, not expecting the breach from the beach. And it's just, hey, one guy left.
How do you survive that? I mean, impossible. You don't. You just don't. You die.
No.
It's true. It's true. But MADBULLS, I mean, beyond the fact it was a relatively free win there, I think an important win for their morale because they definitely have had a very rough day. And I feel like we seldomly ever saw them have a rough day when it came to Western Europe.
I mean, if you look at the way in which they played this game, if you break down the position that they had, they did a really good job of cordoning off any team from coming in from the south side, right? Like, they had a barrier set up for any team even coming from the west or east side to try and even go around for a south wrap. Nobody was able to do it because they were in such a decent position to be able to hold them off. And then they just wander into the circle through a little bit of a hill and get themselves the win.
And even if the circle goes over to the western side on that little hilltop position, they can push it from that position. They can just potentially backfill on the fight. I think it was S2G fighting versus OZAROX. They have an opportunity to get there. So any circle, if it goes to the center, which is what happened, to the west or the east, they have those angles covered also. So they just had pretty much every opportunity to make things work out because all the teams are just so focused on the riverside north that it's just, they were just alone in the south the entire time.
Yeah, well, I mean, thinking back even before we got to that point in the game, you talked about this before, Klaris, we had like a 50-50 pretty much with the mainland and military. I mean, what if it went the other way? Like, if you're one of those teams, realistically, what is the smartest play there? Not necessarily if it goes towards the north, but more of, was it 50-50 enough that you either just committed to military or you committed to Northern Ireland, or was there a reason we saw teams commit to the way they did?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it does get a bit sketchy, right? I mean, even when that second circle pops, I still think there is a slight lean to military island.
Yeah.
But
you did say that. You did say that.
But by that time, the teams in the north side, they're like, okay, well, what do we do? Do we eventually sit here and swim, or do we try for one of the bridges, which is kind of slightly out in the blue as well? That gets a bit sketchy. Then even if you get to the island, the military island, you know that there's going to be barriers of teams on either side anyway, be it the compounds, be it the woods that you have to go through. Yeah. So it gets tricky regardless after you've committed to the north.
Yeah, if it goes up to the mainland, back to the mainland itself on the next circle rotation, like even worse because it's just a cliff. You got a small beach.
Yeah, if you want to try and swim,
exactly, which you want to avoid. Yeah, but it's teams are lucky it went down there, but it's still everyone had to go for the water play because you don't have time to make it over to the bridges. If you take time for that rotation, you're in the blue. Teams are already in good spots. You have no information, and more importantly, it's just it's a rough circle that teams had to adapt to, and teams that were already on the island had the better point of advantage, and that's why MADBULLS got the advantage.
Well, and also OZAROX able to get a ton of eliminations. We're actually going to take a look at their player stats here to get an idea of who was the one to pick them up. But also a perfect time for them to do so. We talked about them earlier on. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
I didn't give you your individual time.
No, that was fine.
Okay, that was good. Swain, yeah. I mean, honestly, we were talking about them before, right? We saw Swain and Storm being like the two stand-up players for the team. Swain maintaining that yet again. And a team full of like, I want to say scrappy players, but not necessarily in terms of their skill, but in terms of like where they were last season.
Yeah.
You mentioned before, 17th place, 20th place, 30th place coming from teams respective in those placings. But for them to come together like this and have really good performances now today, it's a fantastic bounce back and really test the mentality of any team to have a bad day 1 and a better day 2.
I think the most important thing for me watching them in this game was getting ahead of S2G. S2G instantaneously sent to the one and only compound that was really kind of benefiting that circle. But then OZAROX was like, actually, there is a little bit of a hill ahead of you, which is even closer to the center of the circle.
Yeah.
We'll go right there. You can't necessarily put too much aggression on towards us. And then once you do, it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel without all the people in the river.
Yeah. And more importantly, if you do take that S2G compound out of the equation, it is the best spot. Where OZAROX is, it is the best spot. You can even see after they die, the entirety of MADBULLS just spread into that exact location because it's the only kind of elevation in that position. You can see every team coming out of the water or coming away from the eastern side. So they took the control in one of the best positions. And as you said, gatekeeping away S2G was the key point for them to have just full control almost of that circle.
Okay, well, let's maybe bounce things back a little bit here. We're talking about OZAROX, obviously. Let's go back to MADBULLS as they did win that last chicken dinner and take a look at their stats today compared to yesterday, because this is kind of important. We don't normally see MADBULLS have a performance like this, though. They have bounced back a little bit here, but they're still maintaining, I think, in my opinion, a decent average damage per game and a decent average eliminations per game.
And of course, at the beginning of the day, we looked at how their points were coming in from finals to also yesterday, and there was a very steady performance from both, right? However, today, if you looked at those same numbers, probably not as much. I'm hoping that for them, in terms of keeping up those numbers, they have another banger game in the last one because they're capable of doing it. We've seen them get back-to-backs. In fact, we've seen them get back-to-backs to backs. In fact, we've seen them get back-to-back to almost back-to-back to backs.
5 wins in like 6 games, right?
Yeah.
We saw that, and it did happen, and MADBULLS is capable. So if they want to keep up that average, they're going to have another strong game coming into last one.
I mean, the fortunate part for them, though, is that FLUX hasn't been having a good day, right?
If you look at these exact stats for FLUX, I'm pretty sure it's like way worse, right? Because they got nothing today. They got no win. They didn't make it to the late game very often. Maybe a few eliminations here and there, but that gap has definitely closed, and their cushion they had at the start of the day is gone. Poof, disappeared, and now there's just a tough spot to be in.
And they have an opportunity to potentially overtake them here if they can have a good final match of the day. We've had 2 teams win back-to-backs today. Could MADBULLS be the third? We know there's only one way to find out. It's actually able to head over to our commentators to kick off the last match here of day 2 with John and Blake.
One more match, and then we're at our halfway mark. Blank. It's all coming to this. To claim that halfway mark first place would be a massive achievement for the MADBULLS, considering FLUX's first day.
Yeah, and I think that you look at FLUX right now, they need a big performance. They need something good to come out here. There's still potential to, be far away and ahead of the pack, even at this late stage of the day on day 2 of the start that they had, because so many teams have been winning, so many teams have been popping off, some from the bottom of the table, some from the middle of the table, and it really has not given a lot of these teams towards the top much room to actually extend the lead or catch up to FLUX at the top side. MADBULLS finally, though, start to put up something of a performance, right? 13 points behind FLUX. Clara said, it was kind of a free win over on Sosnovka. It kind of was, to be honest, but, they set themselves up, they stayed quiet, and they let a lot of the other teams do damage to one another, whilst also keeping a lot of teams around them at bay, which worked out fairly well for them. Here on Miramar, though, there is really a tale of 2 stories, right? It's the case of, either FLUX gets a good game now and is able to get another lead going into day 3, and once again, keeping themselves slightly safe out of the frying pan, or MADBULLS put the pressure on a little bit and take first place and actually take things a little bit further. There could be a strange world where we even see VIRTUS.PRO S2G get a huge game and maybe saddle their way up into first place itself. That's all considering FLUX goes out early and do not have any sort of a game here on Miramar.
See the elimination table repopulated, and funnily enough, Swain, especially after that last game, rolling straight on up to 18 in 3rd place eliminations. And top damage as well, 4.48k is nuts over these last couple of games, beating out Kelsey and Striker, but it is devoid of FLUX players. And Max was saying those stats, if you compare them yesterday to today, FLUX have an absolute nightmare of a performance over these last couple of games. They started at 113 and overall right now 136 blank. That is 23 points today over the 5 games that they've played. That is, they were able to get that in like 1 game yesterday.
That's right. That's absolutely correct, John. But yeah, it's a little bit weird, a little bit concerning. Very central circle here on Miramar. It can only get smaller. Most teams would like to be heading towards one of these central compounds. QODEX finds SURREAL. SURREAL have just been, I want to say cannon fodder, John, honestly, in a lot of these games, just scrambling around at the start of a lot of these matches, unable to find quite what they would like here in a lot of their beginnings of the matches. And I think losing players like this early on, it's just not good at all. And the fact that it happens so often on a day, it's not really something you can forgive either.
It's not ideal. We'll put it that way. Not ideal indeed, but Circle centers up central on the map. Everybody fairly spread early on. No more than the 1 catch on SURREAL, who have been losing players early every single game. And they're right between QODEX, MUERTE, and PIONER on the south side. Unicorns will love playing over towards Minas Generales on the eastern side. Might crunch in a little bit closer to Bocado Hills, but for now, it's chill time.
Unicorns will love currently in 10th place. Today is that, yeah, it's not bad by any stretch of the word, but look at that, 2 average eliminations, 17 minutes on the average survival time. I think for Unicorns Love, some kind of step up needs to happen. And I think that, you know, coming in tomorrow, I would say it's kind of a last chance saloon for them. So if I was them right now, Miramar, this one in particular, it's quite important to them because with the points they have, 79, there is still a real chance to send yourself up towards the top of the standings, you know, a 5th or a 4th place with a good game here. And I think if you can do that now, you have time to have that mental reset between now and tomorrow and kind of rethink of some of the things that is happening. Yes, they're able to get far into the games. Yes, they're able to get those placement points. But right now, they look very lackluster when it comes to those engagements. You don't see that same thing we saw before with IC and Crypto being able to set each other up very nicely, with Rolkis being that backstop a lot of times and Gonzo playing that off angle. It just isn't coming together at the moment, and something feels just a little bit off about this team today. Alas, they are still putting up some good points. And again, this last game, very, very important now for the guys on Unicorns Love.
Yeah, after that last game, they did manage to eat up a couple of points, but they're still down in 10th blank. I mean, it's not out of the question that they could jump up and be part of that 3rd place race, but it would require, again, that consistent uptick in performance, which we don't have the confidence, I would say, to suggest that they can have over these next couple of games.
For sure, and this is why, you know, that chicken dinner now on Miramar would be fantastic. You know, you put up a 20-point match, you know, considering, let's just consider for a moment that none of these top teams move, you get that 20-pointer, you're in 99 points. You know, you're already in 6th place over New Worlds at that point in time. You get an even bigger one than that, you are more than likely going to jump over HVVP in 5th place with 100 points. So there is still a lot of potential here now for Unicorns Love to start sinking their teeth in towards the top of the tables and really show us what the metal that they have in these matches. Because you do have to grit your teeth and make it through this sprint towards championships and towards those PMG's placements, and also the large chunk of money that is available and on the line here for PUBG Mobile in the championships.
New Worlds have been having a pretty banger day today. From fairly low, unspoken team, they started today in 12th place.
That one was rubbish. We didn't like that car.
It was
Brock.
all Brecht down the side.
Oh, dear me. That's amazing.
Right. 12th place start for New Worlds. They all the way up in 6th place within striking distance, 10 points behind third place, which is kind of crazy in terms of a turnaround, and that's the sort of performance change that you want to see from teams like Unicorns of Love, from BEŞİKTAŞ, who are still disappointing us in 13th place on the tables. But it's proven that it can be done, and it can be done consistently.
Yeah, and no form of wonky vehicle is going to stop you in that pursuit to get towards the top of the standings. And if New Worlds can do it, anyone can. And that's what's so great about this lobby at the moment, is just how competitive it currently is. I mean, all the way down to 11th place with 78 points. This is all very doable to jump up into these leading numbers right at the top. MADBULLS and FLUX, as this always happens in every single PUBG Mobile tournament, I'll tell you now, is that you will tend to have 1 to 3 teams that will start to pull ahead of the pack just a little bit as they start to see the finish line at the end of the tunnel. And I think that, you know, 123, 136, still doable to catch up to that if you are towards the top of the standings. But again, there is so much room tomorrow for these teams to move around, and there's still so much room right now here on Miramar.
All 16 teams still in it. SURREAL Esports down a player, but that's the only casualty so far. Unfortunately for QODEX, TJB and Pioneer, that might be about to change. You can see how closely packed they are on the positions. About 50 meters separates them, and Havlik goes into the danger zone, careens down the hillside, doesn't get knocked just yet, but the fireball from the truck does find him. Vito is traded off. Isimitsu seemingly not going to be in that engagement, but QODEX turning it around from across the way. They are split, but they're playing for some pressure. Across, Moneyken has a suppressing fire from his teammates.
Havlik currently safe. Time being, that is. TJB also spies down towards Pioneer as Fash tries to send away in the buggy. Best kind of escape vehicle as well, considering how fast that thing is. Gets himself to safety.
Good Lint over on that northern side as well. Just to try and take the back line of QODEX out of the equation. GK first spots Black-White, getting suppressed from across the ridgeline, and that is a position
Is he going for it again?
Can peek for. Oh my god, GK first. You naughty boy. Get back behind that ridgeline. You're not supposed to be able to do that.
I love that. He goes the double shot, takes some shots from QODEX.
Left flank.
I don't know if he'd be able to do this. Again, it's just very bold, very aggressive that he would go for these things. And you are right, he's a cheeky lad indeed. I think that's an M24 down towards the bottom side of him in Moneyken. He's just slowly making his way up to get to a position. I would say Moneyken and GK first are very much alike in a lot of different suits. You know, they are definitely the spearhead of the team and the sharpest member of the bunch. So we'll see what happens when those two lads do clash. But it looks like Moneyken has decided to move back. M24 tries to go for the cheeky little headshot towards Tingsker. Doesn't find it though, and we'll head for the shack.
Shots do land, but Moneyken, his dash is cut short as GK first once again steps up for a peek. Completely broad to the QODEX position, but doesn't even matter. Apparently they're not going to answer with some fire over to his spot either, which means that he is allowed to get away with it. A nice little flush there, and QODEX down to 2 players on the south side of the next circle as it shifted out that way.
Massive amount of players in this area. Right now we're still on board with TJB, who are trying to finish out this fight between them and QODEX. Nade over the top, does some damage towards Tingsker, he sends away, worried about his position. Has 2 nades of his own though, but not quite sure where that initial nade came from. MADBULLS though, in a good position now towards El Pozo as they move down. They have high ground with a split. Skills is on the northern side, holding this road as people try to rotate through. Unicorns love the left out towards the sandy dunes, towards La Bandita. Have to get a move on.
Michu steps up, looks for a spray, but he's on the swivel and won't be able to land any. Unfortunately, now TJB know exactly where he's playing from. Xiao, first up to bat, will be rebuffed. Wickets taken. Tingsker moves in for a second opportunity. The innings continues, and this time Tingsker knocks it for 6. Woodson around the back line, trying to field something, but that long barrier not really picking anything up, unfortunately. Michu flushed.
Woodson has to send back. Last player alive then, TJB hold off the guys from QODEX. trying to make their way back up the rankings here. As we head towards our halfway point in the tournament, QODEX currently sat in 12th place, 63 points. Large drop off between them and the good guys, 78 to 63. Still doable to keep putting up these points to get towards the top, but really for QODEX, it's feeling more and more like money is what's on the line and not those PMGC points, which is a shame.
TJB, I mean, we said we wanted to see something from them this whole tournament, and they've yet to light that touch paper and start to burn through.
It'll happen.
I mean, certainly taking a team fight and winning it out with all 4 of them surviving would be a good way to prove that. And that's what they're going to do. QODEX goes down 4 points for TJB. Can they finish out strong at the halfway mark?
I mean, this is the complaint we have all the time with TJB, is that there is those games where they will pop off, and it will happen. And I have no doubt in my mind that we'll see a big game from TJB at some point. On the other hand, though, it will probably be the only game from TJB that will be a big one, which is sad to say. New Worlds off towards Monte Nuevo. Next circle about to come in. You can see VP moving down from Cruz de Valle, one of the only teams outside in the blue right now. And MADBULLS get a significant head start here with a great spot within the circle. S2G close to them, though. And we know that they are the bane of the MADBULLS.
They will have a lot of teams moving in their way, though, Blank, as well. So not only will S2G be a problem, but teams swing around the north, like HVVP, FLUX as well, BEŞİKTAŞ. You've got OZAROX, who are apparently turned up in this lobby. GOODGUYS on the northern side. All of those are threats to the position for the MADBULLS.
It's a nice little bit of high ground, though. A good compound to play from. You are right, though, with most teams moving in from that northeast side, they are going to be one of the first ones to face and one of the first compounds that teams will have their eyes on to perhaps even crash and take up position within, knowing how strong it is. Towards the center, there's that fielded area as well, so not really playable area here. What you're going to see mostly is a lot of these long-range shots as most teams try and pick up some high ground positions and take shots at one another from quite a distance.
MUERTE with oversight onto BEŞİKTAŞ, see a knock. Was self-inflicted, but still, MUERTE should be aware of this. BEŞİKTAŞ have the Q jumped in front of them. Close up on the northern side, FLUX with their outpost Solke right next to GOODGUYS at the moment, and not going to find knock just yet. Okay, checking down the hill. The rest of FLUX not close enough by to take this engagement, and Solke, he knows it. This is a team, after all, at the top of the tables. However small their lead over the MADBULLS might have shrunk, they are still a team that has outperformed anyone when it comes down to it. Solke repositions. Wants an off angle, knows that GG are there, sees that rotation away. Solus yet to find that rotation himself, but GG are ahead in the queue again.
Yeah, Solus stuck behind, was able to pick up one of the players from VP and Tulika, got that quick knock and then the quick flush that followed. And this is the problem for VP. They're coming in from a very long way away, and the amount of blue damage they're taking, they're far more concerned with getting into the circle. And moving through Hacienda del Patron, there is really limited routes through towards this circle itself, other than this roadside. And I think Solus knows that and has set himself up nice and pretty to watch these teams as they come in. FLUX, though, finally moving in over through that road, getting ahead of anyone else. HVP, on the other hand, might have OZAROX to deal with.
They have been a formidable opponent today. First nade actually goes the way of OZAROX as well. Maku taken down on the first, but Kitsune's close by. It is 2-2 right now for HVVP, so if this push comes through fast enough, they might be able to just flush Maku out, and that's what happens. Storm able to claim the victim there. Kitsune backs up, tries to regroup, but taking shots from the back, needs to hop out, try and take some position. Siffer up to the close ridge line. The rest of HVVP, the duo that remains, cannot save Kitsune there, and they don't regroup on it. They leave it to go, and with that, OZAROX punch a hole in the defense.
Yeah, Kitsune is remarkably good at getting some scouting done nice and early, but in this situation gets forward with his teammate, with his buddy Meku. But the rest of HVVP, Tixi and Matic, a little bit too far behind, not able to get towards his position. And I think it was bold. I think it was interesting that they'd even try and go for this split, to be honest. Yes, they can get some scouting done, but you'd imagine that most teams are coming over this northern side through that road, which is so effective for a lot of these teams. Circle goes dead center towards this dead zone. MADBULLS on the north will be looking down towards S2G, but maybe would like to get in. Stuck in with the action on this north side, clear that out so they can start to think about teams that are heading towards their south without worrying about any backstabs on that north side.
Rip 7 rolled over there, unfortunately, caught up in the crossbar. 2 players fall to fire Flux as GOODGUYS faltering now on the defense. Nade over the top towards Solke. First one is found, and Solke immediately flushed out with a 1-2 nade punch from GOODGUYS. Molotov around the left to slow things down potentially, but third player on GG falls, and that's how you put them right in the middle, split the difference. Solus with the nade finds 2 elimination flushes, and Lutz now trying to challenge Folky. Will get rebuffed for the time being. 2 players now standing. Catch out the blue, trying to get the vehicle in. Solus is low, and Folky with a chance here to put the cat amongst the pigeons for FireFlux, and there's a backstab. The MADBULLS are coming into the fight as well for a third party all the way from the zone. Ketch slows it out and finally deals with GG, but the MADBULLS spot their opponents and ruthlessly take them down.
And that's exactly what I wanted to see for the MADBULLS, is to look towards that north side, clear that out, because there's really not many ideal zones within this one, not many ideal positions to play, and if they could get that done, fantastic. Now they have position to play from, they can move in. There's not many other teams that would like to take a central spot unless you're a solo player and you want to head down below, pick up with one of these compounds, because it's practically a death sentence, but a death sentence that happens later into the game is better than leaving the match this early on. MADBULLS, they find Matic from HVVP, and I think now all that remains of the team is Tixi.
Playing as a solo is not ideal this late onto Miramar, and this closely contested on the tables as well. You do not want to be giving those inches. And right now, with HVVP in contestation for that third place against VIRTUS.PRO, against S2G, and even against New Worlds and MUERTE, a little bit further down. You do not want to be left out like this. Fortunately, VP did go down as well. So their main challenge right now is S2G. Unfortunately, S2G, solid spot on the eastern side. Kelsey with the outpost towards the central compound.
Yeah, I mean, there is some world and quite a high chance that perhaps this heads down towards Kelsey's position, in which case the rest of S2G can kind of pick up on that. MADBULLS do spot one of the players from BEŞİKTAŞ, take shots over towards him, won't flush it out though. For MADBULLS, though, the biggest turn of events is the fact that FireFlux went down so early here. Yes, still 5 eliminations, Ketch out in the blue, but unlikely to survive much longer. Silas goes down to SURREAL. Maybe lost a player early on, but reluctant to leave the game too early.
Nades will be able to finish this one out. I feel like it's very unlikely you're going to get this one back. Timber, though, doesn't spot the cross from Silas. The smokes from S2G will cover that retreat. Unless he can pop a nade in. I think he still expects that there's a player there. So S2G getting that crawl back is going to be really quite valuable. It's spotted. The DENİZBANK Wildcats do close that one down. Razy knocked in the foothills as well. Reduces S2G's presence. And this is going to be good news for HVVP, who, remember, still going, still alive. But S2G's point scoring potential in this game really diminished. VIRTUS.PRO already out on 0. So that race for third place still very much up for grabs. S2G. Lighten up SURREAL on that push. I mean, that's bold across out into the field.
Yeah, getting a lot of payback. I mean, that's about as much payback as you could hope for. S2G, though, like you said, great outpost from Kelsey, allowed the rest of the team to get into position. It is within the circle. MADBULLS now have to make their move down. Did pick a player back up off his feet. OZAROX still a contender on that northwest edge. We'll have to move in, but this is horrible. You know, misery is just sweeping the lobby at the moment with this circle indeed, which is just open ground everywhere. And currently Pioneer hold a fantastic position.
Ooh, spray from Kamikaze over onto TJB. Both of the TJB players in the vehicle do get knocked. Close by, though, it's Xiao to deal with out in the open. Lit up very, very quickly. 3 eliminations now on the cards for New Worlds in this engagement. Tixi still surviving. S2G with a duo. will have to fend off against Unicorns of Love now, but MADBULLS from the northern side have to make their cross as well.
It's a long cross indeed. You can just look at this. Look at the horizon. And look how far Hamzy can see from just this position. Luckily for MADBULLS, they're moving in. BEŞİKTAŞ takes some shots towards Monkey, will take him down, but Hamzy readdresses the attention from BEŞİKTAŞ, and maybe MADBULLS have been thrown a line there.
OZAROX will be the main threat right now to the MADBULLS position, as BEŞİKTAŞ still looking out that way. Hamzy and Kelsey both dealt with by the Unicorns of Love, but now they can take up that mantle of overseers of the eastern side. Senfir down, Effect knocked in the middle, is flushed out as well by nades from OZAROX. Putting up a fight, Zerich will be the first to face here, but Skillses is further in. BEŞİKTAŞ trying to just hold on out in their hay store, but the sprays from Zerich are just too powerful. Will take one down. Unfortunately, Unicorns have the off angle. Skillses last standing now for MADBULLS on the northern side. South side, the DENİZBANK Wildcats still playing as 4.
Zerich most definitely going down. And Unicorns of Love, we talked about them having to have a big game here to get them back into the conversation. From 10th place for a large match like this, already 5 eliminations. If they get that chicken dinner, that's that 20 points we were talking about. That's a 6th place potentially for them, but they want to go further. Taking shots towards Skillses now, right on the edge of the circle. He'll have to move. Shot out the vehicle, shot out the wheels. It's going nowhere, so it's a long slog for him. But the MADBULLS want to continue catching up, and a 7th place going out now would just not be enough points to see them set even with FLUX after those 5 eliminations they got earlier on. So for Skills, I do feel bad for him because a lot of rest on his shoulders.
It's going to be a long march to try and close that gap. They have already equaled the points total guaranteed on this game. FLUX Esports with a total of 6 on this game. HVVP with 1 elimination will get more than 1 placement point, but no more than that. Eliminated. 7th place there for the MADBULLS to bring an end to the first half of their tournament. Put up 7 points. They will close the gap by 1, sure. It wasn't that big of a gap to begin with. Good news as well for them is that HVVP, very low point scoring potential here. VIRTUS.PRO and S2G both already out as well.
Unicorns of Love saved by the bell as BEŞİKTAŞ takes down Monkey. Zerich on that top side, so very, very well done. Skillses, sorry. So very, very good stuff for Unicorns of Love. Could have been very dire if they weren't able to make that crossing, but luckily they do, and taking even more damage here as they move across to get further into the circle, John. Now that's bold, that's aggressive, and I don't think it was necessary.
Push from BEŞİKTAŞ over towards Tixi, who's lighting them up out in the open. Sun HP falls and enjoy the last bastion for BEŞİKTAŞ, who are being felled out. 2 more points potentially for Tixi. This could be huge, but Sun HP out in the open, giving that info across. Enjoy is there. Nades can start to pour in across the way, but the Unicorns aren't quite in range just yet. It's only Enjoy, but he's out in the blue, forced to take the challenge, and the Unicorns cut him down. BEŞİKTAŞ eliminated, and now Tixi can hunker down in the zone.
Stuck it in here. The fact that Tixi's got so far, and I said that it would delay the death sentence, but I didn't realize he would be the one delivering the death sentence over towards BEŞİKTAŞ here. Wildcats still going, but barely, honestly.
2 players alive. They do have some inside cover. Pioneer close by. 2 of their players knocked. Potential to get Boran back up here if Lux is on the ball. Izumitsu spray out towards Unicorns, who know where Tixi is. No one else will have that pinpoint info. And the Unicorns will have spotted it. Tixi taken low, but not going to be out just yet. 5 teams remain. A lovely nade in through for Lux.
Strong grenade. He's got 3 more, so we'll happily take the elimination point there. Pioneer lived for a long time, though, with just the 2 players that they had. You got to be proud of them. Fash down now as well. Unicorns of Love looking to take this as far as they can. Tixi's outpost outside of the circle, unfortunately.
Only just, though, and the movement will have to come from across the way first, which means that ladder-up's very, very much possible. For everybody else, Izumitsu puts a nade into the corridor. Wants to slow and he pushes down. 3 players from the DENİZBANK Wildcats. They spot the corner. Izumitsu will be taking a little bit too much damage there.
Still.
A trade, but will not get any more than that. That knock, that's going to have to be left, I think, unless they can get it right now. Tixi still surviving. There is a hay bale out in front, you can see there, but Unicorns of Love will put a smoke there already. There is potential for Tixi to get out if the Unicorns of Love turn their attention out to the DENİZBANK Wildcats.
He needs smokes, realistically. The Unicorns of Love are taking damage. This Kamikaze, though, all in his lonesome, drops a Molotov. Unlikely he'll last much longer. Tixi's got a grenade, though. It'll have to be a golden grenade if he wants it to head over the top towards Unicorns of Love. It's a long throw. He's going to have a strong arm to do it, but he's strong-armed his way in towards the end of this game, John.
The Unicorns of Love will have to pay attention now to the cross, and Tixi can use that opportunity. A little bit of a spoiler from Kamikaze into the back. Wants to go down to the blue or maybe get a little bit of a better angle for a knock. Unicorns of Love looking towards this smoke train now. Can Tixi leverage? Third place guaranteed for HVVP. 2 elimination points so far on the cards, which guarantees them 12 points on the game and a potential to ladder up and solidify that third place if they can go further, which they can't. On that spray. Oh, hang on a minute. Tixi's made it. He made the cross. He's in the zone.
He's saved by the bell there. I mean, honestly, I was about to say it, but the smokes that have been thrown by the guys coming through from Wildcats actually gives him a line to move to, and he can move through that smoke. Obviously, it's not perfect for him, but regardless, still great news for Tixi. The fact that he's able to make that run and just barely survive. I don't even think the jump was worth it towards the end, but I think he thought he was going out, thought he'd go out with a jump in the air. But somehow Tixi lives.
Has a little bit of healing to be getting on with, but you can't imagine it's too much. Ooh, poke your anchor out. It's not going to work out. Third place, 12 points. A good result for HVVP considering what happened to them earlier on. Now the Unicorns have to fend off against the DENİZBANK Wildcats. Unicorns needed a strong game here, Blank. You talked about that to keep themselves in the conversation. But neither team has the zone. Unicorns will have to push forward. So will the DENİZBANK Wildcats. The utility has got to be low for both of these squads. A good nade in the right place for Icy could be the difference maker. A nade over the top towards the back doesn't quite find what it's looking for. The sprays towards Crypto don't quite land either though, so there is an opening. X-ray around out wide and Icy hits the shot, drops to the deck and gets the spray down. A second knock as well, and Crypto and Icy standing up for Unicorns of Love towards the end of the half tournament. Boran around the side will not get the first knock. He's just not landing the shots. Icy gets the heal off. Out wide he goes. Boran goes low, but gets the trade. But it's too much to handle as Icy swings out wide. And it is the final knock to bring Unicorns of Love the chicken dinner that they so desperately needed.
And 10 limbs, even 12 limbs on the game. We'll see them high with 27 points, finishing that off with the chicken dinner. What a great game from them. We said that they needed something powerful. We said that they were on the uptick at the end of the Western European final. And looks like they found that mojo once again. Something didn't feel quite right, but they have brought it back together. Even taking on the likes of S2G towards the middle of that game. It looks so good. And it looked a little bit scary for them as they lost a player early on. But regardless, they still make it happen with those two players. HVVP Tixi lives for a long, long time, more time than I would have ever seen him make it through. And Wildcats from a very strong position are not able to take it home versus Icy and Crypto.
The second chicken dinner coming through for Unicorns of Love. Excellent stuff to put themselves again in that conversation for a PMGC qualification spot. It is so malleable on these tables. I'm absolutely loving it. But the final chicken dinner of today goes the Unicorns' way.
All right, so Western Europe has some life in it here. Unicorns Love with a fantastic defense here, as we got to hear from John and Blank. Icy and Crypto holding on, getting the win, keeping them in the conversation. And you know what? We're going to do just that. We're going to talk about them.
I mean, to be honest, they had a really tough time getting into the circle in the first place. I think they backfilled on, what was it, S2G on the warehouse at one point. And that was the one of the last positions in that circle that allowed you to get information. So after that, they just had a pretty decent idea of where a lot of the teams were positioned. Crash into the, like, what do you call them, like just some hay bale position, like those mini warehouses in the middle of it. It's hard to hold on to, right? But they just cleared the backside of it and it worked out. It's a tough circle. Like, as you said at one point at the end of that game, you don't really know who's going to come out on top, but the fact that you had Icy and Crypto being able to just shoot at everything that moved made it work out at the end and able to get himself a win outside of Sanhok, which is what I wanted to see from them.
Yeah, 27 points is a really good good conversion rate here for them. I mean, ultimately, I think, though, the fact that Pioneer got pushed off of their spot by DENİZBANK Wildcats. I think shouldn't have happened to Pioneer if they were kind of in a bit of more full strength, full force. So quite fortunate for Wildcats to be able to make that entrance point a thing against Pioneer. But yeah, Unicorns Love, really happy to see them get some decent points on the day.
Can we talk about HVVP though?
We can.
Always there.
Always top 3.
Yeah, today it hasn't been the HVVP I think we might have been expecting. It isn't the HVVP that we got to see when it came to Western Europe. It was a team that was just kept in the conversation by keeping one person alive and getting like top 3 to get those placement points. And hey, it's keeping them in the running, to be fair, for PMGC. But I think the scary thing for them is we know they can be so much better, and they're already doing well.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, when they come back, even better.
We need to see them be even stronger, I would have to say. This is enough to like remain in that potentially top 5 position, right? If you want to be in the top 3 teams that make it to PMGC, they need to convert wins. They need to go even further and beyond, not just have like Tixi as a solo, or I think that we had other solos happen in the first 2 matches.
Meku was one where
exactly,
he volleyed himself.
So you want to try and avoid them being there as a solo. This is a team that we've seen many times can close off games, but if they just make in top 3 and get like a few points here and there, I don't think that is PMGC caliber just yet. We need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like we're halfway between the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 HVVP right now, where, yes,
we're between 2 Vs right now.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I mean, they're still able to get plenty of points, but it still feels a little bit slow on the decisions on where they want to go. Again, admittedly, in circles like this, it is a bit difficult because, again, there really isn't that many options to play with, as you could see by all of these guys kind of lying down next to the hay bale G-tunes and on other locations. So, yeah, you can't fault them too much. They're getting themselves double digits on games like this, and that is going to be worth it. I mean, it'll put them in top 3 by the end of it. If they keep going technically like this, might just not get them a championship.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, for me, I think for them, it's not about the championship, though they would love to have it. PMGC, that's the real championship for them. Really quickly, though, I did want to mention TJB because we got to see them finally get some eliminations. GK first was just being a sniper, and you were talking about his loadout, Max, and we're talking about just how I mean, TJB have been not in the conversation. They've been quiet, they've been asleep, they've been down towards the bottom of the table. Maybe this is the spark they needed to wake up, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he had, what was that, an M249 and a Mini 14 loadout, Mini 14 to go above recently also. So it's really good loadout on Miramar in particular, especially when you try and just sweep some entire teams, because I think that's an issue that we saw TJB have a lot, not only in this event so far, but also in PMPL Western Europe, is that they tend to lose. These guys up there, they lose players relatively quickly. They wouldn't be as 4, they would be as like 2 potential on that graphic. So it's an unfortunate, but if they can make it in the late game, it is still a team that can be scary on paper, but right now they're just struggling to really make it to that late game as a full team, and I think we've barely seen it this entire event so far.
Yeah, especially when you look at a game like the Sanhok game today in the circle that actually did happen.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, where they drop now on Sanhok, not the previous iterations of where they were dropping, that's not a bad circle for them, but they're not able to get huge amounts off the back of it, and you would expect them to get a little bit more. So
okay, well, let's move on here and let's go to one of my favorite times, which when we talked about it earlier in the green room, we couldn't come to an agreement, or at least none of us were able to say the same name of who our MVP is going to be of the day. I said Swain.
I think Swain is a really good pick. I went with Kamikaze because New Worlds, 2 chicken dinners, got himself also that extra survival time, and he popped off at one point. I think it was on the Sanhok game, he really popped off. So yeah, Kamikaze would be my bet.
I'm unsure. I can't pick a name. I can't pick a name today. And I'm not going to.
Oh,
as you look at me like
in
that.
protest.
Actually, I'm not sure.
I could think of one name, but I don't want to say it. But we'll see. Who is our MVP of the day? And am I going to be continuing to be incorrect?
Oh, good job, Jason.
It's all coming back to me now, boys. My predictions tomorrow are going to be spot on.
Shame you don't get a point for this.
Doesn't get a point.
Well, for Swain, right? He had the highest damage now in the entire lobby. Not just today, but overall, he's the highest damage. We also saw, I think it was Solke, he only got like 3 eliminations, at least going into that last match, so he's kind of fallen off in that sense. I don't remember who was leading when it came to eliminations. It was Kelsey? Yeah, Kelsey stepped up as well. And remember, I think Kelsey had more damage than Solke before. But either way, I mean, we are seeing a step up here out of a team that kind of desperately needs it. And again, a team that has their roots in not really even doing well in PMPL last season.
I mean, a team that we have not really seen perform on this type of stage either, right? We had a lot of questions. How could they potentially do against these, their own teams of Turkey and these new teams of CIS and Western Europe? And so far, it's been going good today. Yesterday, completely invisible. Didn't see much. Today, I think they got himself a 3rd place. I think they had a 4th place then of course that chicken dinner. And that chicken dinner was a strong presence, right? They really popped off, made a really big statement. We are a team, we're here to play. And if we can see more of that in the next 2 days, potentially they can climb up in a really good standing and maybe make it to PMGC.
A bit of a dark horse for me. And I think that even the Erangel game where they're kind of above the bowl that we saw New World kind of take, I think that position gave me a glimmer of hope for the team through this tournament. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, they're playing that position well, they played the east side well, and it did eventually roll into, as you say, that win down on towards military. So I think, yeah, a pretty decent day for them overall.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's actually take a quick little recap of what all went down today. We almost had 3 teams with back-to-back wins. Well, I say almost. I mean almost because we had 2 do it. We had double VIRTUS.PRO starts and then double New Worlds as well, followed by MADBULLS and a Unicorns of Love. And again, 2 days running, Western Europe has more wins than Turkey. Western Europe best region?
Is it really Western Europe though? Is it really, okay?
Hey, for all intents and purposes, yes.
Okay, we'll take it.
Unicorns of Love representing Western Europe well. Nice. I think VIRTUS.PRO obviously looking great at the start of the day here. A little cool off towards the end, I think is fair to say, but they'd got themselves enough points off the back of that. And again, is it a day if MADBULLS hasn't got a win?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with these type of results, you can expect some big shuffles in your overall rankings. I'm really hyped to see who's at the top and which should potentially slip down, because with the difference between yesterday and today, I think a lot of things have potentially moved around.
Well, you know what? Do you want to see overall rankings?
I really want to.
Well, then you call for it.
I feel like I'm going to get baited again. It's time for leaderboards. I
don't have the power to say it.
It's not my thing.
What's that, producer? Yeah. Okay. It is time now. Which camera? We're on that camera. To head into the leaderboards here to see how things have shaped up over the course of our 2 days of play, though I'm still not sure if I'm going the right way here. I'm assuming,
today.
But I can see behind me.
Oh, no.
Well, and that's exactly where we're going. And that gap of about 30 points has fallen to 12. But the more important part is, look how many teams are kind of getting in contention here now for that first place.
Yeah. FLUX looking vulnerable, I think is fair to say here. It was not the best day for them. And I mean, we posed the question at the beginning of the day, can they repeat yesterday? And I mean, even that was going to be an insane feat if they were able to do so anyway. But I think the rest of the lobby definitely shaped up around it. And great to see some contesting up at the top.
Yeah, a lot of green arrows on this top page. Actually going to be seeing HVVP, New Worlds, Unicorns of Love, VIRTUS.PRO able to rise up a little bit more. SUG started off in 5th position, still in 5th position on the day, but it's still insanely scary. And we mentioned it earlier, how this team is still able to be up there scoring points without a win. Like, still a scary contender.
I was going to say, where has GOODGUYS and PIONER gone? But I think the thing that is important here to stress is that when we eventually move down, the mid-pack is very close to one another, Jason. So as much as it looks like, oh my god, they've had a catastrophic fall, it's still quite close.
Yeah, you can see here as well, 92 down to 89, down to 79. I mean, it does start to eventually widen a bit when it comes to that gap, but I'd still say there's quite a few teams with 2 days left, 12 matches left to go, that could strike towards the top. It's just going to take a big turn in the tides. BEŞİKTAŞ able to have a much better day today, able to move up quite a bit when it comes to the leaderboards, but again, not enough for it to matter at the moment, but they don't really care. They're qualified to PMGC. This is, I think, at least for them, a good learning experience.
Yeah, exactly. After, you know, with the formatting of how PMGC is going to work out this year, it's not going to be very forgiving. So if you start off really poorly, you could be out from the very word go. And I think that we should see definitely a step up in the next 2 days, because otherwise it's not a good prospect to set up for PMGC. So we need to see a little bit more presence from these guys.
Yeah, and to be fair, when you get into the punishing format of PMGC, like you're saying, FLUX, I mean, you can have one good day, but if you can't bounce back, you might have made a big splash in the beginning. You could just not even qualify.
You know what? It's such a scary format. I don't want to qualify for it, all right? I'm scared. I'm terrified. No, I jest. But it will be extremely punishing, as you say. Like, the fact that you could be, in theory, one of the best teams in the world, but not have the potential to move through onto later rounds, it is terrifying if you don't have a good day.
Yeah, if you have a Nova vacation, it could be just like an extended vacation for the rest of the year, pretty much.
I mean, hey, they're back-to-back champions. I don't think they need to earn any more money. They can let some other people have some. For you guys at home, though, we obviously go check out all of our social media channels here, all the official channels, but also we want to hear what you guys have to say when it comes to our shows. Go check out the survey. It's over in the YouTube channel. It'll be linked there. Make sure you guys fill out as much as possible, because if you do, I heard, if you send proof that you filled the survey out over to Maxman, he will be sending you some UC.
I still have 20 UC. I don't know where you want me to get my UC from. I have 20. I have 20, okay? I'm a poor man here. I have nothing.
Do you know how much I have?
Tell me.
0.
Oh, he spent it all.
You need to get ready for that Dragon Ball set coming out. Like,
oh, man, don't even.
You're not ready.
Don't even. I've been hitting up some people, be like, hey, can I get some UC for free? Me and my boys really want to be Goku. No, I'm actually really excited to see what's going to happen with that.
I think I've been.
Who would you be? Krillin.
Krillin.
He's definitely Krillin.
I am already cosplaying Krillin right now. I just need the 6 dots and I'm good now.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for tuning in today. It's been a fantastic day of action. We've had so many teams step up today, and this is what we want to see. This is the best of what these two regions have to offer, but they can't call themselves the best just yet. They still have to play out 2 more days of play, and you guys have to tune in to make it possible. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the exact same time, though, for a continuation of the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship.
I'm starting to rage, I'm feeling down by the ground, please pardon my ways. And yeah, I know how it sounds, I am out of my brain. I just get ghosts when around, I don't argue to play. See, I've been pushing for a minute, all alone, I'm grown. See, I don't need a critic judging, cause I feel at home. They do not care about your feelings, they just want you gone. But why I care for their attention when I want the throne, yeah. As I walk through the valley of death, I feel no evil of the people who are laughing to help. I told myself that I would get it till the last of my breath. So now I listen to my vision as I'm pacing my steps. I gotta move smart and give it a chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning that I'm coming, I promise I won't. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my demise, but lacking the help. I look them dead up in their eyes like what's happening.